bitch. Oh, excuse you? Baloney wash. I'm annoyed. I'm just here to give my opinion and carry in. Oh, it's Chris Avalon Unfiltered, bitch. Y'all, welcome and happy Thursday. It's your boy Chris Avalon, and welcome to a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered, a show we basically talk about all things going on in celebrity news, pop culture, hot topics. Might even get a little political, and we don't get political today because there's some political things I got to catch up on or catch you guys up on. So that's definitely a show for you. Stick around because we have a lot of tea to spill today, including we have some news on Masters of the Universe is getting some pretty good reviews, and people have seen it already, like a rough cut of it, saying it looks like it's gonna be good. Sabrina Carpenter, it seems like they're trying to cash in on this whole Wicked success. So Universal is interested in trying to get Sabrina Carpenter to be in their Alice in Wonderland musical. Sydney Sweeney and Zendaya apparently are not getting along. There's some drama behind the scenes based off their political views. We got to talk about this whole thing about the Democrats pretty much cucking to Donald Trump and the real reasons behind why they did what they did. Also, it seemed like The View has turned on Chuck Schumer and Fetterman and the rest of them. And child, I cackled when I found out his ass just got in the hospital because he fell or something or another. So now he having himself Mitch McConnell type moments. Also, it seemed like the Democrats thought that they were slick by trying to distract from or deflect from what they did over there making that decision with voting with them Republicans to gut pretty much Obamacare by trying to release these emails regarding Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump and a whole bunch of other stuff. So we're gonna get into that. Plus, it looks like Diddy been getting himself into trouble as of late at the prison, and it seems like that has caused him to get his release date pushed back. So we're gonna be staying in jail an extra month. We're gonna get into that tea. Plus, it looks like my girl Wendy Williams. How you doing? The truth has come out. And like I felt before, she does not have frontotemporal dementia. We don't get into that. And a neurologist, a top neurologist, come out and said this. Allison Mack is still talking about this whole situation regarding her and the whole NXIVM sex cult. She said that her co-star from Smallville, Kreuk, got her caught up in that whole situation. She introduced her to the cult. So we're getting into that. Plus, we got to talk about Madonna giving an update, a little update on the Confessions 2 thing while promoting Confessions on the Dance Floor's 20th anniversary. And then there's a story that came out about A-Rod and his ex-wife. They sat down for this is bizarre, okay, but they have a podcast apparently, and they spoke out about his plethora of cheatations that he was getting caught up in, including, speaking of Madonna, being one of the women that he was laying it low and spreading it wide with while he was married to Miss Cynthia. So we're gonna get into that. Plus, Lady Gaga, we got to get into her Rolling Stone interview, which I thought was quite interesting. I had to work around trying to read that whole article because they want you to pay for their stuff. But I managed to read the whole damn thing. And it was good. And we're gonna get into it about especially like how she said she was on lithium while doing A Star is Born. She addresses the bad press surrounding Joker 2, and basically said that if it wasn't for the flopation of Artpop, we would not have got well if art pop didn't art flop, I should say. We wouldn't have gotten mayhem. So we'll get into that. Plus Brittany, it seems, without her having her usual weird crash outs that we've been watching her on social media. She is trying to get in good graces of her sons. Kevin Federline seemed like he trying to turn over a new leaf after he got dragged over that horrible ass book that nobody read. So now he trying to mend fences and trying to say, oh, Brittany's trying to mend fences with her sons. Okay, whatever. We still don't like your ass, but it's good that she's doing whatever she got to do with this for the sake of her boys. So we'll get into that. Plus, Danny Yankee is saying why he will not be performing Gasolina with Bad Bunny at the Super Bowl. We got to talk about MAGA Minaj. This bitch is spinning out of control and not like Impressive Instant. She is not spinning out of that control. If you know, you know. But apparently, she crashing out the trans community. She threw them under the bus and she was going after immigrants. So her recent post regarding Donald Trump has been blasted as being xenophobic and transphobic. I don't know why y'all surprised with this bitch. She's showing y'all who she is many a times. But not only that, but we got some bad news regarding my people over there at Drag Race España. The these they done broke up after 13 years. So we got to get into that team and a whole lot more. So before we get to that team, well, all the latest news and everything in between. If you have not already, please do me a solid, hit that like button, smash that subscribe button. Also, be sure to smash the notification bell so that we can know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. It definitely helps with the algorithm. It also, it helps with trying to push the show out even more to people who may not be familiar with this mess that we be over here percolating in. So, all of you that tune in and comment everything, it is very well appreciated. I see we have some people already in the building. I want to know something. Do y'all like this whole idea? Because I'm trying this thing, but I'm probably going to go back and change it. I'm not liking this whole YouTube setup with regarding because it makes multiple videos of the show where it's like you can watch it vertically and horizontally. So if you're on your phone, you can watch it one way, and then if you're like on your laptop, computer, whatever the case is, or tablet, you can watch it another way. I don't know how I'm feeling about this necessarily because, like I've noticed, like in my feed, it creates multiple versions of the videos, and I be ended up deleting them. But it seemed like more y'all watch on your phone than you do on the other services. So let me know if y'all want me to keep this. If not, I might have to work around trying to change this. StreamYard always trying to bring in new things, and I'm always willing to try new things. But if y'all don't mind the whole, the watching it a certain way on your phone or watching it a certain way on the computer, like it won't affect that. But it's like if you're doing Instagram and those other stuff, they want to try different things a certain way. But I'm sure if there's enough complaints, they'll go around and try to make a couple of more changes. Anyway, oh yeah, and before we get into the show, I do want to apologize because I told y'all I was going to give y'all a show on Veterans Day. Apparently, excuse me, the day ran late. I didn't get home until about 9 o'clock. I had a couple of topics set up, but I wanted to see, okay, now what would have transpired throughout the day while I was out. It was by the time I would have got a show going, it was too late. I already had a couple of drinks. The itis done hit me from that food I ate when I went out because a lot of the restaurants and stuff, like after I went to the movies, they were all pretty much busy because of Veterans Day. So I was like, damn, I'm not going to I can't give them a show. So I was just cutting up the old stuff and putting those small little segments on social media, which people definitely check those out if they don't want to watch the long form videos. And so I ended up having to do that instead of giving y'all a show. But I'm giving y'all a good show today. We got a lot of topics to get into. That segment when I get around to the political stuff with the view and everything, that probably is gonna be a pretty long video because I got a lot of clips to inform a lot of y'all on. And if y'all didn't see the episode of The View, we're gonna get into some things. So I do see we have a couple of people in. I'll get to your comments after the first. Oh, speaking of which, because I'm talking about comments, chair. Let me open up the situation on Coin. Oh, Magical Mermaid says hello. And you said I watch on my phone when I am working out, but I haven't been doing that lately. So laptop lit. Oh, okay. Well, yeah. I usually when I look back on stuff, I do it on my Well, when I edit, of course, I do it on my laptop. But when I'm doing other things, I do it on my television. I mean, I watch on the TV to see how everything looks. The funny thing is, maybe I'll just leave both up and see how that all works out. But anyway, I was like, oh, good to know that people actually watch the show at the gym because I was like, should I do a podcast like an audio form? I just feel like y'all get all the nuances and stuff. If you put it on your phone and you just working out on a treadmill or whatever the case is, or even on the bike, it's like you just have that on. You get to see all the crazy facial expressions. You can't get everything from the voice. Although I have had some people on my Facebook say, I read everything in how you talk. It's like whenever you post your memes or whatever the case is, I will sit and read it in your voice. But I'm like, okay, that's flattering because it goes to show that there's this shady tone that comes with everything that I say. There's a sense of dramatics. But anyway, so without further ado, let me hit my banner and let's get into our first topic. And let's talk about this Masters of the Universe news. So I have been excited because, as I've told y'all many a times, I grew up on He-Man. I had the Castle Grayskull, I had the Snake Mountain, I had Skeletor, I had He-Man, I had all the creatures, I had Man at Arms, I had like I had all the action figures, I had everything that was going on. And I used to make my toys, regardless of which toys it was. It could have been the Alien or the Predator, because yeah, even though they were horror movies and RoboCop and all this stuff, we had action figures in regarding those, which I always found with. Now when you look back upon it, it's kind of weird that they would take like R-rated movies and things and gear the toys towards kids. So But Master Universe, it wasn't like R-rated fare. And I do have a soft spot in my heart for the Dolph Lundgren movie, even though it wasn't that good. But it's a sense of nostalgia because I was a kid when I saw it. So, with all this being said, apparently there was a story that came out that people got a glimpse of the live action adaptation. There was a test screening for it last night. And according to He-Mania.com, there's a .com for everything in this situation. So, according to Heatmania.com, the screenings took place on both coasts of the United States, which would be New Jersey and California. For what they have heard, instead of the comic book movie for this story, it will be a not quite finished version of the movie with some incomplete VFX. Well, I think when it comes to test screenings, if you've ever seen one, that's usually how they are. It's not going to be a fully complete movie. It's just they want to stitch something together to see if people like how people receive it, and then they kind of go from there. Although I don't know how I feel about test screenings in this day and age because you can't just go by what everybody say. Because I always say like film, art, all of that is subjective. So they basically said that those looking up to attend will most likely be sworn to secrecy. But we already know that don't stop people from spilling tea because there have been many a times where things have gone on and there have been stuff that people just spill all over the internet. For instance, yesterday on John Campia's show, he did spill a little tea about this upcoming film, and he said he talked to somebody who saw the movie, and they said they saw it in the early stages and that it's amazing. So and he basically saying like this is somebody who doesn't have a dog in the fight. This is not somebody who actually works for the studio like that has a whole hand in this movie being made, but they saw the film, they saw some pieces, and they're like they like what they saw. And then I remember, if I remember correctly, when CinemaCon popped around earlier this year, they showed like I think art designs and behind the scene footage and all that other stuff. And from what was brought up, they said that it looks pretty good from a lot of the stuff that they were giving people a taste of at CinemaCon. So just to give them, I guess, an idea of what they can expect, they saw like the set designs and the costumes and Castle Grayskull and things like they got to see all the designs. So, now they said the first teaser is expected to hit next month, although I don't know if that's actually supposed to be coming out next month. I do know, like we were talking about it before, that the new Avengers Doomsday trailer is supposed to be premiering next month. If you go see Avatar, which child, y'all better go and get y'all pee breaks, because according to what is it, AMC? The new Avatar movie is going to be over 3 hours. So I believe it's like 3 hours and 10, 3 hour, 15 minutes. And you already know with all of that, including the trailers, that movie's going to be 3.5 hours. So that's where I'm going to just put it at. Because, with the 25-minute common attractions on top of the movie, you already know y'all going to be sitting up in there for 3.5 hours. At this point, y'all just need to introduce intermissions, kind of like what they're doing with the Kill Bill Whole Bloody Affair movie that they're going to be releasing next month. Sidebar: when are y'all going to release tickets for that? Because I'm trying to get tickets to go see this damn movie, and y'all haven't even released tickets for the Kill Bill thing. You released the trailer, but we haven't. But I haven't been able to get tickets for it yet. So but they also went on to say that the motion capture actor we saw, Nicholas Galitzine, who plays Adam slash He-Man, and Camila Mendez, Tila, reacting to in those set photos was playing Cringer, not Beastman. The footage reportedly concludes with Prince Adam raising his power sword and saying the iconic phrase that allows him to transform into He-Man, which would be what? I had the power, saying it was an early cut of the trailer with several shots showing green screen stills and a bit difficult to see due to the security watermarks, but it was overall good. It was about a 75% whip. The cut was quite rough, so it was by no means polished, but the characters I saw looked good. It opens with Prince Adam talking to a friend on Earth, and they are confused because Cringer is there and they discuss the Green Tiger. From there, it goes to Prince Adam going to his home world and learning about his lineage, whom I think is the sorceress, which is played by Morena Baccarin. So I'm excited, I like her. So I'm definitely looking forward to that. But it was kind of hard to see because of the watermarks. After that, it bounces back around a bit, and you see Prince Adam talking to a few of people, I think it's talking about a few other people. I think that's what they meant. From Eternia, there was a brief glimpse of Skeletor, who I think was Evil Lyn. The trailer does show Prince Adam raising the sword and yelling, "I have the power!" And you see the transformation, a few quick scenes of him fighting as He-Man, then it ends. The leaker also says that Skeletor, played by Jared Leto, resembles his animated series counterpart, and that the movie looks like it's going to be a solid origin story for the muscle-bound hero. And I think also that people were worried because they thought, "Oh, is this gonna be another movie where they spend time on Earth?" And I feel like it's gonna take a little bit of that Superman origin story where he crash land on Earth, and he was trying to, I guess, make way with trying to blend in with human beings. But I think it's gonna be told in reverse. I think we start out in the United, like we start out in on Earth, and then because he finds out who he is and his origin starts to unfold, it takes him back to Eternia, which I'm actually glad that they're going in that direction because I want to see this world. I want to understand and see how this world unfolds. I want to see Prince Adam slash He Man go to his world and try to overthrow Skeletor and the forces of evil and all that stuff. Why can't we have that? Because I'm like, okay, the Earth thing was whatever, and Travis Knight being a part of this, I never had a doubt that this movie was gonna suck because Travis Knight, I like his stuff. He did Bumblebee. I think he did Kubo in the was it the Kubo and the Few Strings? I think it's the title. Can't remember. Kubo. We'll just say that. Um, so he's always been pretty good with like taking lore that you were like, I don't really care about this whole thing, and giving like heart and soul and grit and just making it a fun movie. I'm just hoping that it's going to be as cool as Predator Badlands. Like I wanted to be on that level. A lot of action. We care about the characters and that sort of thing. So I'm excited. And also, we got Idris Elba as Man at Arms. I can't wait to see how he looks as Man at Arms. And as I mentioned before, Morena Baccarin as a sorceress, James Purefoy as and Charlotte Riley as Adam's parents. Oh, I didn't know they were going to be playing his parents. I was King Randor and Queen Marlena. Allison Brie is going to be Evil Lyn. Sam C. Wilson, who's from House of the Dragon, will play Trapjaw with Kojo Atav from The Beekeeper as Triclops, and John Shu Zhang from The Eternals as Ram Man. Now, I'm actually glad that this is being picked up by Amazon slash MGM and not Netflix, because we all know if Netflix would have got behind this, first of all, they wouldn't have promoted the movie. They would have just burned all that money instead of putting it out. And it probably would have just been forgotten the minute you put it up on Netflix. So I'm glad that Amazon MGM, they're getting in the game of, yeah, we're going to release it in theaters and then they'll release it on streaming eventually. But this is definitely a movie I'm looking forward to seeing in a theater. I know there's some people that's feeling like, well, why would they want to release something like what generation would want to see this film? And they have He-Man on Netflix. So why would it be a thing where they wouldn't want to like capitalize on that? Like there's a new generation that know what He-Man is. And if you introduce this film and it looks cool, I think people will be like, I want to go see that movie. Because you need to hit the nostalgia fans like myself, but also find a way to introduce this franchise to the next generation who would be interested in seeing us on the big screen. We definitely need, with the bigger budget and everything, some justice for the fact that He-Man needs to be something that's taken seriously. So it's got that vibe of the campiness of the cartoon or whatever, but also it's kind of got like that Lord of the Rings, Game of Thrones type of tone to it. Then I'm here for it. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? You're excited to hear this news regarding Masters of the Universe getting these first reactions saying that it looks really good, that it's amazing, and people are, it's getting mostly positive reviews. We won't know until we see a trailer, but I'm just like, I'm feeling optimistic. I'm glad to hear this great news, and I'm looking forward to seeing the trailer when it drops. They say next month. We'll see. But for the most part, I'm overall excited because, I'm a big fan of the Masters Universe and He-Man and all that stuff. So, excuse me. Let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Okay, what the people saying? Number is here. Hola chismoso. Did I like the Netflix version? The Netflix version I thought was okay. I wasn't overly excited about it, but I watched it. Posted that again. How's everyone this Thursday? Well, I'm good. Now that I'm still got this damn cough. I got these cough drops right next to me. The ones you got me. Still got my wild cherry cough drops. I had to buy a whole pack yesterday. And while I'm at work, working the Knicks game, I'm sitting there just popping cough drops one after the other. It's like this constant cough was just annoying me. And I think it's because the air is so dry. We are living the 80s Reaganomics. Well, you want to know something? You're absolutely right. And I think that's probably one of the reasons why, on a subconscious level, we're not even thinking about it. Why they're reviving a lot of stuff from the 80s, because I do feel like where we are now is because, like with Trump, with the and all the other stuff he's doing to our economy, due to Reaganomics. So it all kind of revolves around that man, and everybody trying to act like Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan was a fucking asshole. Like reading up on him, first of all, I was way too young when he was president, so I couldn't vote. So, reading up on him and all the things he's done, I was like, he was trash. And just because somebody's a celebrity don't necessarily mean you need to be putting them in the damn White House. Y'all ain't learned from Reagan, then y'all decide to do it with this one. So yeah, I agree. It's like we got the Running Man, Beetlejuice, He-Man, Spaceballs 2. Also, don't forget Predator, Alien, like a lot of that stuff that came out in the 80s. We're getting all these movies. Just got back from buying the tree. Oh yeah, you did say you was gonna get you some Christmas stuff. His mother is human, the Queen of Return. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. It said my fear is Jada Love. I don't think he will. First of all, he's not the star of the movie. He is playing the villain, but but if he's in a place where we don't recognize him, they literally he look like a skeleton, which ain't gonna be hard because he really looks skeletal when you look without all that shit on. But if he's all in the regalia and he plays the part and does whatever, one thing about Jared Leto, he's a good actor, but I don't think that him being a part of it will hurt the film. Tron flopped. Maybe that had something to do with it. I don't know if that's really the case. I just feel like Tron has never been like a big IP that has smashed records. And then on top of that, what hurt that film was the fact that you didn't bring back Sam Flynn and Cora. You started off with a whole new cast of people. I don't know them. I don't care about them. I don't care about all these other extra people in there. And then it felt like when you brought back Kevin Flynn, the father, it just felt like fan service. Like his scenes was seen because it was one scene, felt thrown in. It didn't feel like it was like what was the purpose of this scene? Just for him to have a little conversation with with Aries? It's like I didn't care. I mean, visually everything looked good, but at that point it was just like, but the story was trash. Every time I hear the box office poison, every time I hear box office poison, I think of Mommy Dearest. Okay, bring me the axe. Yes, Trapjaw is in it. You know, they got all of them up in there. Trapjaw, not Lockjaw. You know, child, if you get Lockjaw, Lord help you. And you know, that's from the Slurpy Slurpy. And he said those are the good ones. Well, I believe, well, not I believe, these are the ones that Cleveland got me. My little, my little severance package for my birthday. He got me these cough drops. But yesterday I wound up because I forgot to bring cold drops with me. I had to run into a 7-Eleven and get a thing of Halls. Ate all of them yesterday except one. I'm like, yeah, apparently being in New York is making me sick. Literally and figuratively. They said they announced the cast for oh yeah, I do. I did that story on my website. I didn't do that as a topic. Maybe I'll do that on the next show, but yeah, that is definitely something we need to talk about. I just hope it doesn't suck. Because I realized I do have some thoughts, but it was just so many topics we got to get to. Did you see the weather and how I didn't see the trailer. I saw the photos with Jacob Elordi and Margot Robbie, but I didn't see the trailer. I can't wait to watch it and read the book. The song Charlie had released from the soundtrack have been astonishing too. Oh yeah, no, I haven't listened to the song either. I don't know. I've just been yeah. Gillian Anderson, I felt was wasted. Evan Peters was giving your standard, typical, annoying young tech oligarch. Like it was like he was trying to play like an annoying version. It looks like everybody's this real annoying version of Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg, which I think like you can't get no more annoying than them anyway, because they're both. walking irritations. But I did not. Child, let me tell you something. Since this whole thing, I've been hearing about Starbucks. I have not been to Starbucks in like 2 weeks. Um, I've been I've been on this whole kick of all these little salad spots and health food spots in New York. Why is eating healthy so goddamn expensive? It was like Jesus. When I've been seeing them prices, especially in Midtown Manhattan, when you get like one of those, I be getting like one of those peanut butter smoothies that are really good. That like after I do like my workouts and everything, I just be like doing the peanut butter smoothie, and I wound up getting like this salad. I'm like, damn, why is everything like $22, $25? I'm like, Jesus, everything's going up. Yeah, I didn't hear about that dumb cup. I just don't understand the whole point of it. I saw the trailer Wuthering Heights when I went to see the Springsteen movie. They released it that long ago? Why do I feel like that just came out today? It's a song is described as true romance mixed with number one angel and self-titled album. Yeah, definitely blame the Bears. That damn community. All right, y'all. So now let's get into the rest of the show. And let's talk about Sabrina Carpenter. So apparently, with the success of Wicked and the upcoming Wicked for Good, yes, I did see the footage of Ariana Grande damn near getting taken down by some crazy child from Singapore because they was out there, and then Cynthia Revo, the bulldagger came out of her in that moment because she was faster than the actual security that they hired to protect them. That bald head was like with the antenna was like she was throwing them bowls like get off my bitch. Like that's how she was giving. Let me calm down. That's what she was giving in that whole moment. I'm like, okay, fuck the gown. Miss Mama's got real bulldaggerish in that situation. And like when it comes to Ariana, she weighed like 12 pounds soaking wet. So she could have been taken down by the softest, the saunterous of wind. And this guy coming on, and then I saw the video with him. Like he was so happy that I finally got to meet Ariana Grande. You ain't meet her, you bum rushed her, you dummy. That you didn't really like meet her. You force yourself on this girl while she just trying to be very, open and with the fans and all other stuff. So with all that being said, with Wicked and everything doing what it does, now they have this idea of let's try to capitalize because once this is over, now what? So now we got to find another pop star, which I've already said many a times that whenever I hear or look at Sabrina Carpenter to me is someone who has made a career reheating Ariana's old nachos. She definitely gives me a lot of similarities, like all of whatever Ariana kind of tosses away, she just ends up singing them songs. And I already told y'all, her tour bored me to death, and I had to sit through 3 out of the 5 of those shows. So it was like the tour was boring, the stage setting was boring, them songs was boring, and a lot of them don't stand out. But if y'all like it, I love it. But for me, personally, she ain't for me. And I try to understand, like, I try to get into the music and always try to keep my ears to the street of what the younger generation is listening to. But she just ain't it for me. I'd rather, block Ariana. I was gonna say block Ariana, black Ariana. We're trying to find a word to combine the both. But for the most part, so now with the reheatation comes the career in the movie sense. So now Sabrina apparently is gonna be playing Alice in Alice in Wonderland. I'm guessing it's gonna be live action. So according to Variety, Sabrina has landed a major movie role, leading her first major studio feature with a new musical at Universal Pictures. The project is inspired by Lewis Carroll's trippy, picaresque novel Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, which is in the public domain. Lorraine Scarfaria is on board to write and direct. Now, for those who don't know who Lorraine is, she was behind the Jennifer Lopez movie Hustlers, which I actually liked. Jennifer was good in it. I liked the movie. She thought she was going to get all the award stuff and Oscar nominations and Golden Globes, all that stuff. They paid her dust, but for the most part, I thought she did a good job in that movie. Now they're bringing this same director to come in and write and direct the Alice in Wonderland movie. Now, along with starring, Carpenter will produce the untitled project along with Mark Platt through his Universal-based Mark Platt Productions. Leslie Morgenstein and Alyssa Koplovitz Dutton are also producing through Alloy Entertainment. Now, the project comes a week after Carpenter earned 6 Grammy nominations, which I'm completely baffled by, for her seventh studio album, Man's Best Friend, including Album of the Year, Record of the Year, and Song of the Year. Carpenter is no stranger to screen acting because some people think that she can't act, apparently, but she was in a movie called Tall Girl on Netflix, and she was in The Hate You Give. She also started out, she's done theater and she's done acting and all this other stuff. She was also in Girl Meets World, which is the spinoff of Boy Meets World. So for people who think that she has no acting experience, she definitely has acting experience. So she could definitely pull this off. Now, in regards to the whole situation surrounding this film, um, are there actual songs that is in Alice in Wonderland? Because I don't remember. It's been a long time since I've seen the animated movie. I'm sure there's a couple of songs in there, but if you're trying to do something on the level of a Wicked, you're gonna probably have to go in and have somebody conjure up a bunch of songs. And if you do have somebody to come in and conjure up a lot of songs, they can't be as mid as the music you actually be singing for your own albums. It needs to be on the same level as The Greatest Showman. Like, you need somebody to come in. Maybe that's what y'all need to do. Hire the people from The Greatest Showman that wrote a lot of those songs, have them come in and write some songs for Alice in Wonderland. Also, if you're gonna take on Alice in Wonderland, we need all that crazy trippy stuff where she would eat the pies and all the other stuff and go down these little trippy acid type of situations, like the drugs is real, like the whole psychosis situation. You need to take on all of those things. I don't need it to be Disney-fied. First of all, it's Universal doing it, so you don't need a Disney-fied Alice in Wonderland. If y'all going to make this whole trippy situation, y'all really need to go there with this. But thinking about it, I totally get why y'all trying to capitalize on this situation. I just, for me, don't see what's the point. And I don't even think I don't know if people are as excited. I think also what it is that okay, because Sabrina is immensely popular, and a lot of little kids, particularly little girls, like her. Some of the homosexuals, but for the most part, you have a lot of little girls that like her. So on the strength of her name alone, they feel like this will put butts in seats. But I know what y'all hoping is that she puts about as many butts in seats as Ariana did, rather than having a Taylor Swift moment. Because remember when Taylor Swift tried to jump into the whole movie musical thing, we saw Cats and try to scrub that mess from my distant memories. But um it'll be interesting to see how this all works out. But as I said before, I get why they're doing what they're doing. I just think that child, y'all about to just waste some damn money. But do you niece? So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Are you excited to hear this? Are you excited to see a Alice in Wonderland inspired musical with Sabrina Carpenter on your big screens? Let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Apollonia's in the room. What are you doing? The same guy that jumped Ariana is the same. Oh. So this queen just goes around just harassing celebrities. Somebody to I'd have shot his ass with rubber bullets. That's what I would do. First of all, they need to put his face splatter everywhere. Like, be on the lookout for this heifer because he likes to just jump into situations and harass celebrities. So, is this your claim to fame? Well, of course she looks scared. She weighed like 12 pounds soaking wet. They said there was another camera angle where they showed her face and she looked terrified. First I was afraid, I was petrified, thinking I could never leave without you by my side. He said Sabrina is trying to strike while the iron is hot. Well, true, but I wonder if Sabrina will still be the it girl she is now. I don't think so. Um, I don't think she is the flavor of the moment. So that's why I'm glad you put it as it girl. I am the it girl. I am the it girl. Shout out to Jade. And he said most of her appeal comes from how pretty and poised she is compared to Billy, Chapella Rowana, and Olivia. Her whole aesthetic is based off of coquettish trend, and she can also, yeah, because of the bleach blonde hair. She does like she does a lot of that. She's like she plays the whole little girly girl um aesthetic. I agree. Her music is okay because I was sitting there on the tour. I'm like, these songs are not good. These songs are like mid. Like she needs a really good producer that like these songs do not stand the test of time. I was bored with the tour. Funny enough, I heard John Kimber tell me she can't sing. I'm like, first of all, that's a lie. She can sing. I've heard her sing live, but it's just I don't feel like the songs serve her voice. Dula Peep was popular and the It Girl 5 years ago. Well, that was because she decided to steer away from future nostalgia and went and did radical optimism. And radical optimism, like, what is this mess? Like, you really need to stick to the rivers and the lakes. You need to give people those fun bops. You need to stick to the dance music. Look at Crystal Waters. Shout out to her. I just saw her on Sherry Shepherd. Even though I've been getting like the advertisements, and shout out to her because she and I do Kiki every now and again on social media. But she was sitting there talking about how like when she got into dance music, she got into it when it wasn't popular. A lot of people really weren't like it was like a fad or whatever the case was. And now she's doing like I think a opera, a symphony version, where she's got a full orchestra. I think that's what is a whole orchestra version of like her hits. She's bringing out the icons of disco. So it's her and Anaya Day and Amuka and so many other. I'm like, damn, you speaking my language. These are the club girls that the divas I was listening to when I was going to them circuit parties in the 2000s. Ah, he said, me and my daughter said, nope, yeah, nobody cares. I like Dula Peep. She has some good songs, but she has no personality. Funnily enough, when I worked her recent tour, Radical Optimism tour, she definitely has a personality there. She was mingling with the interacting with the audience. She would get personal at times. She covers people's songs depending on which area she's in or city she's in. And the vocals was on point. And she gets up there, she's dancing, she's moving. It's like, okay, she finally loosened up. So she needs to figure out the way that she performs on tour, how to transition that into uh real life because y'all not seeing what I'm seeing. But I'm like, okay, I see the thing. I am the boom boom gun. They understandably need a big name that they can get for full price. Like who? You want Gia Gunn to do it? He said she wakes up early morning just to do her hair now because shut up. Me too. Excuse me, we didn't even talk about that. Robin released a new single. It did remind me of um in certain parts of the music, it did remind me of certain song that she does in the past. It kind of had like that dancing on my own type of vibe. And then what's that song that she did also called Missing You? It had elements of that. Seeing her son in the video was cute. I know Felix thought it was a girl. Mothers don't. A lot of times when you have kids, they let their hair grow out until these kids get to the point. I want to cut it off, but it is a good song. I finally got around to watching the video late last night, but but I was listening to the song a lot when on my way into the city yesterday, and it is a good song. I'm definitely looking forward to the new album. Hold on. Um, he said duo won't sell the personality in interviews. I really feel today's stars hate the press. Well, look. First of all, y'all gotta learn how to play the game. You gotta know how to use the press to your advantage. Don't be out here like Beyonce and just thinking that the mystery is gonna work because it don't. I never listen. Well, maybe it does for her because she's in a different stratosphere. I never listened to Dopamine in full, not even when people were saying there was a song heavily inspired by Janet. I didn't hear Janet Jackson on that song. You say you was bored by the song? All right, y'all. Where we going? Let's get into this mess. So apparently, Sydney Sweeney can't seem to catch a break. Her recent movie that she is in with that lesbian boxer flopped at the box office. And I'm thinking it might have. I don't think it only has to do with the fact that she's a MAGA loving "See you next Tuesday," and that's apparently why a lot of people ain't really feeling her out here. But and I heard the real life boxer that she's portraying came to her defense. That's cute or whatever, but that's still not gonna sell no damn tickets. That she's defending you. That the fact that this woman who was beating people up in the boxing ring couldn't handle her manager husband who was beating her ass at home. to the point where he tried to leave her for dead. But I guess it's different when it's like, yeah, you got them lethal weapons when you in the ring, but it's like when in real life you have like this emotional connection to this man where he's found a way to disarm you in so many other ways that you're not going to go at him and throw them bows. I fucked him up if that was my husband. Like, you need to beat his ass. And I don't give a good goddamn how lethal these weapons are. He will learn that not put no hands on me, but everybody's situation is different. She was asked many times in interviews if she would kind of like go against a lot of the MAGA support that's been going on her because she did these stupid gene things, which everybody was reading into was sort of like it came across as very white supremacist-ish. And she pretty much just scoffed at it. And so now people are just like, you know what? You not addressing it does not help it go away. We're in a whole new world on how you have to address situations. You can't just be like, "Oh, I'm not going to talk about that right now." Oh no, when you don't say anything, silence speaks volumes in this generation, especially with social media. So apparently, word on the curb is with all this drama and her staging all these little kissing sessions with Scooter Braun in public for the paparazzi to catch. I guess a deflect, but quiet as it's kept, we could give a good goddamn you fucking Justin Bieber and Ariana Grande's former manager. Nobody cares. But which is why I don't be talking about it, except for this situation. But with all that being said, now it's just like the word on the street is Zendaya is keeping her distance from her too, because Zendaya is a mixed race. I think she has a white mother and a black father, if I'm not mistaken. She's a mixed race, and the rumor is that due to their differences in political views, she don't want to be bothered with her. But I always felt like when it comes to Sydney Sweeney, there was always something about her that rubbed me the wrong way when it comes down to it. And I think it was like ever since, even when she played Cassie on Euphoria, there was always something about her I don't like. And then seeing like in real life how her personality and the way she comes across really is, I'm like, damn, you really was playing yourself in that damn show. Kind of made me wish that in real life somebody that girl would have came through. Because remember, she was out here hunching Jacob Elordi's character while he had a whole girlfriend, and she was trying to bang open that door and get her ass. So anyway, the Euphoria actress, who's 28, has found herself at the center of several media storms over her political views, endured the end of a 7-year relationship, and appeared to be given the cold shoulder by her peers at big A-list events. Things came to a head this year when it was revealed that she was a registered Republican voter and starred in a controversial American Eagle jeans advertisement with some deemed racist due to a pun linking jeans with jeans, and that'd be JEANS and GENES, which that's clearly what it was. Like, we ain't dumb. We can read between the lines. Now, and it's funny how they were she was over there like moving her hands around her behind. I'm like, girl, you ain't got no ass. You all titties. So I don't know why you sitting up here trying to act like you got curves and everything. You're not Scarlett Johansson. Like, you got more, you top heavy. That's basically where your assets are, is your big old memories. So now both of the controversies appear to be very much at odds with most views in Hollywood. She perhaps hoped to distract from the noise about her personal life with the release of the new boxing biopic, Christie, but nobody cared. So they said the opening for the movie, which had a 67% score on Rotten Tomatoes on Sunday evening, ranked in the top 12 worst ever for movies showing on more than 2,000 screens, Box Office Mojo reported. So she was out here saying, "Oh, we don't do stuff necessarily for the money. We was doing it because of the art." And I was like, "That's cute or whatever." But people who doing stuff for the sake of art and not money don't be opening up a movie on 2,000 screens and bringing in only $1 million. That's some bullshit. You just literally up in here trying to save face because the movie flopped. So you can get up here and be, "Oh, I'm an actress, I'm a thespian, I'm serious about my craft. We don't care about money." You got to care about all that, because when you're not only performing, you also have to do the business side, which is getting out and promoting. And yeah, because of the company that she's a part of, the producer, the people distributing the film, I don't think they had a budget to promote this movie. So now that she's becoming too toxic for Hollywood, it seems like they got a big old scarlet A on her regarding her career. Well, to be technical, it was 1.3 million that the movie brought in. What's next for her? So um, That'd be interesting to find out. So they said that she, while promoting the film in an interview this past Friday, said she got so immersed in her role as Martin, she dealt with injuries, including a bloody nose and a concussion. The Emmy nominated actress told The Sun about how she and her co stars approached the fight scenes during production of the motion picture. The girls in all the fights you see are real. This is what she said. She also told the outlet, when I walked in and met with everyone, I said, I want you to hit me and I want you to hit me hard. And can I hit you? She added, when you watch all those fights, we're actually hitting each other. We were knocking each other out. We were getting bloody noses. I got a concussion. We were actually fighting. I walked onto set every day surrounded by a crew that poured their hearts and souls into this story. We trained harder than we ever thought we could. And not only that, but she was talking about this movie. Even Ruby Rose at one point came out and called her a cretin. Fuck you, you cretin. You know, every time when somebody say cretin, I think of that scene in Scream where Sydney was on the phone and he was like, what was the line? You want to die, Sydney? Your mother sure didn't. And she's like, you cretin, and hangs up the phone, and then Ghostface come out the closet, literally and figuratively. And then she runs upstairs instead of out the front door. And then she made a whole joke about it. That's what that reminds me of when people say cretin. But yeah, Ruby Rose, great actress, and I say that with sheer sarcasm, had the nerve to get up on here. Now, this would be the one time I defend Sydney Sweeney. I'm like, ma'am, you ruined Batwoman. I know you're not getting up here talking about somebody ruined a movie, and then you had this great gay group of homosexuals that was working on the film. I was like, ma'am, you're not that good of an actress. Yeah, you cute to look at, and I'm sure that you be getting a lot of girls' pussies peckering, straight girls question with a big old question mark around their sexuality, and the lesbians. But as far as your acting goes, I'm trying to think who's a bad actor. um, I've seen better acting coming for the worst actors. I couldn't think of nobody off the top of my head who's like a horrible actress. But Ruby Rose, I'm like, I be watching her. I'm like, girl, wooden is not the word to describe you. I've seen better. Okay, I got one. I've seen better acting come out of Kim Kardashian on that All's Fair show than I've seen come out of Ruby Rose. It took me a second, but I always come back with something. And so then they said that then we get into the whole situation about the jeans ad where they were saying it's a racial dog whistle. And then Donald Trump joins in with the support. And this is what irritates me about people, because whenever you bring up stuff about this, they want to say, oh, it's woke. You try to always find words to weaponize a situation. Or they say, why y'all have to make everything political? Why you have to bring politics into everything? Because politics have become part of pop culture. Blame your idiot president, a former reality TV star who's now running you know, as the leader of the free world. Every little thing that we do, why are politics? And this has never happened with our presidents. Presidents don't get up on the line and talk about celebrity pop culture or what's going on in like entertainment industry. Shouldn't you be worrying about politics? Shouldn't you be worrying about giving us universal health care and all this other stuff, which we already know the Trump administration, and based on when I get to the next topic, neither do centrist Democrats want us to get um universal health care and all those other things. But for the most part, why is the president of the United States commenting on a denim ad from this bitch or anything that got to go on with any kind of celebrity? Why is Donald Trump talking about it? You're supposed to be running the country, not worrying about what some celebrity is doing. And so when they decide to make everything political, it becomes political. So you can't sit up here and say, why are things political? Blame him. He decided to indoctrinate pop culture and bring it into politics or weaponize it and turn it political. Everything they talk about or everything they do has been deemed political, and they found a way to market it as such. Y'all can't be that damn obtuse and not see that. But then that's what I'm here to point it out. So she told GQ earlier this month that she found it surreal that the scandal grew so big as to attract attention from the White House, which is literally why I just said that anything to distract or deflect or to bring up anything about how they turn politics into being a part of pop culture, you shouldn't be surprised that that's what they're doing. This is the same man who years ago was sitting up here talking about Kristen Stewart and fucking Robert Pattinson. Why are you talking about Twilight people and making comments about them? Now, critics accuse the brand of echoing eugenicist language around good genes and genetic superiority, claiming it appealed to right-wing and white nationalist groups online, which it literally does. So, and then they were talking about how it over sexualized the actress and pandered to the male gaze, which it was doing, which they were trying to say it was drawing comparisons to Brooke Shields' infamous 1980 Calvin Klein's commercial, in which a teenage Brooke declared, "You want to know what comes between me and my Calvins? Nothing." Well, I do remember that ad, because that was a bit controversial too. So, and then, of course, at the end of the day, American Eagle defended the ad probably because this is the most publicity they've ever gotten in the history of what they do. So, of course, they were defending it. And the controversy, as they stated, refused to die down, especially after Trump's remarks politicized the campaign even further. The controversy came a few years after she had posted snaps of her mother's birthday, where they basically had a lot of people. And this is, I think, also where it all stemmed from. Before all of this, they were like, okay, we see what this bitch is about, because they had a bunch of maggots in their MAGA hats at her mother's birthday party. Funny enough, when y'all was on that line outside, line up around the block to get y'all little SNAP benefits, or because the SNAP got cut off, and y'all was at the food bank trying to get food because y'all hungry, why didn't y'all wear y'all hats then? You was up in there thinking that you voting for Trump was going to only affect them immigrants and all these other people, but now y'all seeing that y'all getting affected by it, and now you want to change your tune. Funny enough, I truly believe that if Donald Trump had the opportunity to become president a third term, they would still vote for him, because racism is expensive. It's like people would rather wallow in their own racism so that way those other people don't get it. They will die on that vine of everything being taken away from them and their lives being destroyed, only so they can continue to latch onto what they deem is white supremacy. Only thing is, them people up in that White House don't give a damn about you, and you're not invited to their situation. So why you keep trying to get up in the club you're not invited to? It just can't wrap my head around that, or I just don't get it. Now the whole Zendaya feud, because I had to line up all that stuff so that you know where it all comes from. So y'all know they are on Euphoria together, and according to the Daily Mail, which we could take this with a grain of salt, they said the pair are locked in a bitter feud, or even refusing to stand near each other at events. Their rift is said to be caused by their starkly different political views. Sweeney has been vocal about her support for Trump and is a proud Republican voter. I don't know if has she actually come out and admitted that? Maybe I missed that somewhere, but if she is, fuck her. And she was also criticized for starring in the American Eagle thing, and they said Zendaya is upset by her co-star's views. She's said to be refusing to do press calls for the upcoming third season with Sweeney after filming finished earlier this month. And this is according to sources working on the show. One insider says it's no wonder she's refusing to do it. It's a difficult position for Zendaya to be in, because if she even stands next to Sydney on the red carpet, it could be read as her excusing Sydney's views on Trump and her refusal to apologize for the racist ad. What people need to realize is that at the end of the day, this is acting. We're co-stars. I ain't say we was besties. I ain't say we was friends. I would say we was acquaintances. We are two characters or two people that work on a show together. If you're gonna be on the red carpet, it is what it is. But if y'all want to sit up here and take that as, oh, she's endorsing Sydney Sweeney, I just think that's a reach, and it's bull. It's a bunch of BS, because I'm sitting there like, we work on a show together. Regardless, what I feel about people, and trust and believe, I encounter and have conversations with people who are Trump supporters and that sort of thing. I don't necessarily think that everybody is bad, that everybody is, we need to lump them all up under one umbrella. And if I'm working with somebody that happens to be a Trump supporter, I can keep with them. I just be like, I'm not talking politics with you, because if you're gonna sit up here and try to say something to me, and then we get to battling, we get into tussling verbally, because I don't put my hands on mine unless you put your hands on me. But if we get to tussling verbally, then it's like, okay, I need to distance myself from a situation. Just don't talk the politics, because I know where you stand on certain things. I don't stand in certain situations with things. You keep your politics over there. I keep my politics over here. And that's the way I feel like if we're in a working environment, that's the way I got to keep it as. That don't mean that I'm inviting you to my house and we going to hang out and we going to have burgers and you can bring Scooter Braun with you. I ain't said all that. But to me, all this extra stuff is like y'all just trying to create drama where it needs to be. So with Daily Mail saying what they saying about this, I believe this as much as I believe that whole David Harbour situation with uh, what's her name? 11. The little girl that played 11. Her name escaped my brain at the moment, but um, and then apparently Zendaya doesn't like Trump because in 2020 she shared an Instagram post explaining voters' rights with the caption "Vote this MF out." And then we had somebody else because I forgot that Sydney Sweeney did was on the White Lotus. Well, Amy Lou Wood, the girl with the overbite. They apparently she went and said something. Y'all know who she is because she was on Sex Education too, and I believe she's also about to star as one of the wives in the Beatles biopic that they have coming out. I just saw that. So the British actress is 31, waiting after the celebrated photographer Misam Harriman shared a clip from a new interview with Sydney in which she brushed off the backlash. Oh yeah, that's the one I saw earlier where she was just like she did brush it off. Now, post the footage for the GQ interview on Instagram. The Nigerian-born British photographer who has shot everyone from Prince Harry, Meghan Markle, Rihanna, and Tom Cruise condemned Sydney's comments and accused her of failing to acknowledge the harm caused by the campaign earlier this year, saying, presuming that you are not a white supremacist, at least say how horrified you were by how this campaign was amplified and celebrated by unrepentant racists who believe in eugenics, he wrote. And they say at least recognize the harm in the harm your genes campaign has caused Black folk. The undertone of the campaign is that your genetics are superior to others. The play on words is clear as day, and racists loved it. Absolutely. And for you to sort of sit up here and try to act all like, I'm like, I don't know what they're talking about. I mean, I was just so overwhelmed and just it was strange that this is how people are. As I says, you are not on a set. You're not acting. Stop acting. It's like as Tina told her mother, uh, Joan Crawford, stop acting for me. You don't need to act. It's like be real for once. So presuming you didn't know when you shot it, you certainly do now, and it matters. This ain't it. Amy, who played free-spirited optimist Chelsea in series 3 of White Lotus, quickly commented on Misan's post with a green nauseated face emoji. It seems like a lot of women in Hollywood do not like her. Her reaction attracted over 1,000 likes in less than an hour and replies from fans applauding her stance, saying, "You're a real one, Amy Lou Wood," with another added, "Clock it, sis." Others filled the replies with heart and applause emojis, hailing the British actress for speaking out. Now, Mison, who's 47, is one of Britain's most respected photographers and filmmakers. He became the first Black man to shoot a British Vogue cover, and his portraits of Prince Harry and Meghan Markle, including their 2021 pregnancy announcement photo, became among the most shared royal images of all time. So the Nigerian-born creator was also known for his activism and powerful documentation of Black Lives Matter protests in London. He has previously criticized that Trump person rhetoric on race and has been outspoken advocate for diversity and representation within the creative industries. And um, yeah, but she's all because to say what exactly what she said. All she said was, "I did a jeans ad." But the reaction definitely was a surprise. But I love jeans. All I wear are jeans. I'm literally in jeans and a t-shirt every day of my life, and didn't even acknowledge the backlash. It's like I'm giving you a moment to clean up whatever. And when she was pressed, but she wouldn't do it. Now, when pressed about Donald Trump calling the ad fantastic, she stayed poised, seemingly sidestepping the leading question and simply noting she was surprised by all the attention while staying focused on her work, saying it was surreal. It's not that I didn't have that feeling, but I wasn't thinking of it like that or like of any of it. I just kind of put my phone away. I was filming Euphoria every day. Girl, just because you put your phone away while you was filming don't necessarily mean you don't pop on your phone and read what the people are saying. So I hate when these actors are, oh, I don't know what's happening. I'm just been so engulfed in work. Yeah, 14 to 16 hours. And in between you sitting in your trailer waiting to be called out for action and cut. I've been on enough sets. I know how the shit works. So clearly you are aware of the backlash and everything. And all you had to do was acknowledge, like, I am aware that this is how people took it. This wasn't the intent of what I wanted to do when I was putting the ad together. I didn't know that it was going to be this type of backlash. And if people took it that way, I sincerely apologize, but that wasn't my intent. She could have said something like that, but instead she brushes it off. And it's always because people like her, clear people like her, they want to be oppressed in certain situations so bad but they don't understand what it really feels like to be oppressed or to have empathy for people who are oppressed because she just walks through life being white. I mean, you would understand because you're a woman. You've been oppressed as a woman walking around the world. But I guess when you're blonde hair, blue eyes, you look like the golden standard. I was gonna say golden retriever, the golden standard of what a woman, the ideal woman, looks like in the mainstream. Of course, you're not gonna be affected or bothered by it. So, whereas we have somebody like Zendaya, who is a mixed race, who yes can navigate through the world a lot easier than a dark skinned woman, but still, um, she I'm sure has to deal with a lot of different atrocities of being a biracial woman in the world. So I wasn't expecting much from Sydney Sweeney. Actually having any kind of moral decorum. And I just feel like you need a better team. You need better publicists. You need somebody who really needs to show you how you can navigate through the world in these type of like whenever controversy hits, how you address it, especially in this day and age. The old way that things used to be done regarding, oh, you would just ignore it and it'll go away. No, it saunters. It just festers and people don't well people do forget for the most part because we have memories of a gnat, but I just think like the more that builds up about her and the more that Sydney shows, like I just think that a lot of people just don't the more she starts to show us out of her personality, the more she's disliked, and I don't know how she's gonna get around it, but I do feel at this point you are not box office material. You can't open a movie, nobody cares to want to see your product. Maybe you just need to go back to being like a supporting character in a film because like Fetch, they keep trying to make Sydney Sweeney happen, and the people have spoken, and they like, oh no, bitch, we don't see it for her, or we don't see her, Helen Keller. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding Sydney Sweeney and all this stuff regarding, all the controversies with the Gene ad, and do you believe the rumors that Zendaya ain't here for her and all this other stuff? So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Speaking of which, we got a lot of comments. I went way too far. Jesus. Like you said, I saw that one of Chapel's team members were warning paparazzi to be nice to her when she. Whatever. I'm so over Chaperone. You said I thought you was talking about Normani. Speaking of which, did y'all hear Chloe? Was it Chloe or Halle? One of them dropped the recent album. That album flopped. I don't know who sold worse. I mean, who sold worse um albums, her or Offset? Because they both not having a great week in regards to sales. I think it was like 4,000 she sold, and I think Offset sold less than that. A whole new world, a new fan. hmm And so they can K-word Cassie, and this problem will be. Can you imagine they actually do unalive her? I wasn't excited to see Rosalia on this new season of Euphoria, but I definitely am now after Lux. Keep forgetting that she was going to be on that show, and it'd be interesting to see um what her character entails, especially because remember she used to date Hunter Schafer back in the day. I said, let me find out Rosalia's fluid. I didn't even finish reading the headline and I'm Jennifer. Kim K. It's our first saw Ruby Rose on Orange is the New Black. That was the best part that she had. And that's when all them girls' vaginas started, all that juice in their coochie was puckering, bubbling, because Miss Ruby Rose was on there. And the girls was feeling confused. I'm like, what am I looking at? Why is this lady so fine? Why is she so handsome looking? Because she got a lot of masculine features. She looked like a handsome twink. Kim Petras is supposed to drop her third debut album this month, Detour, but she hasn't announced anything yet. Well, she better hurry up. It's already the 13th. Yeah, the Batgirl was terrible. And she's done a lot of straight to Hulu movies because that's where a lot of them action movies be popping up on Hulu. I would say straight to DVD or straight to streaming, but these days now they just be on, your regular television. I've never been a real Sarah Jessica Parker fan. She don't get no big movie offers no more. I did see something earlier that she was hold on. I gotta eat a cough drop. If I'm gonna be smacking during the show, I apologize, but y'all know I still got this nasty cough. Um but yeah, Sarah Jessica Parker's career never been popping like that. It was like Sex and the City did what it did for her, but as far as like a career, she never really had one. And Matthew Broderick, he was like the king of Broadway for a moment, and then he just stopped. But I guess with all the money they got with him on Broadway and her with Sex and the City, and then just like that and all the other stuff, she don't need to work. She's like New York royalty, kind of like Kelly Ripa and them, and her husband, and who's the other one? Andy Cohen, who I know they're doing BravoCon this week, right? But I think she's supposed to get some type of award or something. I was reading up on it. I didn't care enough to memorize what it was. Wait, somebody supposed to be making another Hocus Pocus. Do we need it though? I mean, look, if y'all do, bring back Omri Cox and Thora Birch, because they were the best parts of the movie back in the day. Thanks. That was the last one. I love the original movie. You know what I ended up buying yesterday? Because I was in the movie. I was like, "Ooh, it's $5. Let me get it." I bought the original Home Alone movie. I told you I used to love that damn film. I watched Brooks' documentary on Hulu. I never seen that. Speaking of Hulu, have you watched that Murdoch series? I want to catch it. I want to check it out, but like I said, I've been so engulfed in so many things. Look, I didn't even watch. There's a lot of things I had to catch up on. But yeah, I definitely want to check that. I heard it's good. Millie Bobby Brown, you know her and her husband. They already have a kid. They already adopted a baby. Are you talking about they trying to adopt the second one? I'm assuming. Oh please. Well, he needs him. First of all he do is just I can't with him. Not to bring her up again. But Sabrina does the same tactics that Sydney Sweeney does. But when Sabrina does it, it appeals to the female gaze, while Sydney goes out of her way to appeal to the male gaze. And yeah, because I don't think like a lot of men be looking at um Sabrina the way that they look at Sydney Sweeney. And she does like this cutesy little girly girl type thing, where Sydney definitely gives off like the fuck me eyes and that sort of thing. So I definitely feel like she gives that. Hold on. Because I said with this segment, I had to spit out the damn. I didn't want to do that. Spit out the quad drop because I didn't want to be smacking while I'm getting to this next topic. When the American Eagle ad backfired on her, people don't want to be told they have bad genes. Well, is she a bottle blonde? Because I was wondering that. I'm like, her and Sabrina, they get their hair bleached. And I was looking at her, I was like, Miss Mamas, you got extensions in your hair. I like a girl with extensions in her hair. Bamboo earrings, at least 2 pair. But they ain't her. Shout out to LL Cool J. He want him a round-the-way girl. He don't want a Sydney Sweeney. He want a girl that's standing at the bus stop sucking on a lollipop. Why am I thinking about that song all of a sudden? Anyway, let's move on. Because child, we gotta get a little serious. We got a little not XM. We gotta get a little political too. Let's get political, political. I wanna get political. Let's get political. And let's talk about The View. Because I was not expecting this on my bingo card. This made me actually sit and want to watch the show again. Shout out to Joy Behar, because also she been off the show for the past couple of days. I think she had a foot injury. But yeah, she been off all week. I don't know what we'll be gonna do because normally she take Fridays off unless they're gonna pre-record today and then it'll be for Friday's show. But Joy been out because Joy is the second moderator, and quiet as it's kept, I don't see them other women up there being a good moderator. Sunny, I like you, but you ain't a good moderator. Sarah's a fucking idiot. Um, I like Anna, but no. And Alyssa is just hopeless and pathetic. So I don't see none of them other women that could be able to moderate the show like Joy. Joy brings a lot of humor and stuff to it, so I can't say it. And Whoopi is just Whoopi. So anyway, so y'all already heard about the whole thing about the Democrats, 8 Senate Democrats pretty much giving in, a bunch of damn dinos. Some of them is retiring, some of them are actually up for re-election in 2028. There's some also up for in 2030. But remember, we need to keep the foot on their necks of the one for 2028 and the 2030s because they're expecting all of this now. Y'all gonna forget that they're going to be up for re-election around that time. But no, we need to constantly have to. I'm gonna try to make it my mission, and hopefully others will as well, to keep you guys abreast of these people that went and voted for this whole situation. And I got a ton of receipts, so let's get into it. I don't know if y'all saw the episode of The View during Hot Topics talking about, excuse me, the whole situation regarding the government shutdown and the way they voted and all the other stuff. So I want to play y'all that clip and we'll come back and we will talk. And then also I want to play y'all the John Fetterman stuff too. Hold on, because I gotta see where is it. I got so many clips up in here that I thought I would have ready yet. Wait, hold on, because I gotta change the speed on this. I don't want them coming after me. So we're gonna play.
The biggest sticking point in the longest U.S. government shutdown has been Democrats demanding that Republicans negotiate to extend health care subsidies that are about to expire. But last night, 8 Senate Democrats threw in the towel by siding with the GOP to advance a vote that could lead to the government reopening. And they tried to explain themselves to their unhappy colleagues. Take a look.
I understand that not all of my Democratic colleagues are satisfied with this agreement. But waiting another week or another month wouldn't deliver a better outcome.
This agreement tonight is a win for the American people. There was zero chance of dealing with the ACA issue as long as the shutdown continued. Now, I don't know, 50-50, but there's a lot better chance now than there was this morning.
This was a very, very bad vote. And what the election showed is that the American people want us to stand up to Trumpism, to his war against working class people, to his authoritarianism. That is what the American people wanted, but tonight, that is not what happened.
So, I mean, 50-50 chance of negotiating health care subsidies. I just remember all of the people who are coming in and hoping that people would vote them in and say, yes, you can be this person, or you can be a judge, or you can be this. And they all said, no, we're not going to mess with anything. No, we're going to leave everything as it was. I have no faith that they're going to negotiate and come back to the table. And I'm glad that folks, maybe, because again, we have seen, you say this is going to happen and then it doesn't happen. Right. So surprise me and show me that this is really, that people are going to get their money, that people are going to get the money that they are entitled to. It's not a gift. Right. They're entitled to this money during when there's a shutdown. You're entitled to that money.
Yeah.
So this idea that they're giving in and giving this as a gift, it's not a gift. No. I don't understand. So is he right that Americans wanted Democrats to keep fighting? This would. And, people will get rehired, supposedly, federal workers, and reinstate SNAP benefits, but a 50-50 chance of extending the subsidies, I don't believe it.
So I've been saying from the outset, I don't think anyone wins in a government shutdown, and I welcome this deal. And let me tell you why. So the fight over extending the Obamacare subsidies is about addressing 22 million Americans who are going to see their healthcare premiums skyrocket. I believe that's important. I'm with Marjorie Taylor Greene. I'm with Mike Lawler and a number of Republicans who believe we have to extend those for at least a year. However, in the interim, while the government remains shut down, 42 million people are losing SNAP benefits ahead of the holidays. So to me, we've got to hold out for those 22 million whose premiums are going to go up, but deny these people SNAP benefits in the meantime. That math doesn't math for me.
Here's the thing, because I'm going to have to be cutting in between. Alyssa has no idea what the hell she's talking about. She's talking about that with the cutting of the SNAP or healthcare, they're going to get the healthcare regardless. We were on the right path in regards of holding the line and making sure that if we can get all this other stuff to come out, it was going to look bad on the Republicans. So that way, people would be able to eventually get their benefits. Do you want people to either figure out food insecurity and where their next meal is coming from, or do you want to gut people's health care where it's going to be 10 times worse, where people are going to, within the year, are going to be seeing their premiums skyrocket? I already know friends who were talking about that they were getting messages talking about that their premiums are going to be going up. So you're going from paying $100 something a month to 500, or what is it, like hundreds of thousands of dollars, or $2,500 or $1,200. Like, who wants to be who can let me be able to afford that? And on another hand, we should not be having food insecurity in the United States. Everyone should have the right, just like we should have universal health care. Everyone should have the right to not be starving or figuring out how with the type of jobs that they have, that they're not making enough money to make ends meet and to make to be able to feed their families or whatever. Even like if you work at Walmart or whatever, you can get food like SNAP benefits to be able to get like processed food or whatever, because they don't have like real food and shit there. But here's the funny thing: we can go and give universal health care to Israel with our money. We can go and you see our allies. Well, not really. They're not really our allies because this idiot fucking president burned that bridge. Canada, they have universal health care. Like I was reading a story where one guy said that his father has been sick and because they have universal health care, everything has been taken care of. The only issue that he had was like trying to figure out how like paying the money, whatever, to get, I guess, to his appointments. But other than that, all their medical expenses are taken care of. Why is it that our own country, where we're supposed to be the richest country in the world, according to these politicians that sell you this American dream, why is it that we're out here struggling to keep our head above water? We don't have healthcare, good healthcare, and they're trying to gut Obamacare, which wasn't that great to begin with. Obamacare, Affordable Care Act, same shit, different toilet. But she's up here trying to sell you this bullshit. And it just goes to show that because, she did work with Trump on his first term, she doesn't know what the hell she's talking about. So, how does this help people? And then, of course, here's another thing I've noticed. And this is why I think has bothered me about the people of The View. You get your talking points and stuff from the people that work on the show. These producers or the hires up tell y'all, spoon feed y'all mess in your mouth. None of y'all can relate to the average American and what they have, their struggles and what they're going through. These are all millionaires that work on this show. So we already know that y'all have an agenda. You have the gods that y'all worship. You're all for corporate interests. So you can't really relate to what the rest of us, John Q. Public, has to deal with. And we'll be going around saying that, oh, they have to give us our money. Well, I think it's kind of shown that with this past administration, within the 9-10 months that they've been in office, they don't have to do whatever is required of them. Consequences be damned. They've been doing whatever the fuck they want. So you really up in here thinking that the world is what it was back then. She is like these centrist Democrats, these corporate centrist Democrats, where y'all sit and think, well, they have to follow the law. They have to do this. They have to give us our money. Who said? Trump ain't did not one thing for anybody in this past 9-10 months that he's been president that are the interests of the people. He has been cucking to his corporate donors, the billionaires and the billionaires and these corporate oligarchs, these rich oligarchs like the Jeff Bezos and all of them. He's been cucking to them, inviting a former Al-Qaeda guy who's now the president into the White House. He's letting terrorists come into the White House. This is what this man's doing. But y'all not going to talk about that. So Alyssa don't know what the hell she's talking about. But anyway, let's get back to her foolishness so we can get on to the next
I think
thing.
people, adults, need to get to the table and need to be willing to negotiate. And here's the other factor that wasn't mentioned here. Donald Trump has been pushing Leader Thune to nuke the filibuster, which would allow Republicans to reopen the government without needing a single Democratic vote to do.
They can nuke the filibuster. First of all, that's one of the reasons why Chuck Schumer did what he did, is because he's afraid of nuking the filibuster. He's a status quo centrist Democrat. He is for the establishment. So they could let them nuke the fucking thing. I don't care. And talking about grown people come to the table. Well, when is that gonna happen? Because last I checked, nobody on the Republican side are adults. Y'all keep trying to push this, and sis, you a Republican, so I don't even know why you're trying to play this damn game of, well, we need to reach across the aisle. That doesn't work anymore. It's shown that it hasn't worked. So I don't understand why you think that there has to be adults that come to the table to reach across the aisle to get deals done. Trump don't know about how to make a fucking deal. He pretended to write the book called The Art of the Deal. So if you're not going to have somebody who's going to come in and actually reach across the aisle and try to bring a deal when his sole goal is to own the libs, to destroy democracy, to not give, like, to stick it to the Democrats, who he calls all kinds of fascist evil words, disgusting words. You're expecting people to reach across the aisle and get deals done? That's not what they're doing. And you continue to feed this narrative It's tired, it's outdated, and it's old, and it's late.
Do so. Leader Thune didn't do that. He actually worked with a number of Democrats to come to this conclusion, which does get Dem some win, reversing those layoffs, as you mentioned, extending SNAP and WIC benefits through the end of 2026, also ensuring that the military and Veterans Affairs get paid, and guaranteeing this vote on Obamacare subsidies, which we'll see. But that is a much better deal than what could have happened if it was not reopened. And finally, Democrats are going to look like losers if they're just attacking each other in this. For some reason, Marjorie Taylor Greene was better at messaging the stakes of this shutdown, it feels like, than a lot of Democrats were. You have to give people the benefits they are entitled to under SNAP. You have to address the underlying issues of the crisis of healthcare in this country, but get government back working. No one can get anywhere. Flights aren't flying. The holidays are coming.
Yeah.
This is a welcome decision in my mind.
First of all, who cares about the holidays? And I feel like that's why they should have did what they did, because that would have really pissed people off. You should have let it extend beyond Thanksgiving and Christmas and stuff, so that way these people could really get mad at the Republican Party, especially when you got that idiot that used to be on The Real World running the Department of Transportation, and people are quitting because they're not getting paid. They're being overworked. They're not getting there. So how is it that they don't get paid, but politicians, these senators, and I got the information on that coming up too. How they getting paid? Y'all should not be getting a payment. That needs to be a law that needs to be put in place, that if we're gonna have government shutdowns, y'all should not get y'all money. Y'all should not be out here getting paid while average Americans who work for the federal government are suffering. How is it that they have to go without a paycheck or whatever for damn near it was over 40 plus days, right? So that's over a month of not getting any kind of pay, no money. They can't pay their rent. They can't buy groceries. They can't do any of the things that they need to do to be able to survive and thrive in this world. And you're cutting off, but you politicians get to go home and lay on your little silk sheets or whatever the case is and still get a paycheck? Oh, hell no. That shouldn't be allowed. But yet again, Alyssa don't know what the hell she's talking about because she can't relate. And you up in here worrying about flights. We got planes falling out of the sky. We got enough people that don't even know how to make sure planes is getting taken off correctly, because you have a lot of idiots that don't know the job that are getting the jobs, and y'all got the nerve to talk about fucking DEI. Get off my line with that mess. But with the real DEI is these idiots who are getting qualified for jobs or getting jobs that they're not qualified for. The Dr. Oz's with the position he got, that dumb idiot that sounded like he got a scrub bud stuck in his throat, RFK Jr. You got the idiot, like I said, from Pete Hegseth, who drank more than he worked. Then you got dumbass Moses Mike, that closet case with them 4 fucking eyes he got. There's so many people in here who don't know what the hell they doing and got jobs, but they're all about the loyalty instead of the work. But anyway, let me get through this clip, because I know I keep cutting off, but I was like, if I don't, I'm gonna forget my train of thought. Let's continue.
Okay.
Look, let's be clear. The Republicans run the House. The Republicans run the Senate. The Republicans run the White House. The Republicans run the Supreme Court, as far as I'm concerned. This was a choice by Republicans to cut SNAP benefits. This was a choice by Republicans to cut ACA subsidies. This was a choice by the Republicans to gut the federal government and federal employment. Democrats had nothing to do with it. I want an opposition party. I think the Democrats caved. I think the Democrats let down the American people. And like you, Whoopi, I have absolutely no faith that the Republican Party will come to the negotiating table in good faith. You know, you do something like this, shame on you the first time. You do it twice, 3 times, 4 times, shame on me. Shame on the Democrats for even believing that the Republicans will, even vote on it. There's no guarantee in this New Deal that there's going to be a vote. There's no even commitment to have a vote. So the bottom line is the Democrats went into this after a blue wave out of the American people saying, we do want the opposition. The working people want the Democratic Party to fight for them. And now they just caved and surrendered. I think Chuck Schumer, his days are over. If he cannot keep his caucus together, he needs to go. He needs to be replaced.
I completely disagree with you, Sonny, for this reason. What you rather.
Of course you do, bitch. Fuck you. I don't like Sarah. I just think she's a shill for. She says she's independent, but to me, she comes across very much as a kind of like John Fetterman, who says he's a Democrat, but he's a dino. I think ever since that stroke, he's been more leaning into GOP, MAGA, Republican ideologies, kind of like similar to Kristen Cinema and oh my God, who was the other guy? Joe Manchin. He gives me a lot of that. And speaking of John Fetterman, because we were talking about him, I was like, I don't give a fuck what Sarah has to say. Sarah's been getting on my goddamn nerves lately, so I don't see her. So we're gonna move on. And then Anna said some stuff too, but sorry, girl, you got to take you got to have to take the brunt of the situation because we got to move on to another situation. I guess I had to close this out and then bring up the next one. So we have the video of Sonny Hostin basically talking to John Fetterman. I was like, where is that video? Oh, I got it. So yeah, let me set this up. They criticize, as y'all know, they criticize the actions of 8 Democrats who sided with the Republican officials. I remember when Whoopi announced that Fetterman was coming on the show, oh, the booze, you could have cut the shade throughout that damn room. They was like, oh no, we don't see it for this old lurch looking motherfucker, and he do look like Lurch because I think he was via satellite, but then he also came on the show because, like Kevin Federline, he's promoting a book. Problem is, I don't know if people care enough about this tight ass book. That book about to do as well as Kevin Federline's book. But if y'all want to go out and buy it, I want to take this out so y'all can see the full situation. So yeah, Sonny this is why I want to show y'all this clip because I don't care about what the other bros got to say. Sonny went in and let his ass have it. But to me, and there's another thing that's irritating me about this show. Can y'all stop like Fetch trying to make Marjorie Taylor Greene happen? I don't trust that lady as far as I can throw her. I understand like it seemed like this is a little game that these producers and everything likes to pull and y'all trying to normalize and humanize Marjorie. That bitch is a grifter. I don't trust her. And so y'all not gonna sit up in here and y'all can make her a thing over on y'all show, but I'm just gonna call it out for what it is. So we have the clip of Miss Mamas. We're gonna go in and I'm gonna play it. Hold on a second. Okay, we got it.
Poll after poll found more Americans on both sides of the aisle blaming Republicans. Even Marjorie Taylor Greene blamed the GOP. As you mentioned, Democrats had big wins last week, so you had momentum. Why give in now? Why bring a butter knife to a gunfight? Are you willing to gamble that the GOP will negotiate on health care in good faith once the government reopens? Because if that gamble is wrong, 500,000 Pennsylvanians that you represent, their health care costs will skyrocket if you are wrong. And I believe you are wrong.
Well, first of all, MTG is quite literally the last person in America that I'm going to take advice or to get their kinds of my leadership and values from. And now if Democrats are celebrating crazy pants like that, then that's on them. And now I don't need a lecture. I don't need a lecture from whether it's Bernie or the governor in California, because they are representing very deep blue kinds of populations. And a lot of those things were part of the extreme. And now remember, what really needs to win, the big win, is involving my state and other states and those things. And why have we arrived here after the election a year ago? We got to forget some of the things that cost us that election. Or now, for me, it's like, that's why I'm trying to remind people that kinds of the extremism, we can't return to those kind of things and realize we need to find a way forward. And I would like to, rather than cite MTG, I'm going to cite one of the new governor-elects saying that my election is not a green light to continue the shutdown, because I promise you, this isn't a political game. It is viewed by many of us, but the reality is 42 million Americans now not sure where their next meal is going to come from. And because we vote like that, or people that haven't been paid for 5 weeks now, and that kinds of chaos.
Poll.
Okay. Did you understand a fucking word what that man said? Now, y'all know that there's people out here that be out here talking about word salad. That was a bunch of gibberish. I don't understand a word he said at all. Talking about extremism from Democrats. I'm like, what? What side are you on? Aren't you a Democrat, sir? So when you up in here saying extremism of Democrats' extreme side or whatever it was, like when he was talking about Bernie Sanders is a Democratic socialist, similar to Zohran Mamdani, which you already know, like the people like Chuck Schumer refused to endorse. And we're going to get into why all that plays out in a second. But, you know, what I will say about all of this, I'm just glad that Sonny called out Lurch for being a damn dino, which basically means Democrat in name only, if you don't know what dino means, which is similar to like Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema, people who act like Democrats on paper, but then they always vote with the Republicans. And I never felt that he stood for defending Democratic ideologies. And you know, even though that's the platform he had ran on to win his Senate seat. So good on Sonny for holding his feet to the fire while the other ladies up in there sitting just pandering with the bullshit. But there was another video that I came across because, well, the people in the comments, they was like, vote him out. That's what Billy Porter said. Shout out to him. Another person said, get rid of him, vote him out, PA. Another person said he made no sense. Absolutely. I didn't understand what the hell he was talking about. And I think it's because of that goddamn stroke that fucked up his brain. And now literally you're looking at basically the housemaid from the Addams family out here spewing a bunch of damn nothing. That's why I call him Lurch, because you literally look like him. Now, they said, number one, he didn't address the healthcare issue at all. Number two, he really sounds like he doesn't know what's going on. He sounds like the guy at the end of the bar spouting gibberish, talking to no one. Absolutely. If I couldn't have said that better myself, he's a complete sellout. I wish he would resign already. He's always been a sellout. I don't know why y'all are just now catching on. We've been saying this. And funny enough, The View, it's good that y'all came to y'all senses, but I feel like the only reason why y'all came to y'all senses is because the higher ups told y'all that it's okay for y'all to say all of this. But I'm not letting my foot entirely off y'all neck, because once upon a time, y'all literally had him in the conversation talking about that he was going to be, he'd be a great 2028 president. Why? Because he looks slow and he wears a fucking hoodie. Like, there's nothing revolutionary about a politician wearing a damn hoodie. Oh, he's edgy because he wears a hoodie and he doesn't, you know, he just looks like your sloppy uncle that literally, like they were saying, who's at the bar, had a couple of drinks and speaks slurred English. That's literally what he gives. There's nothing revolutionary or edgy about a man who's supposed to be a politician. He should at least look like one. But y'all praised all of that because of his disability and everything, but then come down to it, now we see that he ain't nothing but a damn shill and a sellout. So there was this other clip that I came across where they were talking about like Schumer, basically with this recent situation, he's the most unpopular Democrat amongst the party, and they want his ass out. So shout out to Ro Connor for basically calling him out. So yeah, it was saying like forecaster Ensign, who you know he's from CNN. He always does the polls. They say polls show Schumer is officially the most unpopular Dem Senate leader with his own party on record. Most Democrats think Dems in Congress do too little to oppose Trump. Well, because they align themselves with him. It's almost like how we have this whole blue wave, and then like less than like not even a week later, you go and vote with them. Like, what? To me, it all looked like this was part of the plan from the beginning. But let me play this clip, and then we'll come back and we'll talk. I told you it was going to be clip heavy. Please hold.
What about Democrats nationwide feeling about Chuck Schumer? I think the word of the day is terrible, 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 terrible. To quote another Charles Barkley when it comes to Chuck Schumer. Look at this. Least popular Dem Senate leader ever. I looked at all of the polls going all the way back since 1985. The one who has the lowest rating among Democrats is, in fact, Chuck Schumer. Look at this. He's underwater with Democrats. His own party, he's underwater. He's at -4 points. That makes him the least popular guy for a Dem Senate leader going all the way back since the mid-1980s at least.
Do you have a sense of why?
Why? It's because Democrats, they want a fighter. They want a fighter. That's why. Take a look here. Democrats, Dems in Congress do too little to oppose Trump. During the first term, it was just 46% in 2017. That's the percentage of Democrats who said that the Dems in Congress are doing too little to oppose Donald Trump. Look at where we are now. 69%. That is an increase of, get this, 23 points. The super duper majority of Democrats believe that the Democrats in Congress are not doing enough to oppose Donald Trump. And that, of course, is a big, huge criticism of Chuck Schumer. And that is why he is underwater.
I knew you were going to do the dip. All right.
I always do the dip. I need my exercise in the morning.
There has been talks of a challenge to
Baby dip.
Schumer What are you saying on that front? Who looks like they're in place to do it?
Okay, so you see this opening slide here, and you see, of course, that Chuck Schumer is underwater with Democrats nationally. But of course, the ultimate way to get Chuck Schumer out of office is to beat him in New York State. So how do New York State Democrats feel about Chuck Schumer? And take a look here, the net favorable among New York Democrats. Chuck Schumer is above water with the Democrats in his home state, but just by 16 points. Look at Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez running way ahead. If she decides to challenge Chuck Schumer and come 2028, she's got a real leg up on the competition. I dare say at this point she would be the favorite to beat him, which would be something that would just blow my mind, even just a few years ago, given that Chuck Schumer, of course, is a New York born and bred type of guy.
Yeah,
He's a New York born and bred type of guy who's been doing this for half a century and is pretty much a shill for his corporate donors. And so at this point, I do agree it is time to push him out. But if you put somebody like a Schumer out, you don't want to put somebody in there that's going to continue to do the same thing over and over and over, and you guys are expecting the same result, because that's all you're going to get. You can't just have somebody that, oh, he needs to go, but then you get somebody else in there and they're going to do the same shit. So it might be a good idea if we can get an AOC in there. It seems like she has gotten a lot popular with people. People are starting to like her again. Yes, she's done some things in the past that's kind of made me side-eye her, but it seems like she's kind of course corrected. She's on the right track from what I'm seeing. Because I know there's some people I know who are independents that like to still hold old shit over people's heads. But I always say, like, it's not what you say, it's what you don't say. And I always follow people's actions. And so far, it seems like AOC is on the right track, and she's trying to course correct from some of the stuff she did back in the day when she kind of tried to deter herself from the squad. So I do like this idea of her getting there. I just hope that if she does decide to primary Schumer and dethrone him off that Senate seat, that she would get in there and actually be for us and not carry on, like, on the surface, be like, oh yeah, I'm trying to change and do those other things, but you're gonna come in and pretty much do the same thing. So I'm hoping that so far she seems like a great choice. Now, that ain't the only thing that I had came across with this situation. There was another post that I had seen that was from, hold on, because I gotta close all these other windows. I be having too many things open. So there was this tweet that I had saw. Let me pull this up for y'all. I told you this show was receipt heavy. Well, they were somehow, you want to know why they did the whole situation about the whole airline situation, the Democrats, and why they ended the shutdown? Because the airline people put money. They're part of the pack of the Democrat side. So they said airlines, shout out to David Sirota for this tweet. They said airlines whose profits were threatened by Trump's flight reductions funneled huge cash to the Senate Democrats who voted to help the GOP end the shutdown without preventing huge cuts to Americans' healthcare. So my thing is, you did all of this for what? And you have nothing to show for it. All for what? A pinky swear and hoping and praying that they actually follow the rules and really give us something that, oh, well, they said they're going to do down the line. What makes you think they're going to follow it? They have never followed the law since they've gotten back, since Trump's second term. So you're expecting something different? Oh, they're going to follow the rules this time. They've never followed the rules. And to me, it's just like, the mentality of these people, the fact that I feel like they get off on losing. And when people say, like, they don't have a fight, they don't have any energy, they don't have this, they don't have that, I'm tired of Hakeem and them crooked ass teeth saying that shit. The reality is they're complicit in all of this. And they just want to continue to give these people whatever the hell they want because they too benefit from it. Or they're hoping down the line that they can also continue to benefit. And as long as they are cut to their corporate donors, this shit is going to keep happening and we're going to keep getting screwed, in the long run. And that's what's happening. And I'm so glad that people are starting to catch on. But now I got this other clip. And shout out to, speaking of AOC, I came across this clip. Shout out to EJ and DJ because they sent me this in the group chat earlier. I was like, "Ooh, I'm bringing this on the show." So yeah, so now 8 senators, this is what they were saying, is like giving themselves over $1 million each while robbing Americans of food assistance and health care. Now, how is this even on the floor? How can Congress enrich itself by stealing from the American people? And this is the truth, basically, of the shutdown. Well, we lose care while senators cash out. And this is what's been going on. These politicians are cashing out over our I was going to say over our dead bodies, but that's literally what it's going to be. We're going to end up having to pay the price while they cash out and they make money. All because this is what certain political figures have allowed. that everybody can come up in here and get their piece of the pie and rob the treasury. Let's play the clip. Shout out to AOC for this.
The lady from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
It is great. It is great that Democrats have a line of people who are willing to fight for working class Americans from coast to coast in this country. Because God forbid that we have a member of the Republican caucus who stands up and actually wants to extend the Affordable Care Act so that people with cancer, insulin, and issues across all sorts of healthcare issues across this country have their health insurance protected and extended throughout 2026. It is unconscionable that what we are debating right now is legislation that will give 8 members of the United States Senate over $1 million apiece. And we are robbing people of their food assistance and of their health care to pay for it. How is this even on the floor? How can we, as members of Congress, Republican or Democrat, vote to enrich ourselves by stealing from the American people? That is what this legislation does. In fact, Senator Graham just went before the press earlier today saying he was going to seek well over $1 million from the American people from this. We cannot support it, and we cannot stand for it. Thank you.
You said what she said, and what she said was not bullshit. Now, shout out to her because, you know, there was some like the payouts and everything they was getting. I got this final clip, and then we can move on. Shout out to Sawyer Hackett, who is a political strategist. He broke it down in like, how long was this video? 1 minute and 25 in regards of what was hidden in the shutdown deal that people are not aware of. So he said they got 500,000 payouts for senators who basically tried to overturn the election. So we're going to play this clip, this final clip, and then we're going to come back and talk. Please hold.
The deal to end the shutdown just paved the way for 8 Republican senators to get paid $500,000 each for helping Trump try to overthrow the government. Yesterday, the Senate passed a bill to reopen the government after 8 Democrats made a shitty deal with Republicans, and people are pissed at them and at Chuck Schumer. But we just got one more reason to be angry. Because tucked away in the legislation to fund the government was a little provision slipped in by Majority Leader John Thune with Schumer's blessing. Basically, it gives senators the ability to sue for up to $500,000 if federal investigators seize their phone records without notifying them, which is exactly what happened in 2020, when Special Counsel Jack Smith subpoenaed phone records for 8 Republican senators who were working with Trump to overturn the 2020 election on January 6th. But here's the thing. They wrote the provision to be retroactive, meaning those same senators who colluded with Trump can now cash in for $500,000 each. And just to be clear, these senators weren't wiretapped. Investigators simply looked at their call logs to see who Trump and his allies were coordinating with to block the certification of the election, which Trump would have been convicted for if he wasn't reelected. So now, those senators, which include Lindsey Graham, Josh Hawley, Ted Cruz, and others, want taxpayers to pay them $500,000 apiece for their role in an illegal scheme to overturn our elections, which, by the way, is exactly what Trump is doing by forcing his DOJ to pay him a $230 million settlement. Who knew insurrection could be so profitable? And to add insult to injury, Chuck Schumer knew about this. He negotiated the bill directly with John Thune. We need to get the word out about this, so share this video and follow me to stay in the loop.
So that's basically why I decided to share that video, because I was like, yes, everybody needs to be informed on this. And it also goes to show you that, like I said, Republican, Democrat, they are two sides of the same coin, worshiping the same God, and those gods are their super PACs and their donors. So that's what we are with this situation. And I don't know what's going to become of it. Like, how do people feel like we have a dog in this fight, in this situation? I don't know. But and that's why I find it funny when they decided to bring up this whole thing about the whole Democrats trying to clean up their act with the Jeffrey Epstein thing. So let's get into that. So yeah, we have this whole story that came out where it's like after the backlash of the Democrats, which there was this thing that came out, I think Zateo did an article on them and talked to some of the people within the White House and said that they're weak and they're pussies. Yes, they used the P word describing the Democratic Party as them constantly giving them whatever they want, how they roll over and bend the knee every time Trump wants something. Oh yeah, let's just fake it and pretend like we're going to do a little something for like a month or 5 weeks, if you want to call it that, because that's literally how it was, like 40 plus 42 days. And then we'll just show like, okay, we came to the negotiating table and we just got nothing in return. So we're just going to let you gut healthcare. And at the end of the day, it's all about appeasing our donors. When it's like, it clearly shows now that y'all don't care about the people, which I also found it funny that now people are saying that they're here for what was it? That they now they understand why people vote for a third party. Because they always try to tell you, oh, the third party is going to ruin the chances of the other sides. The only time the other sides come together is when the third party want to come in and infiltrate the situation, which we all know, like, it's how corrupt and how rigged our system is. The Republican side and the Democratic side of politics is broken. We definitely need a multitude of other parties that need to come in and make the changes. This is why I feel like with Zoran is on the right track in regards to what he's doing with going to be doing with New York. This is the beginning of the blue wave that's starting, and I would even go as far as to call it the blue tea party. Remember, at one point, Republicans were trying to do a tea party of their own during I think back in the day of like Mitt Romney and all that sort of thing. It didn't work out the way they wanted to. It manifested into MAGA, basically. But what we need now is our version of that, not with the hatred and the xenophobia and the homophobia and the anti whatever. We don't need the hate party. We just want a party that is going to go after these oligarchs that want to destroy and gut and like destroy us as human beings while they continue to raid the chests of, take all the money and leave us with nothing. So that's basically where we are with that. But yes, they decided to focus this whole situation on this whole Jeffrey Epstein situation. And what people need to realize is that don't let this be a distraction, because they're going to feel like with this being released, and yes, it was released by some Republicans, this is a little strategy in a game that they're playing, because they're like, oh, we gave y'all a little something. This ain't the files, though. These are emails that were released, not files. So I think people need to remember that as we go through this story. So sex offender Jeffrey Epstein referred to Donald Trump as the dog that has embarked and told his former companion Ghislaine Maxwell that an alleged victim had spent hours at my house with Trump, according to email correspondence released Wednesday by Democrats on the House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform. So the House Democrats shifted media attention back to the files on Wednesday with the release of a series of emails claiming Donald Trump had more knowledge of the convicted sex offender's conduct. In one of the emails released, Epstein wrote to Ghislaine Maxwell on April 7, 2011, saying, I want you to realize that dog has embarked as Trump. Victim spent hours in my house with him. He has never once been mentioned. Police chief, etc. I'm 75% there. Now, speaking of Ghislaine, do y'all know that bitch was allowed to have a dog in prison? How the hell you get a puppy? Since when y'all allowed animals of all things? I mean, quiet as it's kept, some people would say that they got animals in the prison, but how you let a literal animal in the prison? She's in a minimum facility. And she gets to have whatever she wants, and she's being pampered so that way she don't spill the tea, because it would look a little too suspicious. Y'all already made it look like during Trump's first term that Jeffrey Epstein unalived himself, which I do not believe he did. And now, if it happened to Ghislaine during his second term, then everybody gonna be looking like, okay, Molly was good. What's going on? Now we see through it. But we already been seeing through it. A lot of people believe the conspiracy theory that Jeffrey Epstein was taken out to be kept quiet. Now, I'm not saying he's a great man. He was a disgusting, deplorable human being, and Ghislaine is too. But so was the fat orange fuck in the White House. Now, in another email from January 31st, 2019, Epstein wrote to journalist Michael Wolff, victim Mar-a-Lago identifier. Trump said he asked me to resign over a member, never a member ever. Of course, he knew about the girls as he asked Ghislaine to stop. CNN and NBC gave extensive coverage of the email released this morning. Fox News, not so much. Well, of course. And it was somebody that was on the show. I can't remember her name, but she called out, what's that Republican guy name that always sit up there eating the shit out of his ass, the fat old man. That she asked him if they were gonna be covering the Epstein situation. And he was like, I think they cut it off where it was like, yeah, they wasn't getting around it. We already know where Fox News relies with that whole situation. I think it was Sean Hannity who it was that she asked. If I'm not mistaken, they all fat and old on that damn channel. The men, most of them. But Democrats appear to have timed the release to the pending swearing of a newly elected House member, Democrat Adelita Grijalva of Arizona. And here's the thing, this is what all this was about. The fact of the matter is they shut down. Mike Johnson was trying to prevent her from being sworn in, and she already won that seat, and they were trying to pull whatever stunt they could so that way they wouldn't be able to swear her in, so she wouldn't do the job, so she wouldn't release the Epstein files. All of this revolves around the Epstein files. This man is spooked and nervous and doesn't want the tea to really come out about how much of a deplorable human being he is. But the question remains is, with all of this, does the MAGA cult care? What is it going to take for y'all to finally fucking wake up and realize that this man is a horrible human being? He was never good at business. He was never a good real estate salesman. He's a horrible human being. I found it funny. He was even running around the White House about that was some real gold. Child, we already know that was some spray painted shit you got from Home Depot that you put all over that damn White House. That is not real gold. But in his mental, I think they need to check his ass for fuck Wendy Williams. They need to check him for some goddamn frontotemporal dementia and aphasia, because that mind bad. Clearly, when we watching them. Now, House Speaker Moses, Miss Mama's Mike Johnson, has declined to seat her while the White House has been out of session during the shutdown. But reps are scheduled to vote later today on a resolution to reopen the government. Now, and this was yesterday, by the way, when the story came out. Now, Representative Robert Garcia, who is a Democratic politician from California, the ranking member of the Oversight Committee, said in a statement, these latest emails and correspondence raising glaring questions about what else the White House is hiding and the nature of the relationship between Epstein and the president. Never in my lifetime have I seen how corrupt our damn government is. This is literally like crazy. You could probably make a whole series out of the mess that's coming out of this damn White House. And I'm sure long after this man is dead and gone, and these people are all in jail, hopefully the next people that come in hold their feet to the fire and arrest them, and don't pull no Obama shit. We don't look backwards, we look forward. I'm like, okay, now you're a part of the same situation with them too, because if you're not going to hold these people to the law, to follow the laws that our forefathers put in place, then you're just as corrupted and complicit as they are. They said Democrats want Republicans on the Oversight Committee released a statement saying Democrats whine about releasing the files, but they only cherry pick when they have to generate clickbait. Okay, whatever. The GOP said that the redacted name of the victim was Virginia Guffrey. Per CNN, she said in a 2016 deposition that she never saw or witnessed Donald Trump participate in those acts. But was he in the house with Jeffrey Epstein? I heard he has been, but I haven't seen him myself, so I don't know. Well, clearly, they must have gotten her ass. Now, White House Press Secretary Caroline Levitt, who I think her days is numbered, said in a statement, the Democrats selectively leaked emails to the liberal media. Bitch, it was to the media. It's just whoever decides to cover it. I hate when they always try to cherry pick certain words to fit their ridiculous narrative, but this is what they do. And she talking about a fake narrative. That's what y'all doing to smear President Trump. But isn't she married to a much older man? So I wouldn't be surprised if she's a victim. Levitt also said that the unnamed victim referenced in the emails is Virginia Guffrey, who repeatedly said he was not involved in any wrongdoing. Trump has acknowledged his relationship with Epstein, but said they fell out of favor. I'm not buying that. Just like I don't buy anything that comes from this man. The fact remains that President Trump kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of his club, when you learned a lot of your... I can't. He said he kicked him out of his club. It's like you act like you was like this big grandiose person that everybody wanted to be around. You always wanted to get in the club. And that's why I think he resents Hollywood, because he always wanted to be a part of that circle. And in certain situations, with Celebrity Apprentice, he was able to get a taste of it. But for the most part, everybody looked at him as a damn clown. So now some of the posts that I have, it's hard to kind of read what the emails say because it's so blurry, but they said the first email is direct correspondence between Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Excuse me. It says the information contained in... Oh, wait, hold on, because now Siri is all of a sudden answering when I didn't even say her name. The information contained in this communication is confidential, may be attorney-client privilege, may constitute inside information, and is intended only for the use of the addressee. It is the property of Jeffrey Epstein. Unauthorized use, disclosure, or copying of this communication may, or any part thereof, is strictly prohibited, blah, 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 so on and so forth. So, they went on to say, but wait, why is it blurred? Oh, it says, I want you to realize that that dog that hasn't barked is Trump. Victim spent hours at my house with him. He has never once been mentioned. Police chief, etc. I'm 75% there. Victim Mar-a-Lago, there's a black mark on the email. Trump said he asked me to resign. Never a member ever. Of course, he knew about the girls as he asked Ghislaine to stop. Then there was, I think you should let him hang himself. This is what Michael Wolff, it says from Michael Wolff, and this is 12/16/2015 at 4:26 p.m. to Jeffrey Epstein. And it says subject heads up. Importance high. I think you should let him hang himself. If he says he hasn't been on the plane or to the house, then that gives you a valuable PR and political currency. You can hang him in a way that potentially generates a positive benefit for you, or if it really looks like he could win, you could save him generating a debt. Of course, it is possible that when assholes say Jeffrey is a great guy and hasn't gotten a raw deal and is a victim of political correctness, which is to be outlawed in a Trump regime. If we were able to craft an answer for him, what do you think it should be? And this was on Tuesday, December 15th at 2015. And then they said, I hear CNN planning to ask Trump tonight about his relationship with you, either on air or in scrum afterwards. So this is them giving heads up to what the media is going to be asking and stuff. Over his pending appearance on CNN. Now, Wolf replied, I think you should I did read that part. You should let him hang himself. The White House, basically, they released a lengthy list of articles calling the question of Wolf's accuracy and credibility. But it always seemed like that Michael Wolff has always been keeping his foot on his neck in regard to this whole Epstein situation. But to wrap all this up, I did come across this other clip from Sawyer Hackett. Shout out to him. I'm going to reference him a lot on this show. He basically broke down exactly where the Epstein scandal stands and where it goes from here. So I want to play all that clip. Hold on as I bring it up. And we will come back and talk. Please do.
This is the biggest political scandal in modern presidential history. Full stop. Right now, there's a flood of headlines about Jeffrey Epstein. So give me 2 minutes to break down exactly what we have, what we don't have, and where we go from here, because a lot of creators are getting this wrong. Yesterday, we received a bombshell batch of new emails where Epstein wrote that Trump, quote, knew about the girls, and that he spent hours with one of Epstein's victims at Epstein's house. But it's important to know that these are not the Epstein files. These specific emails were released by House Democrats, but they're part of a tranche of 20,000 plus pages of documents that were released from Epstein's estate. They were actually subpoenaed by House Republicans. And you're probably asking, why would Republicans release documents that could be damaging to Trump? It's because it's part of a strategy by Mike Johnson and House Republicans to avoid releasing the actual files from the Department of Justice. They believe, because they're not very smart, that by releasing the estate documents, they can say, see, we've already released it all, and argue that releasing the DOJ files would expose the victims. Total bullshit. This strategy was always going to fail, but it's gone even worse than they expected, because with what we already have, it's clear that 1, Trump and Epstein were closer friends than we knew. 2, Trump knew about Epstein's crimes, despite his denials. And 3, and probably most importantly, that Epstein believed that this was leverage that he had on Trump. So how do we get our hands on the actual Epstein files? Well, on the same day that these emails dropped, Adelita Grijalva was sworn in, providing the final signature needed to force a vote on releasing the files. And that's a done deal. There will be a vote in the House, and it's expected to pass by a landslide. But don't pop the champagne yet, because after the House passes it, it goes to the Senate, which may not even schedule a vote on it. And even if it passes there, it lands on Trump's desk, where he could veto it. But here's the thing. If the Senate tries to bury this for Trump, it will blow up in their faces. It could even lead to Republicans losing their Senate majority. And if Trump is forced to veto, it's basically an admission of guilt. It may not lead to him resigning or being sent to prison, but it will break the glass around him. It will cement him as a scandal-ridden lame duck. And the institutions caving to him will have to think twice. So here's what you can do. After this passes the House, we need to flood the Senate phones with calls. Every Republican senator should be overwhelmed by calls to release these files. And they need to fear for their political lives. The number for Congress's switchboard is on the screen. Then you can share this video to spread the word, and follow me to stay in the loop.
Okay, so there you have it. And that's why I feel like at the end of the day, we can't depend on, even if they, we have these politicians that want to follow the law and go by the book and do the right thing. They're always going to find a way to the other side, the Trump side, all the people that he has in his pocket, they're going to find a way to curtail around it. And that's where we have to come in, and we got to hold their feet to the fire, release them files, called out senators, keep y'all foot on their name, like, if you're not going to release these files, whatever the case is, then we're not going to vote for y'all to continue to have y'all jobs, or when you're up for your next, if you're trying to run for re-election, then we're not going to vote you in. We're going to go and pick somebody else, because clearly you can't follow rules and you can't do your damn job that we voted to put you in place to do. So that's what we're gonna have to do. We're gonna have to be the ones to hold our foot and put it on their damn necks and make sure that shit gets done. So hopefully this works out. And yes, I do agree with that. It's like, okay, now if he goes to veto, it literally shows that I don't care how you try to finagle your way out of the situation. It's going to show that you are guilty, that you literally was out here doing things. Wasn't there a whole story that came out that he was around some underage girls and they were laughing and pointing at him because he had a little stain on his pants from getting excited, and how there was one situation where he was staring at a bunch of girls and bumped into a glass door. Like, this guy's a fucking loser. He acts like he's never been around pussy before. This is literally what this comes around, and I don't just get the type of people that worship this foolishness. But here we are. That's why I said I'm gonna keep y'all abreast of this story as it comes and as it develops. But in the meantime, I was like, oh, child, I'm so glad I've gotten through all this political stuff. But I had to break it on down and lay it out for y'all to be able to understand what's going on and what the other members of media are not filling their people in on. So I definitely want to hear from you guys. What do you think of this story regarding the Sunny Hostin stuff, regarding the stuff regarding the Democrats, shifting the focus because they realized they screwed up and made it so obvious that y'all really wasn't in there fighting. It was all performative, especially with, Schumer and them other morons that voted with him, them other 8 damn Democrats, and what they were really all for, and who they were really fighting for. It wasn't for us. It wasn't for us to keep our health care. It wasn't for us to be able to eat without having to depend on SNAP benefits. And people seem to forget SNAP benefits is not a lot. It's not like you get a whole lot of money. I mean, me personally, I don't get SNAP benefits, but I know people who do. And it's like you're getting $100-something a month. It's not like you getting $5,000 worth of SNAP benefits, and you really can't buy a whole lot with it. So some people, find ways to be able to, I guess you gotta like stack it up or whatever. So it's not a whole lot that they get. So I want to hear from y'all. Let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Hold on, let me mute because I gotta cough again. Hell, I'm dying. On camera. Look at me out here tearing up from all this coughing. But anyway, we got a lot of comments. Let me get to those. Okay, well, I'm going to have to check that out. John wasn't going to bend, I don't think. He don't care about the American people. He wanted y'all to starve. He don't care about y'all. Like, they literally was up in the White House, not White House, the Mar-a-Lago, having a great Gatsby party. He just had another party not too long ago. They up there eating seafood and everything while there's whole lines wrapped around the block and regarding of like food banks, and they're running out of food. He's letting food rot. It's supposed to be getting delivered to these places. He doesn't care about his own people. And yes, there's a lot of maggots that are out here benefiting off of food stamps. But they were like, oh, he's not going to touch that. He going after the immigrants. I just saw a video where, of course, ICE is out of control. They're going after all these other people. There was a guy driving with his window down. People went and, I think it was somebody from ICE went and just, as they passed by, sprayed freaking mace or whatever, pepper spray, into the car. Hit the father driving and the baby in the back seat. Here's how evil these people are. Then I saw like they were detaining and they jumped on top of this Mexican or this Hispanic dude. I don't know if he was Mexican or whatever he was. I don't want to do that situation because everybody always equates, Hispanics with being Mexican. But there was this guy who was special needs that you had like a bunch of ICE agents on top of him, and you could clearly see that he was like, y'all some pussies. Pussy assholes, as my friend would say. They said many other issues on the books, perhaps that was their plan. Obamacare, anything Biden Obama helped create has been absolutely. They want to gut everything that the previous administration does. But they, of course, when you look at it, y'all don't have a plan. So you getting rid of Obamacare, you're gutting Obamacare. What are we putting in place that's gonna be better? They don't have no ideas. I told you their favorite math equation is subtraction. They love taking shit away from people, but they have nothing to offer in return. The ICE has been the big issue. They flooded the zone, SNAP, government jobs. It's like this whole country's a hot mess. If I had the wherewithal, I'd have left a long time ago. They said a lot of the money given elsewhere will be funneled into political and billionaire hands. Absolutely. We, the politicians, not we, the people. Fetterman was that good for his ass. I laughed when I said, look at God and come to work quick, because all that evil you was doing, we're voting with them other people. Now look at you, can't even walk straight in your own goddamn house. In event in defense, it was the longest shutdown. Yeah, well, congratulations, Trump. Another milestone that you can add to your list of accomplishments. And you, of course, you could tell I say that with sheer sarcasm. He was speaking MAGA, Men with Ass and Mouth Association. He wears a hoodie because of his bald head probably gets. Well, then put a skull cap or something on if your head get cold. Oh, because I was saying dip, baby dip. He said, I appreciate them trying to put up a fight, but they wasn't really putting up. Who were the Dems that was putting up a fight? It wasn't them. There wasn't majority of them. I feel like it was all an act. There was probably some that I feel like they truly cared, but the ones that voted, I'm like, these centrist Democrats, I don't trust them as far as I can throw them. I appreciate them trying to put up a fight, but their selfishness caused people to lose health insurance, lose SNAP benefits, prevented TSA workers from getting paid. Clearly it was, because at the end of the day, they're cucked to their donors, which is why I call Chuck Schumer now Cuck Schumer. The bill they pass is only through the 30th of January. And that's why I said somebody was like, there was some TikTok video that I posted on social media. This lady, oh, they were really strategic. It's going to go for a year. I'm like, a year for the midterms? No. It literally extends beyond the holidays into January of 2026. So that ain't even the midterms. And of course, this lets them skate by, because if people were affected by domestic flights, because not international flights wasn't getting affected. Domestic flights, I was seeing, was getting affected. People were getting pissed. If they would have did that past the holidays, that would have really pissed these people off. But of course, when you getting this money from these people, that okay, we got to end these shenanigans already. It's cute or whatever. Y'all been carrying this on for as long as you have. Now we need to stop playing games. And if y'all want to continue to get these donations, you need to come to some type of understanding. And because we realize that these centrist corporate Democrats, these status quo Democrats, don't work for us, they work for their donors, just like the Republicans. Now people are starting to see this country for what it is. And shout out to Trump, because you want to know something? I'm glad that with him being in office, he's showing the world for what it really is. Those of us who's actually paying attention, that are unplugged from the matrix. Because you're showing what the world really is. They're not here for us. Our current president has stolen $3 billion from the citizens. He needs to be in fucking prison, and they won't put him there. Or I would have said that, what is it, the 26th Amendment, 28th Amendment? But they said no, if that happens, I would just remove him. You need to find a way to remove all of them from office. But who we getting in there? Not Kamala, because I saw a recent video with her, and I'm sitting there looking at this bro like, you was a dummy, bitch. Like, yes, I had me a Monique moment, because she like, oh wait, hold on, let me see if I can find it, because it was on Lady Bunny page. Hold on. She was like, oh, it was a strategy that she did, that I was playing chess. I was like, you was? Because it didn't feel like it. Oh, it's funny. I feel like there's a documentary on A-Rod. But child, we gonna get into A-Rod in a second. But I was like, where that video at? Because I want to see if I can find that. Because I laughed when I saw this. I'm like, girl, you really thought you was out here eating? You weren't. Hold on. No. I was like, how do I make this bigger? Oh, I got it. No, I didn't want to play it right now. But okay, so I got the clip. I need to start. I'm thinking I'm gonna start wearing face masks again, because these people out here with with this dry ass air. But yeah, let me find. I found the clip. Shout out to Lady Bunny, and yeah, let me play this for y'all.
I was aware of my opponent's strategy, and I wasn't about to fall prey or fall into those traps. And part of his strategy and those around him was to try and take me off our game and message. And I wasn't about to be distracted by those flames that he was trying to throw to get me away from my highest priority, which is talking to people about the economy and their well-being in terms of their financial well-being. And so I understood the game that was being played, and I made a decision that I wasn't going to get played. And
chestnut checkers, got it.
Chestnut checkers. Yeah, three-dimensional chess, I'm telling you,
I don't understand how she thought she was playing three-dimensional chess when her ass lost. You lost all the swing states. Like, ma'am, for real? I mean, really? So here's what Bunny said, and I was like agreeing with her. So I just don't get yeah, in the interview, her delusional ass had the nerve to sit up here and saying that she was playing three-dimensional chess and said she wasn't about to fall prey to her opponent's strategy. And it's like, ma'am, you lost. And like I said, you lost every swing state. You had no game. You had no strategy. You were running a lot of your policies off of what Biden was doing. And yeah, you going on The View, I really think that hurt you because you was like, oh, I can't see myself doing anything differently than Biden. People were pissed at Biden already because Biden, who has admitted that he's a fucking Zionist, was funding this war in freaking Gaza, killing all these brown folks at the hands of giving money to Israel. Trump, yes, has taken it on and taken even more of a wrecking ball to the situation, but for the most part, Biden started this shit. So Bunny pointed out these things, and I was like, I wholeheartedly agree. The strategy of not putting any policies on your website for months, the strategy of not doing many interviews because you're more poorly spoken than senile Biden and RFK Jr., the strategy of skipping an interview with Joe Rogan and reaching his millions of listeners because you're a Manchurian candidate with no principles who can't chat for 3 hours without being fed talking points, the strategy of going on The View and claiming that you wouldn't do anything differently than the unpopular Biden, the strategy of to gripe about Trump, yet then go to the right on immigration and be more like him. And let's not forget when her cooking with Liz Cheney and a bunch of these far right Republicans because you wanted to win them over because the Republicans of lore were being pushed aside for the new MAGA Republicans. They were the ones that were outnumbering you all. They were the ones that were shifting the way that they went into dealing with politics. So I'm gonna come to the old guard. That's what fucked you up. Because I'm sitting there like, wait a minute. Why are we aligning with the Cheneys? Dick Cheney, may he rot in piss, basically got us caught up in a war we didn't need to be in with 9/11. But now we got this current president who's sitting up here tap dancing with members of Al Qaeda, who's now the president, bringing him to the fucking White House. This is what we're doing in this country, which goes to show that our hands have never been clean when in regards to and asserting ourselves into wars with other countries because it all the roots lead to colonization. Meaning we want people oil, we want people's minerals. We always go to other people's countries trying to steal a shit because we don't have, this is what white folks do. And Obama wasn't no innocent either. Because some of the war things, some of the war crimes he was doing during his administration, don't even get me started on that. And I don't feel like anything would have been any different with her in that regard. But I don't think that we would be in the same situation that we was in now with all the criminal things that this current president is doing. So yeah, then let's also not forget the strategy of lying about Gaza in order to keep weapons flowing to Israel for mass murder of Palestinians because she was paid to lie. This is what happens when you trust the DNC. A reminder that Kamala's own internal polling never showed her winning versus Trump. For some reason, people still trust the DNC after coronating a loser in 2016 and 2024. It's just voter laziness and herd mentality. Even Obama and Pelosi wanted an open primary at the DNC because they knew how out there and unpopular Kamala is. Harris is who you choose to run if you wanted Trump to win. And they did the same thing with Hillary. We ain't want Hillary, but she felt it's my time. And that's the problem, is the fact that it ain't up to y'all. And that's the attitude that Cuomo came in with and why he lost to Zoran. See, those of us in New York, we're a lot smarter than it seemed like the rest of the damn country. Because we were just like, we don't want Cuomo. We damn sure don't want Eric Adams' monkey looking ass. We want his black ass out. He was a horrible fucking mayor. And how criminal, all the criminal things that he was doing in New York. We wanted his ass out. And we wanted Cuomo sexually assaulting slow ass, outdated with politics, behind out. He's a status quo politician. Started doing the same things that she was doing, which is when my back is up against the wall and I'm starting to lose, now I need to go align myself with Republicans, which is literally what Cuomo was doing in the last legs of his campaign. And he kept seeing that he was losing, New Yorkers was like, no, we want the man that's actually coming in here with policies, ideas, or whatever the case was. When you have the sitting talking about lesser of two evils, and these are the two choices, people are going to go with Trump because they felt, it wasn't so bad during his first term, not realizing the people that he's going to put in place was going to get 10 times worse. And now here we are. So no, Kamala, you can't sit up here and talk about you was playing three-dimensional chess when your ass lost. Now, if you want to know how to play some real chess, and well, I don't think she would win. I was gonna say, sit down with my father. My father is good, and like he's somebody, and I kind of regret that I never got into learning chess because I always looked at, okay, that's for nerds. But my father is somebody who's been always good at chess. He's taught a lot of people how to play chess, and he always wins when it comes to playing chess. But chess was never something I was into growing up. But yeah, part of playing three-dimensional chess, if that's your idea of playing chess is, then you need a new teacher. And that's no shade. I'm just saying. Driver's seat says, what's up? And we talking about SA. Beyonce is a top 5 song. How? She don't even write her own stuff. She added some lyrics, but a songwriter starts the idea themselves, not after the demo is sent with the lyrics. But I guess, if you go in and you actually could, but I've always said this, all jokes aside, when you go in and you add a little something to the songs, you do get a credit for that. So even if somebody came in and crafted a song, people was like, okay, we could take this out, add this in there. Let's restructure this melody or whatever the case is. If you have a hand in being creative with the process, you should get a writing credit. Not, I'm gonna just put and the in there. Give me a writer credit. I unfollowed Beyonce earlier today. I also unfollowed Miley. I forget, you always go into this whole cleaning thing. Cupcake just dropped a new album, by the way. I haven't listened to it yet. But Beyonce, I don't know when y'all gonna wake up to realize that lady ain't nothing but a damn capitalist. With her and her mother recently popping, and I think Jay-Z was there too, hanging out with the Kardashians at Jeff Bezos' mansion for Pimp Mama Chris's birthday. When y'all don't realize that all these people hobnob together, and Beyonce look at her fans as nothing more than a cash cow, the sooner y'all gonna learn, the better. Use an Epstein power tap Trump and finish him off with a Sanchez. Not dirty Sanchez. They said that, first of all, shout out to damn, I forgot who was part of a group called Dirty Sanchez. Mario Diaz. Was it Vicky Vox? I think was in that group. Yeah, there was a group back in the day called Dirty Sanchez. Little gay trio group, similar to like Scissor Sisters, except their music was a little more vulgar. These days, $100 might get you food for 2 to 3 days. Funny enough, for me, I can go to the store and I'll spend $150 on groceries, and it'll last me weeks. So I can make it work with groceries that last me 2 to 3 weeks off $150. A lot of people have been talking about Mar-a-Lago is a phase that a lot of maggots seem to have. You mean like old girl that's out here looking like she want to play a game, that she out here looking like Jigsaw? What's her name? Laura Luma. Her face recently, I'm like, girl, what did you do to yourself? Literally, she needs to go on an episode of Botched. Holiday pressure didn't help. We know the donors were pressuring him. Absolutely. I'm glad I don't have to fly to see my parents. I would not want to be in an airport. I already said, like, for the next, until this administration is out, I'm not getting on no damn plane. I will take a train. A friend of mine works for Amtrak. I would take the train. I would take anything. I'll take a boat. You could reach me by train. You could reach me by sailway. I'm not getting on no damn plane. It said any woman, including a Republican, will have a difficult time becoming president in our sexist country. I always felt like there would probably be a Republican woman would become president before an actual any kind of other political opponent. Kamala loves to point fingers at everyone but herself. Exactly. I was like, I don't know why you haven't, and that's why I said she out here still promoting that tight ass book, just like John Fetterman had the nerve to get himself on stuff, and now he out here promoting a book. He went on Katie Couric. He went on The View. You got a book to promote after you voted the way you did. Fuck you. Shove that piece of, that all that wood that was wasted on them damn books up your ass. Because we know your slow ass didn't write it. If your answer was what it was when they held your feet to the fire in regards to the whole situation regarding why you voted the way you did, I already know you ain't write that damn book. What will come out in the swing states, they were Doja. I just hope that people stay vigilant and wake up and realize, you know what? Even with all of this, with the blue wave, keep y'all feet on these people's neck. Really pay attention to the people you're voting for, and if they really are for you and what their voting records and stuff is, and get these corporate centrist Democrats out. That's why I'm glad that more and more and more people are starting to wake up and understand politics. And I feel like, yeah, before I wasn't really into politics like that until the pandemic. That's when I think like the world stopped, and I had to I think I was forced to get into trying to understand what was going on. Obama could do no wrong with not you over here writing Dawn Lemon. Yeah, that's why I be side-eyeing Dawn Lemon sometimes. I don't like Obama. If Trump can somehow change the Constitution so he could be in office for a third term, I would not be voting for Obama if he's a Dem candidate. Well, look, if you vote, you better not vote for Trump. Beyonce's Freedom has become the new "This Is My Fight" song. Hated that fight song. So that fight song. Is she quiet? Because, well, we got that story coming up about her and pissing off the trans community and immigrants. So you punks that want to come up in here with y'all excuses regarding I don't know what the hell I'm talking about, you better not come up in here with them comments because I'm gonna cuss your ass out. And you will get sent to the block party. Because y'all know I stay coming in here with receipts, whether or not you want to hear them. I said, get here, trade, get here. You better get here, trade, and get here if you can. I'm going by plane port. Well, I will pray for you because, child, the way these planes running out here in these damn streets. Yeah, Kristin owns some. I had to laugh at the Daily Mail. This is how I know y'all are tabloid. They was up in here talking about beauty secrets for some damn Kristin Gnome. I'm like, do you own a mirror like she do? Or is it a funhouse mirror, the same funhouse mirror Trump be looking in where he think he look better than Zoran Mamdani? Because I'm like, first of all, y'all look, these bitches look like shit run over twice. I don't know who told them they look pretty. Y'all getting all these injectables and craziness. Y'all literally look like Madonna old face before it settled. When she was at the Grammys and she was out here looking like she got stung by a bunch of bees, a beehive full of bees, a bunch of killer bees. Magical Mermaid, wasn't you in here earlier? You said hello, everybody. The gnome got that Drag Race season 1 filter every time she's on camera. Okay, and we remember that one. Look, you want to know something? For all its situations, I do live for the old filter from Drag Race. Face inflation, okay. All right, y'all. Let's get off this political stuff because I was like, I knew that was going to be a lot, and I need to detox the palate because that was a lot of mess that we had to bring. But this is where our country is a damn disaster. It's so hard for me to try to keep up with all this stuff. It's like just when I've just told y'all enough stuff, then more stuff comes out, and then I'm like, okay, I'm overwhelmed. So it just becomes I just can't wait until this roller coaster we can get off of it and we can get back to some kind of normalcy. Because I don't know how these people just love like sitting in chaos all day. Like who just likes all this chaos and drama? I don't. I want no more drama in my life. I don't want to hurt again. You know that song from Mary J. But speaking of Mary J, let's get into her brother, as she like to call. Let's talk about the diddler. So it looked like the diddler been out here acting a damn fool and getting caught up in some mess because remember, there was a situation that happened with him where he got caught drinking some concoction, I guess we'll call it moonshine, because if you making liquor up in the prison, then clearly that's what it is, right? Homemade alcohol is moonshine. So he got caught up in some moonshine mess. I think this happened around his birthday. They didn't specify when it happened, but it was, I think, around his birthday, he got caught drinking. And then he got caught up in an unauthorized three-way phone call. Hopefully it wasn't of the sexual kind. Because, unless you hunting a men up in prison, he ain't getting off. Unless it beating that dick to the double XL. Remember that? How many licks? Shout out to Lil Kim. But yeah, so apparently with all these alleged shenanigans that's been going on, it forced I was wondering, I was like, what is going to happen to him? Is there going to be any kind of repercussions that he's going to have to deal with for breaking the rules? Well, apparently, according to reports, his sentencing has been delayed for about a month. So the initial date that he's supposed to be getting out, he ain't getting out. So the disgraced rapper, who's 56, was due to be released from the Fort Dix Federal don't go there with that, y'all. I know where y'all dirty minds. Fort Dix Federal Correctional Institute in New Jersey on May 8th, 2028. But prison records obtained by Page Six shows his release date has now been pushed back to June 4th, 2028. It is unclear why prison officials made the change to his 4-year sentence on 2 counts of. Okay, we don't need to get into the thing. We already know why he's in jail. It says a press officer at the Federal Bureau of Prisons cannot be reached amid ongoing government shutdown. But the diddler has reportedly had several infractions at the New Jersey prison since he was transferred there on October 30th. It's funny, like this goes to show how long I've been paying attention because I didn't even know that he was. Hold on, because I was like, I need to bring up something. I don't know if y'all seen it, but I got the mugshot shell. I was like, finally, they released the mugshot. He look old as hell. But give me a second as I pull that up or convert it because I didn't have that earlier. I'll call it Diddy mug. I got to do a whole process. I was like, "Ooh, should I leave it on here for the world to see in case y'all didn't see it?" But yeah, so okay, so we're good. Let's get back into the rest of the article. So now they said that yeah, because I didn't even know that he was he was transferred to the Fort Dix Correctional. I remember when we were talking about it on the show that they were trying to get him transferred to a what they call it, like a minimum release. What do they call it? A minimum security prison. Because I was thinking maximum security, but it has to be the opposite. So yeah, but because they say it's not that bad over there or whatever. But apparently he needs to be in maximum security because he out here doing he on some sneak shit. So they said he was reportedly caught consuming a concoction of fermented Fanta, sugar and apples, which is this concoction that they drink, I guess to get drunk. And this is what they told TMZ on Friday, though the rapper's reps have denied the claims. The rumors claiming Mr. Combs was caught with alcohol are completely false. A statement on the Bad Boy Entertainment founder's Twitter account read, "His only focus is becoming the best version of himself and returning to his family." Well, apparently his best ain't good enough because now you just been extended to the little situation. You in jail for an extra month. So now you done fucked up the thing. Yeah, so there's the mugshot. I was like, I had to pull that up. So now, spokesperson for I'll Be Missing You, artist, for the I'll Be Missing You artist also insisted to the Daily Mail that he has not violated any prison rules and is instead focused on keeping clean while serving a sentence. So then why is it extended? They said his sobriety and self-discipline are priorities and he has taken them seriously. His rep also noted that this is only his first week at FCI Fort Dix, and unfortunately, rumors will surface throughout his time there. We asked the public and the press to give him the benefit of the doubt, the privacy to focus on his personal growth, and the grace to move forward in peace. Now, just a few days later, however, the diddler reportedly got into trouble for making a three-way call in violation of prison rules. According to prison documents obtained by CBS News, the rapper called a woman on November 3rd, and about halfway through their conversation, the rapper said he needed to speak with someone he described as the digital person about blogs. What are you speaking about blogs? You trying to feed your tea to a bunch of blogs, and then that way y'all can get some kind of privatization going on? The woman then reportedly asked Combs whether she should add the person to the call, to which he replied yes, which I think you have to get permission when you behind, bars for all of that to happen. You don't get to make the decisions of what you want when you in prison. You got to put all that through everybody that's there. And Diddy, you seem to forget that you're not a bad boy. You don't get to make the decisions on whether or not you're going to have three-way, four-way calls or whatever the case is. You got to run that by the people. So now, after he then spoke briefly with the woman about arranging visitors for the weekend, the woman added an unknown male to the call. The Bureau of Prisons, however, prohibits inmates from adding multiple people to a call, and inmates are only allowed to speak to people on prison phones from previously approved call lists. The idea is to prevent inmates from coordinating criminal activities such as drug smuggling, gang violence, or witness intimidation, which is one of the reasons that, people were afraid of Diddy having any kind of phone privilege because they felt that there would be some witness intimidation that was going on with him and a lot of the people that were going to be testifying against him in his situation. But Combs said he was simply speaking to his lawyer, who added the head of legal communications, who was working on a statement for his approval to be sent to the New York Times. Well, if that's the case, there's, like they said, you have to run that through the people, that if this is going to be something that's going on, you got to get the permission. You can't just do whatever the hell you want. Remember, you have no rights when you're in prison until you get out. Now, despite the apparent trouble at the prison, Combs' lawyers have said that he is adjusting well to life at the low-security penitentiary and has even enrolled in a coveted drug rehabilitation program that could see his sentence reduced by a year. Well, based on this situation, it ain't gonna happen. His lawyers have petitioned a federal judge who oversaw his trial to allow him into the residential drug abuse program after arguing that Combs' incessant drug use was a driving force for his infamous freak-off parties. Combs himself had blamed drugs for his actions in a letter to the judge ahead of his sentencing last month, noting that he was now sober for the first time in 25 years, and he has been trying his best to deal with my drug abuse and anger issues. Now, Judge Aaron Semeranian ultimately agreed to allow Combs to enter the program while in custody at the New Jersey prison, something that is rare for inmates to be assigned to when they first enter federal prison. Saying Mr. Combs is an active participant in the drug program, blah, 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 so on and so forth. We don't need all the extra bells and whistles. And so now at times, they also said that the position also allows the inmate to work in an air-conditioned private office and enjoy some of the food the chaplains bring in for religious services. So he's a chaplain's assistant, in case you were wondering what he was doing, and is considered one of the more desirable of assignments. So they also said that at times, chaplains even allow their assistants to prepare a call-out list, which tells the correction officers which inmates are allowed to leave their cells to attend programs or medical appointments, letting assistants add their friends to the list. So he works in the chapel library, where he describes the environment as warm, respectful, and rewarding. This is according to publicist Judah Engelmeyer. And this is what they said of Combs' experience. The rapper was raised Catholic, but has spoken publicly about not identifying with any denomination. But of course, when you're in prison, you're gonna choose a denomination when you're in there. So he's, I guess, because he was raised Catholic, as was I, he's gonna gravitate more towards that. But they also said he restarted his free game with Diddy entrepreneurial class to help other inmates become business leaders, value their self-worth, and become productive citizens. So I hope that he's in there doing, the prison stuff where he's trying to actually help people and make himself a better human being. And this ain't no grift. Because, a lot of times I be side-eyeing a lot of things with what Diddy's doing. Hopefully he is trying to work on making himself better. I always want to give people the benefit of the doubt that they're really trying to change themselves. But it's really hard when you see people who have always had this narcissistic behavior. Is it possible that they are really out here trying to make the changes they want to better themselves? And it's not some sort of agenda. So, yeah, the cynic side of me, especially me growing up as a New Yorker, I just don't trust it. And with him screwing up twice, it's sort of like, yeah, you're human, you're gonna make mistakes. But I don't know. It's just that's just kind of got me in this whole cynical mindset. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding the Diddlers him getting an extension on his release date? That initially he was supposed to be released on May 8th of 2028, and now he's getting out on June 4th. So, whatever your thoughts are on this matter, let me know in the comments down below. If you see last night's South Park episode, I feel as though you would get a good laugh out of it. I didn't check it out yet. I got in late last night, and I don't know. For the past 2 days, I'm like, why have they dropped the new episode of Dragula? So I was looking for it, and I was like, oh, there it is. So I actually watched that. Fell asleep on the end again. I don't know why every episode I be falling asleep, but maybe I need to stop watching it so late at night. But I'm gonna probably check it out tonight or whatever. There was that the one when JD Vance and Trump was in bed with each other? He said Diddy and AW get they backbone. Well, they're not in the same prison no more. Apparently Austin Wolf is still in the same place he was at before. I don't know if he's been transferred. We need updates on Austin Wolf. People, my Austin Wolf people, find out if he's still in that same metropolitan prison in Brooklyn with Luigi Mangione, because Diddy was moved. Fort Dix is in New Jersey, I believe. Not just saying he looked like Blackula. I wouldn't be surprised if he has someone get him a cell phone. Well, from what they were saying, wasn't it? I think it was a private, like on a regular collect phone call where they did the three-way. I guess you could do it on the other side, but yeah, if they find him with a cell phone unauthorized, you can get in trouble for that. Yes, keep updating us, but to be clear, we hate Diddy. Keep him there for. Well, I don't. Well, I don't particularly care for Diddy either. I never liked Diddy. And this was over the years of me following that demon and then finally getting what he deserves. I want to see if he's changed without his steroids in prison. He don't look like he on steroids. First of all, did he look like he been eating a lot? So, or are we referring to Austin Wolf with the steroids? I am definitely curious to see what he looks like now that he's not able to have access to them steroids. I mean, they got gyms and stuff up in there. He can still hit the weights or whatever. But also, just like they finally showed us Diddy mugshot, I want to see Austin Wolf mugshot. Yeah, I figured it was like once you said the steroids, I was like, yeah. Because I don't think Diddy's ever used steroids. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised back in the day when he was getting that body right and tight that he did have help. But yeah, Austin Wolf was definitely out here using the supplements, among other things. But anyway, let's get back into the show. And let's talk about my girl, Wendy Williams. What are you doing? So it's been a minute since we talked about Wendy Williams, but it looked like we got some good news. Because the word on the curb is that a top neurologist has said that Miss Wendy, or she would say Wendy Williams, remember she would always overdo it with her W's, she doesn't have frontotemporal dementia. And I kind of felt like, duh, I never felt like she had frontotemporal dementia. But I will say there's clearly something going on with her mind. Her mind ain't all the way, perfect. Her mind a little bad. And I do think it's due to maybe the excessive drug use and her having like the passing out from excessive drinking where she would down a whole bottle and then she would pass out. Yeah, that does take its toll. Like alcohol abuse definitely takes its toll on your brain. But in regards to the whole frontotemporal situation, I was like, wait a minute, Bruce Willis has the same thing. And I mean, I don't know if there's never been any stories about Bruce Willis and whether or not he was like a heavy drinker or maybe that had anything to do with why his symptoms are what it is. But if he has the same if him and Wendy have the same diagnosis, and we've heard stories about the family talking about him and basically saying how his condition has worsened over the years, where now he's at a point where he can't even speak, then how come Wendy talk? I mean, I ain't saying she's speaking clear as day, because she do be sounding like she be having problems with little speech impediment. And yeah, her brain ain't 110%, but her condition is nothing like what we were hearing about Bruce Willis. So that's why I was like, that has to be a misdiagnosis. But apparently, according to TMZ, they had sources that spoke to them and said that, yeah, she completed a series of tests issued by a New York City-based medical doctor. The findings reportedly conflict with an earlier test that determined she suffers from frontotemporal dementia, which is a group of brain diseases that mainly affect the frontal and temporal lobes that are associated with personality, behavior, and language. And this is per Mayo Clinic. The newer results from the neurologist were sent to Williams' legal team late last month, per the outlet. TMZ reports that Williams' lawyers will file legal docs with the court, and they are hopeful the new results will influence a judge to terminate the former radio host guardianship. Now, in February 2024, the former Wendy Williams host team announced she was diagnosed with frontotemporal dementia as well as aphasia. Williams, who was also battling Graves' disease and lymphedema, underwent testing in 2023 after her memory started to fail. She began to lose words and act erratically, according to a press release. Well, this has me wondering, with her having Graves' disease, lymphedema, and all these other things that she has going on, what's the other thing that she actually has? Thyroid issues. With all that being said, I wonder if those symptoms have anything to do with maybe her brain or whatever the case is. I don't know if it's 110% only the frontal temporal thing, but I do believe because of her abuse of alcohol, because she went from going cold turkey with the booger sugar to the alcohol. I do wonder if that had anything. I'm wondering if the alcohol stuff, because I've had blackout drunk situations in when I was younger, which is why I don't really drink that much anymore. I'll have an occasional beer, or if I even do have a cocktail, it's one. Like I will it down to just one drink now. Like I barely drink as it is, and that was because when I was in my 20s and everything, I was social. When I would go out to clubs and bars and stuff, I was a social drinker, and I would drink a lot. So I had to cut that off. One time I had a blackout situation. I was like, never again. And I learned my lesson with that. That kind of scared me straight. Because I told y'all, one time I blacked out drunk, ended up in a damn crack house. I don't know how I got there. Never again. So, they said she began to lose words and act erratically, according to a press release. Now, at the time of her diagnosis, the Dance with the Stars alum 61 was in an undisclosed treatment center where her family claims they were unable to reach her. So in 2022, Williams was placed under court-ordered guardianship after her bank, Wells Fargo, sent a letter to New York Supreme Court Judge Arlene Bluth requesting a hearing about her well-being. And I do believe that it was all due to, the stories about her son, while she was going through this stupid. First of all, Big Kev was out here laying low and spreading it wide with Serena for over 15 years. And I do believe Wendy knew about it, but she was looking the other way. But once there was a bastard baby that popped up, then all of a sudden it's like, oh, well, now all of our shenanigans that I'm trying to sweep under the rug or whatever the case is, because, Kevin was more or less my security than my husband. And I do genuinely think that she cared about him. And I do believe like he used her and was getting whatever he was getting out of her, because she was the breadwinner. She was his boss because she gave his bum ass a job. And so him out here bulldozing and doing managerial things and getting a piece of the pie, and he's living the life of luxury, but he couldn't keep his dick with one woman. Because quiet as a cat, we also remember that when she was having issues conceiving a child, he was out there cheating because she was having all these miscarriages. Remember, she had 5 miscarriages before she had her miracle child with Lil Kev. And Lil Kev allegedly was no better, because while his mama's out passed out in the room drinking away her woes, He's out here spending $100 grand on Uber Eats and spending up her money. And I understand that's your only child. You want to give him the world, but he was taking advantage of situations too. So all these little things that was taking place around Wendy Williams, and yeah, we was living for her, having the gift of gab, the gossip. We was living for that. If it wasn't for somebody like Wendy Williams, I wouldn't be up here doing the things I'm doing. She is somebody who has been a mentor in my head that I've looked up to. Is Wendy Williams, is also Howard Stern, and also my friend DJ Baker, who when I started out doing blogs and all the other stuff, he was the first openly homosexual black man that was doing a Breakfast Club type show called The New Dirty Show before the Breakfast Club was what it was. So it was him. He had a plethora of different people that was coming in and out, but the most of the last team it was him. He had the first lady, which was Splash T, a trans rapper who was the first lady of the show, like they always have it. Then they had Seduction, the stripper porn star who was up there giving his side, and they did like celebrity news, pop culture, all those stuff. And he still does things on We Are You Radio, but I was the person they would always go to they would refer or use my stories to when they do the gossip segment of the show. So this was like independent radio long before it became what it became now, where like you go on social media and you listen to all these podcasts and things. He was revolutionary in that. So all of that other stuff coming up and seeing all these other people, that in a way it was like that shaped me into being the personality that I am. But of course, me putting my own spin on things is how to, because I ain't gonna try to sit out here and try to be like Wendy Williams. There could only be one Wendy. I do me how I do me. But I just felt like she never really had people in her corner that truly cared about her. And do I feel that okay, so where do we go with all of this? Now that we know that she doesn't have frontotemporal dementia and aphasia, where do we go from here? Does this mean that she gets out of this conservatorship, this guardianship, whatever the hell you want to call it? Do I think that she needs to be out of the guardianship? I do. I don't think she needs to be in this because the way they went about treating her, I think is absolutely deplorable, the way she's being treated. But does she need somebody who is going to be a financial advisor, make sure her money is copacetic, that people ain't coming in trying to rob her, because these people are definitely making a lot of money off her by keeping her in this this guardianship. Does she need somebody that's a financial advisor that keeps her on track with her coins? I definitely think that she needs that. I also think that she needs somebody to get her to her appointments, to make sure that she's taking her medications or whatever the case is, getting her to her doctor's appointments and being the healthy Wendy Williams that she is, that she needs to be. And she definitely needs somebody that keeps her on the right track. Do I think she need to be running these streets all alone with no kind of help? No. I don't think that mentally or whatever she is 110% where she could be out here on her own. She definitely needs somebody to be out here watching over her. But as far as like a prisoner in this whole situation, no. This whole thing needs to be abolished. Because look, y'all done freed Britney. You see how crazy her ass acting. And that's no shade. We've been watching these little videos with her where she out here posting these weird tweets and doing these little videos and speaking in these weird little voices. I'm like, she got Tony from fucking The Shining. That doing these weird ass voices, British 1 minute. And it's like, okay, this must be her personality is coming out having these conversations. But and for the most part, I definitely am feeling for Wendy. I definitely feel like there needs to be a change in how she's being treated in this whole guardianship, but she definitely needs people to be out here looking out for her and protected by these old vultures like that no good ass ex-husband who filed a $250 million lawsuit seeking to end her conservatorship. But I don't feel like he's trying to do all of that because he wants her out of conservatorship. He wants her out here being a show pony again so he can get that goddamn alimony that he feels like he was owed. And also, do I feel like we need to get Wendy back on TV? Because I know everybody, what this means she can get back on TV. No, it don't. I do not feel like Wendy needs to be back on our TVs. I do feel like what needs to happen is Wendy needs to be, if they want her to get in the whole podcasting space, she definitely could do that and spew celebrity news and gossip. But I also feel like she can't do it alone. Like she don't have the ability to sit up there and do a show like I do a show and really bring y'all celebrity news and gossip and bring the funny and all that other stuff. The brain ain't 100 like what it was when she was in the heyday of the Wendy Williams show. She gonna need a co-host. So you need somebody that's going to have her up there to steer the conversation and keep her on track. Because the old Wendy that y'all want, she gone. So shout out to you, Wendy. I'm rooting for you to get, to get the freedom that you deserve. I hope you get the people that know what the people that's in your corner know what the hell they doing, and you're gonna be able to get out of this crazy situation that you're in. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding the latest news on Wendy Williams? Apparently, they said that she don't have frontotemporal dementia, and so I wonder what Sabrina and them got to say about it, because y'all been real quiet when it came to this, this news, especially coming from a top neurologist. Um, and all that good stuff. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. Let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Oh, hold on. Also, Wolf, the point guy. also, also, Wolf, you talking about the porn guy? You talking about sexual? They do sexual things, but he was doing it with children, actual children, not ones that just look like it, but they of the legal age on camera. Yes, justice for Wendy. I mean, if he can drink moonshine, what else are they letting him do? First of all, I tried moonshine. I bought a bottle of moonshine once. I was like, never again. That should put a hole in your chest. Wendy definitely has health concerns, but what they were doing was fraud and abuse. Absolutely. And this current administration wants about waste, fraud, and abuse. Oh no, y'all was doing that real fraud and abuse on her. And I do agree that she definitely has health concerns, but they need to free Wendy. When Wendy did her TMZ interview, she was clear-headed, and they should have been looking into getting her out. All the interviews she's been doing, for the most part, she's been clear-headed. From Lauren LaRosa talking to her at The Breakfast Club, Don Lemon, and TMZ, and so many others, where they sat down and did interviews with her. She was pretty much, and even when she called into The View, she was clear-headed. I mean, there would be moments where she would be repetitive and stumble over her words, which clearly goes to show that she's not 110% with her mind or whatever, but she's coherent enough to know what the hell's going on. She's been a literal prisoner for the last couple of years. You said, did you hear about the snap wars that were breaking out all over the 5 boroughs? No, what happened with that? I need to look into that. She needs a sponsor also to watch her so she doesn't go on a drinking. But yeah, she definitely needs like a sponsor to keep track of her, like an AA sponsor. She needs somebody to keep her financials in order, and she needs an assistant or somebody that got to be on her and not just letting her do whatever. Not one of those assistants that work for her that do whatever they want, but somebody that's just going to keep her on the right track so she's not out here drinking and being a mess and all that other stuff. She definitely should do. I mean, it'd be interesting to see. Excuse me, if she does a podcast. But if she does do one, and there's some money in that, because all these offerings and now a lot of these, these companies jumping into the whole podcast space, like Amazon, Netflix talking about getting into the podcast space, Spotify, even though I don't particularly care for Spotify, all them jumping into the whole podcasting space. We'll just see how all that works out. They'll offer her something. All right, y'all. So now, speaking of podcasts, let's get into this Allison Mack story. So Allison Mack from Smallville is speaking out about the whole situation regarding her time at the NXIVM sex cult. But now she's spilling tea. She said that how she got caught up in this whole cult was because of her former co-star, Kristin Kreuk. Now, y'all know Kristin played Lana Lang on Smallville, and she said Miss Mamas has got her caught up in this whole situation. So, former Smallville actress Allison Mack claims fellow series star Kristin Kreuk introduced her to a life coaching course in Vancouver that was later revealed to be the NXIVM sex cult in a podcast that dropped on Monday. Saying, quote, we were both at a point where we were 25. We were in New York City together. It was our break, and we had rented an apartment in the same building in the West Village. And we both were like, why do we both feel so unsatisfied? Mack recalled on the CBC Allison After NXIVM podcast. The 7-episode podcast serves as Mack's first interview since she was released from prison after serving time for her role in the group. She asked Kreuk about, she added, Kreuk told her, is it Kreuk or Kreuk? We'll go with Kreuk. Told her about a self-help course in Vancouver that was looking for new members. It's the science of joy. It's the most amazing thing. It made everything so much better in life. You got to do this. Mack recalls Kreuk telling her after she'd taken an earlier NXIVM course. She was just like super excited about it. She had a coach and she was talking about a Vanguard and a Perfect, which were the names you called Keith and Nancy at the time. She added about NXIVM leader Keith Raniere and co-founder Nancy Salzman. At Kreuk's apparent urging, Mack took an initial NXIVM course in Vancouver led by Salzman. We were learning about what's the purpose of mankind, and we were learning about how does that relate to gender differences and relationships. The first episode of the Canadian podcast has the former Smallville star explaining the events that led to a federal prison sentence for her involvement in the recruitment of women to NXIVM, where they were trafficked and abused by the now imprisoned Raniere. Mack was initially arrested in April of 2018 after federal authorities in March 2028 raided NXIVM headquarters near Albany. In a letter filed to the court before her sentencing, Mack addressed those who have been harmed by my actions, stating that she threw herself into the teachings of Raniere with everything I had. Mack served 2 years at a 3-year sentence of a 3-year sentence in prison from 2021 to 2023 after pleading guilty to her involvement in the recruitment of women to NXIVM. Raniere is also serving out a 120-year prison sentence after he was convicted of sex trafficking, racketeering, and other charges. The NXIVM sex cult was the subject of HBO's hit docuseries The Vow, which aired its first season in 2020 and a follow-up in 2022, among other TV projects. Well, funny enough, I never watched The Vow. I heard so many things about it, and I remember there were people telling me like how good it was and all the stuff that was coming out regarding that. But it's funny enough, it's like you're at a point in your life, yeah, you're 25, you're on a hit TV show, you are happy that you're getting all this success and you're getting all this praise and momentum from not only a hit TV show on the CW, but you've got all these magazines like Maxim and all these other stuff that are giving you a lot of praise and photo shoots and all this attention. And you're like the hot girl, hot it girls of the moment. And now you're like, but I feel unfulfilled. Now you're trying to find that sense of purpose and all that other thing, and you have this hole in your soul that you feel with dope. Now you're feeling fine. That's a Marilyn Manson lyric. But and then you're feeling all these ways about it, and now you're trying to find like, okay, now I need to fulfill this hole in my heart. And then you get caught up, and this is where the vultures come in, when you got these religious zealots that want to swoop down and take advantage of you, or you get caught up in some cultish type situation. And she said like one of her co-stars introduced her to it, and she got in too deep. But I do wonder that with her saying all this and saying that Kristin introduced her to this cult, I wonder how did Kristin continue on with the cult? How much more of an influence did she have in it? Or was it that Kristin got into it a little bit, introduced you to it, and then probably saw the error, what was really going on in this whole situation and slithered her way out of it. But Allison continued on with taking the courses and becoming acquainted with the people that were behind this situation. And so I just wonder like how much what was the name of Nancy and Keith. I wonder if like she got more into it with them and got more connected with them, and Kristin kind of slid her way out. That's what I'm kind of curious of, like how much more of an influence did Kristin have in this whole situation? Because yeah, you sitting there in a way, is she throwing her under the bus though? Kind of, sort of. It's like you're throwing her under the bus, pretty much saying like she had something, she got you caught up in the matrix of this whole situation, but you're not really revealing like, okay, but how, like once you got caught up in the whole situation, how much more influence did she have? Was she continuing on with this whole situation? So these are things I'm curious about. And I'm sure that as we find out more about this, I will definitely keep you abreast of these stories as it develops. In case you want to know more about this whole sex cult situation. I mean, it was a big hit on HBO and HBO Max. So just be aware of like these crazy cults and things that's going on. So yeah, I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Because Allison Mack basically saying that her Smallville co-star got her caught up and introduced her to this cult, which and her getting so caught up in the situation, she ended up having to do time for it. So yeah, and it's also a teaching about like the pitfalls of being caught up in the cult and cultist like behavior. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Mm-mm. First of all, Wendy is a woman. You tried it. Modern day cults march under the title Life Coaching Program. I was in a cult. What cult was you in? I was a pretty bad cult member though, because I knew pretty quick what was happening and spent the entire time telling the mentors, this is stupid, right? Shut up. It's like, we're been here joking. Yes. It's like you got the joke. I mean, you got the gist. It was dope show. Was it? No, it was I don't like the drugs, but the drugs like me. It was a dope show. Yeah, there's a hole in our soul that we fill with dope and we're feeling fine. It was dope. It was I don't like the drug. I don't like the drugs, but the drugs like me. I don't know why I was thinking both from the same album actually. Oh, he said he was in a cult. Okay, because sometimes when you be on it, I don't be knowing if you joking or if we're being serious. All right, y'all. So now let's move on. And let's talk about Madonna. But before we get into this tea about Alex Rodriguez and his wife and the fact that he couldn't keep it in his damn pants, let's get into this tea regarding Tanta and this whole situation about her promoting the 20th anniversary of Confessions, which shout out to this whole situation. I've already told you I like this version. I know there's some people, Stefan over there at the Madonna Louise Veronica Ciccone podcast, who does not like the continued situation. I'm like, boy, you crazy. But yeah, I like we like the extended, feels like you in a club or whatever the case is, where it's like the tracks is running into each other, from hung up to get together, sorry, and so on and so forth. I'll say I live for that situation. But yeah, she went on her Instagram, posted a series of a slideshow of Instagram posts where this she worked on her titties because call her boobs looking that big. First of all, at 67, she got them Sydney Sweeney titties. So it looked like she has some work done up top. Where she basically said the disco era continues, but listening to Confessions on the Dance Floor on repeat, it's so good. Which had me confused. I'm like, are you talking about the original album or are we referring to Confessions on the Dance Floor Part 2? She said, I looked through my closet and found some dancing shoes by Gina and a disco jacket made by Gucci from that era. And this is where it has. But funny enough, why does this dress doesn't it remind you of that shoot that she did for Versace when she had like that? It looked like a little slip dress on, or even wait, wasn't it during the bedtime stories era when she was at what was it? Was it Roseland, Roxy, one of the places where she was up there trying to read to the children? They wouldn't shut the hell up, and she was up there having a good time and dancing, and MTV was behind it. That's what this outfit is giving. But it's like, okay, the body is sickening. How this one is defying age by still looking youthful, money well spent. Even when I saw her recently in when she was walking down the steps, I think we have like this picture, and she turns around. There's a visual of it, like a video where she turned around. I was like, okay, the ass is on point. Like she ain't got them butt pads in her anymore. Like she's looking very youthful. This is my favorite picture. My inappropriate ass. It's like, yeah, spread the legs, daughter. Well, she be older, so she be auntie or mother, as we would like to say. And so I love the youthful look and stuff she's having. I'm just looking forward to when the music comes out. But the people was in the comments because shout out to her celebrating the 20th anniversary. There are rarities on there where she's added remixes of songs. Also, she added one of my favorite songs, Super Pop, which I'm glad that she added to that. And I just love that song. And I was mad she didn't put it on the album, but it didn't fit with the whole overall flowation. So I understand why she didn't. I'm glad she put it on the digital release now. That and History. Glad she added that. So I just like that she added other songs from that era onto the album. So the people in the comments wrote, Confessions on the Dance Floor is the absolute masterpiece. It's pure perfection, and every track is a thrilling ride. Another said, time goes by so slowly. Can't wait for part 2. It definitely is when it comes to this damn record being released. A third wrote, fuck yeah, one of my favorite albums getting a sequel. I love you, Madonna. Thank you for this. I just hope she don't reheat her nachos with this album, though. Like, I hope you're really gonna bring something new, fresh, and different to this Confessions era. And I do, and somebody also pointed this out when I was like, yeah, that's true. Is that when she's gone through tumultuous moments in her life, is when she decided to flip the script and get into the whole dance era. Because remember, when Confessions came out, she fell off the horse, broke a bunch of bones, which ended up affecting her down the road, with her, with the, when what was it like with the injury on the Madam Max and all that stuff. So her falling off and breaking all the bones on her body, well, a couple of bones. I ain't gonna say all of them, but when she went through an injury and the label wouldn't let her properly heal, she was going through a whole bunch of situations regarding that. And then we got Confessions. She almost died from the infection during the era of Celebration, when she was going to do the Celebration tour. She got the infection, wound up in the hospital in a coma, medically induced coma. It was in the ICU. And then as soon as she came out, she went right back to work and did the tour. Now it looks like she's in the best shape of her life. It's been 7 years since she released music. So I definitely feel like she's in the best shape of her life. I just hope that when she gets out there and tours, that she just takes better care of herself, and will get into this place of what's the word? Where do more like Taylor Swift, what she did with the Eras Tour, which I just saw that she released a trailer for the documentary today. Taylor Swift did. But I just hope that you kind of take it easy. It's like, yeah, do tour a couple of months, take a month off, get back and do the tour again, take a break, do another extended. So, and you need to expand on this tour. Don't be doing like 25, 30 dates. Like, I need you to really get out there and do some shows, but break it up. I feel like that's the new time of which artists need to do, and this needs to be okayed by the labels. Like, you need to allow your talent to work, take time off, get back to work, take time off, and in between, if you want to have them produce some music or work on some tracks, some new ideas and stuff come in, there's got to be a way for them to do that. The way that you can, what do you call it? Where you can exchange stems and all that other stuff and record your vocals in one place and have it processed for the producers to work on, and y'all kind of going back and forth emailing each other with your stuff. If more artists get more technologically inclined with how they do their stuff and create while they're on the road, then the way that music is processed now is way different than we did back in the day. So I'm looking forward to this album. It's been a minute, like I said, since 2019, since Madonna has released new music. And so, with that being said, now we can get into this A-Rod story, where him and his wife, ex-wife, I should say, are spilling tea about the fact that, yeah, he could not keep his dingling in his pants because A-Rod was out here laying low and spreading it wide with anybody who had a coochie, including allegedly Adonta. He was out apparently cheating on her at the time. And I believe, because I had to check, she was apparently married to Guy Ritchie while these two was doing yum yum bouncy bouncy behind their significant other's back. So the retired MLB player and his ex-wife, Cynthia Scurtis, reflected on the multiple affairs leading to their 2008 divorce, including his reported dalliance with Adonta during HBO's latest Alex versus A-Rod episode. While the former couple did not refer to Madonna by name, a throwback article from The Post was featured as they spoke along with the headline A-Rod and Madonna squeeze play. I was like, hold on, let me close this other thing because I forgot to close that. Okay. The story was published in July 2008 when Rodriguez, 50, I was thinking of Robert Rodriguez, and the hung up singer, 67, sparked romance rumors less than 3 months after the athlete welcomed his second child, daughter Ella. At that point, we got divorced, Scurtis recalled on Thursday's episode. Scurtis, who cited extramarital affairs in her 2008 divorce filing, noted in the docuseries that there had been a similar scenario when their eldest daughter, Natasha, was born in 2004. I find it funny, like she said, no, it wasn't even irreconcilable differences, which is the main thing that a lot of these people like to jump on when it comes to the divorce. She's like, this motherfucker cheated. And why does it always seem like the minute that she about to push her baby out her cootie cat, this man go off and lay low and spread it wide with another woman? Is there like something that you get spooked and nervous whenever you get a child that's coming in the world that you got to cheat? It kind of reminds me of Wendy Williams' ex-husband, Kelvin Hunter, because remember when she kept having her miscarriages, and she mentioned this, that he went out and cheated on her. So now you out here doing it every time your wife is about to give birth to your kid, you go out and sleep with another woman. I also wonder if that had anything to do with him and Jennifer Lopez breaking up, because, you know, A-Rod has been notorious for being a cheater. He seemed to be extremely apologetic and not proud of his actions. This was Skirtis noted of Rodriguez's first bout of infidelity, being spotted at a Toronto strip club with a mystery woman, saying, "I knew that he had his own demons, and I was hoping he would get help. I was hoping that it could end differently than it did. He was really upset, so that affected me, but at the same time, I think I felt a sense of freedom." Rodriguez, for his part, admitted that he could have been more loyal while married to Skirtis. You think? Although the New York Yankees legend did not confirm or deny the cheating, why would he? Because of course he did. He said, "In hindsight, I could have been a better husband. I could have been more present. I could have been more sympathetic, empathetic, all of it, you name it." At the time, he used baseball as an escape and even hit a home run against the Red Sox the day Skirtis filed for divorce. And a lot of times when you're caught up in um when your head is in the game of being an athlete, a lot of times you're so focused on that. And I think that also with a lot of this success comes temptation. So yeah, you're married and you have this responsibility and you're trying to follow the trepidations of being in a relationship. When you've got all this temptation that women are throwing themselves at you and you have an opportunity to sleep with some of the hottest chicks, even though you got a bad bitch at home, then you're just like, I'm just gonna get it in. It's not like it's gonna be like a serious thing. Men apparently can separate sex from emotion, because that's kind of like we've been inclined to be taught. Now, reps for Rodriguez and Madonna did not immediately respond to Page Six's request for comment. The ex-star previously denied being unfaithful with Madonna, telling people, "We're friends, that's it." The Grammy winner, who was married to Guy Ritchie when she and Rodriguez made headlines, did the same. She said, "I am not romantically involved in any way with A-Rod." This is what she wrote in a statement to the same outlet. "I have nothing to do with the state of his marriage." Now, the show that he's on began streaming last week, with the premiere also digging into his and Skirtis's relationship demise. During the November 6th episode, Skirtis said her ex-husband has a big heart but spent his life so enriched in baseball that he was stunted when it came to the natural development of a person. And I think that happens. Like, once you get all that fame and everything, I think people always think that fame and success and all these other things are going to make you, oh, if I get all these things, it's going to make me a better person. I just feel like a lot of times it just expands on who you are. You already are the person you are, but having the money and the fame and the accolades, that just expands on what you already have. And I guess there comes a moment when you got to come to that conclusion, which I think is what Lady Gaga had to come to when we get to her next topic, because there's similar stories, that not necessarily the infidelity, but how the fame and the process of fame, how it overtakes you and you tend to lose a sense of who you are as a person. So you were like, at the time that y'all was friends, but it seemed like now that you've all come to this copacetic space, and now that you're doing the podcast situation, it seemed like to me that he's openly admitting that, yeah, while y'all was married, he was getting it in with Madonna. And no shade to Madonna, but we got to call it what it is. Madonna is notorious for when she wants something, she gonna go after it. She don't care if you in a relationship or not. Remember when we saw Truth or Dare, and she was all over Antonio Banderas, and his wife was literally within earshot of him, and she was all over him. I don't think they ever. I don't remember if they ever got it in. Y'all have to remind me if they did. But for the most part, I'm just like, she's been notorious for getting with men who were in prior relationships. And I'm not saying she a home wrecker, because, well, then I guess maybe I am. And look, can't nobody, I always say, you can't just cheat and take somebody away from somebody. There's equal participants in situation. So he was willing to go along and get some of that old cooch. We're not gonna put it past me. Madonna like them young, and she like them Latinos, and I would not be surprised if A-Rod got a big one. Why else would Jennifer Lopez have been with him as long as she was? So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story in regards to the whole Confessions Part 2 and the fact that A-Rod and his ex-wife was reflected on his affairs, which caused their marriage to end, and the rumors that he and Madonna got it in. So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. I almost closed the whole damn video. I was like, "Ooh, let me watch that." Hit the wrong button. And you see, the Sports Commission ruled against trans women competing in women's sports. I'm not surprised by that. You said, "You go, girl. I will go if you don't shut up." Well, the new Devil Wears Prada trailer has Vogue. I think one of the new songs will be in the movie, and that's why she's holding. You want to know something? No shade, but they could have kept that teaser. We didn't need it. I was like, you ain't showing me nothing. You just showing Miranda Priestley feet and them pumps getting in the elevator. And then we got Anne Hathaway gets in there, and that's it. And then I'll just play it in the Vogue. I'm like, y'all could have kept that. We could have waited until 2026 for a real trailer. I know you want to remind people that Devil Wears Prada 2 is coming, and that's cute or whatever. But I was just like, okay, whatever. I wasn't that impressed. I get it's a teaser, but I was just like, y'all could have kept it. Respectfully, every time I hear a story begin with um Madonna, I just think, can we just say it's still alive and that be that? Well, the good thing is she is one of the icons of my generation that is still alive. You know, we lost Prince, we lost Michael Jackson, we lost Whitney Houston, we lost Tina Turner, we lost so many of the icons that I'm glad that she's still standing out, outside of all those icons, iconic people. If she does what she did on the Celebration tour, taking time off between cities, she could do at least 50 shows. Why do I feel like she needs to do more than 50? Like, I really feel like you need to travel the world to other places. Don't do that short shit that Beyonce did. But I don't know. I feel like I want her to get out there and tour kind of like how Gaga is with the Mayhem Ball. Like, Gaga keeps adding more dates. And she stops and then she adds more dates and she goes to all these different places. I really feel like in this day and age, Madonna definitely needs to get out there. But I know that she's a woman of a certain age. Apparently, she's trying to defy all odds and expectations. I'm not saying that she needs to overwork herself, but she needs to take breaks in between and really hit those markets that she's been sort of neglecting. I feel bad. I only got a ticket to see Megan Trainor because of Icona Pop. So does that mean that you about to you gonna be like some of these artists, and I've seen them do this. I'm gonna see the opening act and then I'm gonna leave. They ain't there for the main act. He probably cheated on Jennifer too. He said, "Not yum yum bouncy bouncy." Okay, that's what they was up in there doing. He's only child. That's a hard 50, isn't it? He says, so he was like 32, 33 in 2008. And Madonna like him young. I believe it. I remember hearing her and Gwyneth's friendship ended because Gwyneth accused Madonna of flirting with Chris Martin. If you like it, I love it. You said Celebration Tour was 80 shows. hmm Okay, some people they do show up just for the opening act, which is kind of sad though. But at the end of the day, you did buy the ticket, so you supporting whether or not you stay for the main course. You supporting them regardless. All right, y'all. Let me see how many more topics. Okay, we got about 5 more. Okay, let's get back into the show. Let's talk about Madonna's bestie, Lady Gaga. So apparently, Lady Gaga dropped a new. She's on the cover of Rolling Stone. It's like I was living for the photos, and I like the whole little finger claw thing, which I've seen before. I think Cobra does that, but a lot of you don't know about these underground girls. They'll always give the credit to. So yeah, I like the cover. I was like, okay, she looks good here. was liking a lot of the looks and everything. But so yeah, so she opened up in the article. The article was actually really good, where she was getting more into talking about her mental health, how she feels like because of Mayhem and Michael Polanski, her fiance, who is like her creative partner now, how she feels more like a healthy whole person. She got into a whole lot talking about the Mayhem album, putting the tour together, and all the things that she came with that, the exercising her demons and the whole gothic dream and stuff, which she does play that out in the Mayhem Ball tour, and also talked about how she was on them drugs, lithium. Why am I thinking of Nirvana whenever I say lithium? But it was like she was on lithium and while making A Star Is Born, and talking about the flopation of Artpop. She also talked about, or the art flop of Artpop. She also talked about Chromatica, how she felt like Chromatica was like the beginning of like her journey of what you get a lot more in Mayhem. But she said she didn't have enough of the vernacular or the creative poetry that she needed to express a lot of what she wanted to say in Chromatica. And I actually have to agree with that, because I feel like with Chromatica, while you hear like with 911 and a bunch of those other songs which addresses her issues with mental health, I definitely felt like the album wasn't fully realized. Also feel like that same way with Mayhem. Well, I feel like you do get a lot of those personal feelings and thoughts and stories and stuff with the songs. I definitely feel like it does feel like she's in a way reheating her nachos. Like, it doesn't feel as revolutionary as she thinks it is. The tour definitely, I feel like, exercises a lot of it. It feels more fully realized with the tour, but I definitely feel like the album, it feels like something's missing from this record. This is why I said that record is more Mayhem than Mayhem. But the tour overall, I definitely feel like it really gets the job done of what it is she's trying to say in regards of this era of music. So she revealed in the new Rolling Stone cover story that her psyche was unraveling during the making of A Star Is Born and in the months afterward while on her Joanne World Tour. As the pop icon bluntly admitted, she said, "I did A Star Is Born on lithium," referring to the drug used to treat and prevent episodes of mania. "There was one day that my sister said to me, on the first day of Christmas, my sister said to me," she said, "I don't see my sister anymore." Gaga, remember, and I canceled the tour. "There was one day I went to the hospital for psychiatric care. I needed to take a break. I couldn't do anything. I completely crashed. It was really scary. There was a time where I didn't think I could get better. I felt really lucky to be alive. I know that might sound dramatic, but we know how this can go." Now, Gaga was in one of the busiest periods of her career during this time. A Star Is Born, in which Gaga played a rising pop star alongside Bradley Cooper as a fading country singer, started filming in April of 2017. A few months earlier, Gaga headlined the Super Bowl halftime show after putting out her album Joanne in fall of 2016. The tour of the same name kicked off in August 2017 after A Star Is Born filming wrapped and ran through February 2018. Gaga canceled the last 10 shows of the tour. A Star Is Born then rolled out in fall of 2018, starting with a buzzy Venice Film Festival premiere. The film's press tour lasted all the way through the Oscars in February of 2019, where Gaga was nominated for Best Actress and won Best Original Song for Shallow. She even talked about how like she decided to bring in Shallow because she said it didn't really fit with the theme, but she had remembered because she wanted to make that song work in some sort of way, and she was all about challenging herself. She said she remembered that there was like this drum loop or whatever that when she and Mark Ronson were working on it, that they had done when they were creating the song, but then they didn't end up using it. And she was just like, "Oh, I kind of want to use that for the tour." So she texted him, and he actually sent her the music for that, and that's why you hear that version of Shallow in the Mayhem Ball tour. So there, she talked about her relationship with fiance Michael Polanski with saving her mental health. You know, the couple began dating in 2020. She said being in love with someone that cares about the real me made a big difference. That love sustained Gaga through another tumultuous moment in her career, Joker Folie à Doudou, the sequel to the Oscar-winning Joker paired Joaquin Phoenix opposite Gaga's Harley Quinn, but the reviews for the 2024 movie were disastrous. The box office was even worse. Folie à Doo flopped with just over $200 million worldwide, a huge decline from the $1 billion gross of the original. Gaga earned solid reviews for her performance, but the rest of the movie was torn apart by the press. And here's the thing. Gaga wasn't the problem with the movie. The problem was Warner Brothers. Nobody asked y'all to make another goddamn movie. Joker was a one and done type situation that did what it needed to do at the time that it came out. And quiet as it's kept, I wasn't even that impressed with the movie. I felt like it was just some ripoff of a Martin Scorsese earlier movie. It gave me Mean Street tease. It gave me Taxi Driver tease. Like, it just felt like a derivative of what I had already seen from movies that I had loved from old New York in the 70s. But I did like the idea of like mental health and psychosis and all this stuff with the Joker. The movie to me, I just thought was overrated. And I saw it in the movies. I'm like, y'all overhyped this shit. It kind of made me feel like when I saw the Blair Witch Project, I'm sitting like, this is some overrated mess. So I didn't particularly care for it. And of course, Warner Brothers being greedy, they were, it made $1 billion. Let's make another one. And then the director, Todd Haynes, I believe was his name, didn't want to make a sequel. There was never a plan for him to want to make a sequel. So Warner Brothers was going to leave him the hell alone. He was like, okay, well, since y'all not going to leave me alone and I feel like y'all going to make this movie regardless, I'll just come up with whatever cockamamie story. I'll just make whatever. We'll make it into a musical and add a bunch of other things in it. And I'll just try to make it a quick cash grab since this is what y'all want to do. And then when it came out, people were like, what the fuck is this? And people didn't buy into it. It was a hot mess. They didn't want it. They saw it was trash, and we all moved on. So she basically said I wasn't like unfazed regarding the film's poor reception. She said it's funny. I'm almost nervous to share my reaction, but the truth is, when it first started happening, I started laughing because it was just getting so unhinged. When it takes a while for something to kind of dissipate, that could be a little bit more painful only because I put a lot of myself into it. Well, the good thing about it is you didn't get panned for your performance. The thing was mostly about the movie as a whole, the writing, the story direction, all that other stuff. You went in and did the best you could with what you were given. So at least you get to walk away unscathed and with a lot of money, just like Joaquin did. And the director. The only ones that had to eat that failure was Warner Brothers. But then again, Warner Brothers not that upset because even though that Folie à Doo flopped, the good thing is Mike DeLuca and Pam Abdi was able to turn around Warner Brothers this year with all the plethora of movies, starting with Sinners and ending, I believe, with, I say Minecraft, then Sinners, and then it ended with Weapons, if I'm not mistaken, where they were on this winning streak of all their movies that they were releasing with Final Destination Bloodlines, a bunch of others being successful at the box office. So they also went on to say that she channeled the negative reaction to the Joker sequel into her music, most notably the Disease music video. It was the first single off her new album, Mayhem, which ended up returning Gaga to the heights of pop stardom. The album is currently nominated for Album of the Year at the Grammys. There was a ton of negativity around Joker, and I think I was feeling artistically rebellious at the time. I put so much of that energy into that video. I was in that place, I was like, I'll show you who I am and I'll show you what the fight is like. And so it's funny how like she was talking about putting it into Mayhem and the heights of pop stardom, because she said that she was going through this period of battling like Stephanie versus Gaga, and Michael was like, if you think about it, they're one and the same. And I do feel like that when we come out with these alter egos or whatever, we are kind of like, they are a part of who we are, whether we want to admit it or not. Now, to get into the rest of the situation, there's more story to this. There's more story to this story, I should say. And she also revealed that the criticism she received for Artpop and her subsequent turn away from pop music that resulted in the albums Cheek to Cheek and Joanne provided a direct source of inspiration for Mayhem. She said, Mayhem, as a piece of music, I never would have made it without the 10 years of experience that I had. What would Mayhem sound like if I hadn't become a jazz singer? What would it have sounded like if I hadn't made Artpop? Reflecting on her experimental 2013 album, which became a fan favorite in the years since its release, people do say justice for Artpop. And I have to say, Artpop was not a bad album. When she started doing Joanne and all that other stuff, I always felt that she kind of turned her nose away from the whole pop universe because pop in America is always seen as a bad word. That's why I love, like, in Europe and everything, they embrace being pop stars. They embrace pop music. Pop is not a bad word. Pop just means popular. But people who actually take those things about pop, which is like a good earworm or having a good ear for music and something that's catchy and could be impactful in what it is that you do with creativity and artistic endeavors and all other stuff. Like Madonna was able to perfect that. Yeah, she's a pop star, but she was also able to incorporate a lot of creative artistic visions and music and experiment. And I think like that's what pop allows you to do. Pop music allows you to experiment with different sounds or whatever. But I always felt like when you look at people like Lady Gaga, she's like, oh, they're not taking me seriously because the crazy outfits and all the other stuff is overshadowing the fact that I can sing, that I do play instruments, that I play the piano and the guitar, as you see and when she performs Garden of Eden in on the Mayhem Ball tour. So I always feel like her real instrument of choice has always been the piano. Which, like her, I was classically trained in piano growing up. Shout out to my music teacher, Miss Dunstan. Everybody else gravitated towards the violin. Chris went straight to the piano. So, because I was a rebel, even when I was a kid, I always went against what everybody else was doing. So, in a way, it's like she was trying to, in my opinion, from how I look at it, she was shying away from all that stuff because she wanted to be taken seriously as a musician. And in America, we are always about we have to be taken seriously. We don't relax or have fun. Everything has to be like I'm the real deal. I'm not some fraud. I'm not some phony. And let me tell you something. Gaga, I will say, as a performer, is the real deal. She gives 1,000% of her who she is every night. Her mic is always on. Even though I had somebody up in here trying to make excuses for Tate McRae, pretending she was singing into a microphone that was upside down. It's hard to sing and dance at the same time. You want real singing, go to Broadway. I saw, ain't no excuses in this situation. Now, if you one of them girls that has an okay voice and you really can't be up in here hitting them notes and you want perfection and just a pretty girl up there doing, they little 1-2 step, that voice ain't what it is, then okay, I'll excuse a Tate McRae or Britney or a Sierra. But when it come down to somebody that's really up there want to give you real talent, real drama, real this and real that, you're going to get that from a Gaga concert. Madonna concert too, but for the most part, we talking about Gaga, so we got to stick on that. Now, reflecting on, let me make sure I'm not going to reread the same situation. Reflecting on her experimental 2013 album, which became a fan favorite in the years since its release, Gaga called the resounding critical panning of the project very impactful on the rest of her career, saying like much more impactful than any other criticism for any artwork. That was the first time that I ever had a major criticism about a piece of work that I made. Yeah, because we was living for the Fame and the Fame Monster era, more so the Fame Monster than the Fame. Then she came out with Born This Way, which I love that record. And that to me, I feel like that's that's like a little sibling to the what did I say? The Fame Monster era. And then she came out with Artpop, and I will say like, yeah, you were getting into the whole EDM thing, and you were experimenting because she went with DJ White Shadow. She was working with them at that point, but it did feel like the album did feel a little schizophrenic and all over the place. And she was like kind of teetering away from doing that and getting more into the electronic dance music. But I guess with critics, they were like, okay, what are you really trying to say with this record? It just feels like it's all over the place. But now a lot of people appreciate it. I still don't get the whole like what she was doing too much was like, oh, I'm gonna drink this nasty shit and I'm gonna just make myself throw up every night. Like, ma'am, you don't want to ruin your teeth. So you can't be up in here vomiting and stuff. Do like the fake vomit and stuff like they do in The Exorcist. Like stick a little tube on the side and you just have it, them pump it out and it just regurgitates everywhere. Now, Gaga described Art Pop as her EDM opus and said that the album's confrontational tone was created because she was being treated as a business rather than an artist at the time. She said, people don't like it if I say I won't dress the way you want me to dress. I won't have the hair you want me to have. And I'm going to not make pop music the way that you want me to make it because you want everything to sound like Bad Romance. And I'm never doing that again. And now today we look at it, and when we talk about I'm not going to make Bad Romance, I feel like the song that has succeeded Bad Romance, in my opinion, even though she does sing on the tour and everybody lives for it, she should close out the show with Bad Romance. And then she picks whatever song she wants to do her final curtain bow of the night. But Abracadabra, I feel like is a good successor to Bad Romance because it has those ooh gaga, oh rah rah moments, like oh ma moments like she puts in her songs that we live for, the gaga gibberish. So there's a lot of that in that type of song. So I think that is the most Bad Romance-ish type song that we've had from her in years. Now, as for the sexist undertones of that criticism, she pointed out that when male artists make new choices in their music, they are heralded as radical thinkers discovering new territory, while female artists are mocked. Because I was sort of heralded as like over. Now, after a decade of detours, including multiple film roles in A Star is Born, House of Gucci, and Folie à Doudou, Gaga says that she and her co-producers on Mayhem, Andrew Watt, and her fiance, Michael Polanski, knew that driving back into pop music meant she had to address that part of her career head on, saying, one of the things I'm most grateful for is gaining all my artistic faculties back to make this record. I had to dig very, very deep, and I had to change a lot of my life and recenter around what I needed as a human being. And here's the thing. Pop music, like I said, is just a word. It just means popular. You can take a lot of those creative, artistic endeavors, and I guess because you are where you are in your career, you pretty much earn the right to be able to do that. And you can use pop music as a way to push yourself outside of the box, step outside your comfort zone, and take more creative chances when it comes to making your music. And I'm glad that she's finally come full circle with it. To me, I have to say, it's been a while, and you know how I be feeling about Gaga at times, because I do be feeling like a lot of times when she says certain things, it comes across as pretentious, which kind of like annoys me with people. But I feel like this was the most transparent, the most honest, and the most vulnerable that she's been in an interview in a while. So if you get a chance, if you're able to, because I had to find ways to curtail around Rolling Stone because they want you to pay to read these damn articles, which is annoying. But I had to do a whole like how I get around them sometimes. There's a little way that you can kind of highlight. I had to copy and paste it into my website and read it that way. And then when I was done, I had to delete it. Which what I should have did was take the whole article and post it on my page. So for those who want to, I may actually go back and do that. So for those who want to go and read the full article, you can go to chrisavalon.com and check it out if you can't get around those stupid paywalls that they have on Rolling Stone. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Have you read the article from Rolling Stone? I must say, I love the overall look that she had. I like the cover. I like some of the photos that I saw. And it was a really good interview. So definitely check it out if you can. But in the meantime, I definitely want to hear from y'all. Let me know what your thoughts are on this story in the comments down below. She owes Australia every market. She's not held down by lots of kids, just the twins. She can do a big world tour now that there's only two kids. Well, yeah, now, and I think also at the place because the twins are a lot older. Um, she is at a place where all the kids is grown. Mercy's an adult, pretty much. They're like she and the other child, David, they're 18. Rocco was in his mid-20s. Lourdes is pushing 30. I can't even believe I'm saying that. Lourdes is pushing 30. She's like 28 and 27, 28. And then you have the twins. They're like what, 15, 16? So yeah, she can find ways to travel with them. And if she needs to do a full-on tour and travel, she can just bring nannies. I mean, well, the nanny obviously just have the nannies, but a tutor. And they could probably do schooling on there's the internet, so they could probably do schooling and stuff online courses. But yeah, now that she's at that age where like all the kids is grown, sort of, I do feel like that she could do a big tour. I feel bad for her Aussie fan. She's only been there twice. That's that's what I was thinking about too. It's like those fans that love you in other parts of the world, you have to find ways to reach out to them and perform in those places. Because like we were talking about that whole story regarding Beyonce, where it's like you were only doing like limited dates for the Cowboy Carter tour, and how the person at I think it was Live Nation was talking about that you have to expand and go out to different places. You can't just try to do that model which is resorting to residencies in Vegas, or you're only doing a couple of dates here and there, because those fans that like your music that are in Brazil, that are in um Spain, or you have any parts of Latin America, or if you have places in Australia or Denmark, or Sweden, or in all these other places. If you start to neglect them, then what happens? You're going to lose out on those fans. They move on to someone else. I prefer Chromatica over Mayhem. I like the pink alien aesthetic more than her drenched in black. She did like that look too, with those crazy shoes that she had on. It was giving very much like what do you call that? K-pop cosplay. I was thinking about K-pop artists when it was that. I mean, she did have black pink on the record. Artpop was critically panned. Speaking of which, I saw this. I don't know if it was an article or a video or something, but it was talking about that they working these K-pop stars to death, that these girls are passing out on stage. I knew they was doing all kinds of slave labor for these K-pop girls. Artpop was critically panned upon release, but is now proclaimed as an underrated album ahead of its time. Blackout was also panned, is now on Rolling Stone's top 100 albums of the 21st century. I just saw on YouTube this kid reacted to listening to Blackout for the first time. I'm like, child, you about to be in for a treat, because we live for that record. And you want to know something? It's funny. Like I feel like you haven't made it until you're one of those artists that were critically panned, but now your music is underrated. Like Gaga has Art Pop, Britney has Blackout, Madonna has American Life. So everybody's got their, album that was critically panned, but now we appreciate it. I had one of my friends, Albie, who I've talked about on the show before, was about everybody wants to talk about Confessions, but nobody talks about um her other record that was deemed underrated. Like nobody talks about um American Life. I said, that's a lie, because I talk about that record all the time. He gagged. I said, I talk about that record all the time, how underrated that record is. A lot of people wasn't feeling it, and now a lot of people love it. Because I guess we weren't ready to hear the truth about the state of our country at the time, especially Dick Cheney, and the whole Iraq war and all of that stuff. And people were mad at Madonna because she was somebody who never backed down from, her beliefs and stuff. And here she was during this time backpedaling. Didn't release the video for American Life, and people was upset over it. Some people, which is why I loved. I don't want another bad romance. I just want Art Pop Act 2, which is why I love Donna. I hated Donna Chromatica. I just thought the production on that was terrible. I stopped listening to Abracadabra months ago and started listening to Swine, Do What You Want, and Burka. Well, those are good songs. I like Swine. She needs to perform that, but Do What You Want. That is not they did remove the R. Kelly one, right? Yes, Mayhem Miller. That's where I got that from. We'll call her album Mayhem. I said Blackout is my third favorite album of all time, behind. Wait, what's TVR and ROL? Why am I having a brain fart? Veronica is also underrated. Was it? I thought people liked that record. Or maybe it was because it was different, because she had the poetry and the New Jack Swing and all the others, and then the different sound. Yeah, there was New Jack Swing even on erotica. It didn't just start with bedtime stories. I like American Life, but what turns me off about the era is how she punked out a release of the see, and I mentioned that before I even read your article. And a lot of the deep cuts from the album aren't that good. Yeah, and even the video rollouts for a lot of those songs, like what the hell was that Love Profusion video? That looked like a goddamn perfume commercial. I'm like, girl, if you wanted to make a perfume commercial, you should have made it for Candy Perfume Girl. That would have made more sense. All right, y'all. So now we got 4 more topics left to be at the end of the show. I told you it was going to be a long episode today because, look, I didn't give y'all a show for 2 days. I was like, let me give y'all a lot of material. Well, also for y'all to gag on and for me to cut up and make into little segments. So before we get to those top 4, the last 4 topics of the show, if you have not already, please hit that like button. If you are new to the channel, hit that subscribe button. Also, be sure to smash the notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. Please and thank you. Now, without further ado, let's talk about Britney. So, Britney's out here. She was missing. She had blocked her. What did she do? She. I was gonna say dislocated her Instagram, but we all knew she was gonna come back because she always does it. She disables the Instagram, and then a couple of weeks later she comes back. But she said she got, I don't know, it's some weird ass excuse she gave. She said she was stuck in Mexico for like a couple of weeks, and some other mess transpired. And she was talking in this weird ass voice, like it literally was like, um, one of the Torrance children from The Shining and Tony. Tony. No, that's literally what she be giving when she be talking in these little weird accents. I'm like, God, is this one of her personalities coming out? Like, literally, we need to start calling Brittany Sybil because I don't know what's going on with her, but she's a mess. But I don't want to get too much into that situation. What I want to focus on is the fact that now that Kevin Federline's been dragged by the people on social media over that stupid ass book that's about to go triple plastic because nobody's buying it. And it ain't even making a New York Times bestseller. But yeah, he's still out here promoting it. And he recently revealed in an interview that Britney is working on mending fences or mending a bond with her estranged sons. After y'all fought tooth and nail to keep her away from them damn kids because she was in that damn conservatorship. So Federline revealed how Sean Preston, who's 20, and Jaden James, 19, are starting to work through things with their mom on Monday's episode of Talk Shop Live. While promoting his memoir, which they called a bombshell, you mean more like a bomb, you thought you knew, but I like to change it up because of that line from MTV Cribs, or not, no, it wasn't MTV Cribs. What was it? It was True Life. You think you know, but you have no idea. Remember that show? They always used to say that. You thought you knew. Federline said his kids are trying to find a way to mend a bond between their mom. The dancer noted that he fully supports their efforts to bury the hatchet. They absolutely love their mom, right? I mean, they always have, always will. It's instilled in them, and I've always wanted for them to have a connection with their mom the way I have with my mom. But you have a funny way of showing it, because if that was the case, what the fuck was the point of this book? Because they always had a bond with their mom, and then we was hearing all these stories that he went and asked the kids permission for them to. I was like, what the hell? Hold on, I gotta look at that because they're talking about my settings was adjusted. I'm like, I don't know what that is. I'll check that out when I get off. But anyway, so um, you had this opportunity to not be a dick and release this book where you basically spend more time spilling allegedly Britney's tea in there, making her look like some drug addicted crazy lady. The crazy part, I mean, she's pretty much doing that on her own with all this shenanigans and shit she's doing out here in these streets. And this is no shade. This is literally me as somebody watching on the outside with her, with these answers. We're not going to sit up here and try to ignore the fact that, okay, something wrong with this lady. We're not going to sit up here and just act obtuse in this situation. We got to call it out as we see it because you're putting it out here. You're giving us permission to talk about it. So whatever issue she got going on, I wish, like in the same situation of Wendy, she had people in her, as in Williams, people in her corner who genuinely care about her and want her to get the help that she needs and the care that she needs. I'm glad she's no longer in her conservatorship and she's being taken advantage of and hurt by the system because money and everything being involved. But she definitely needs somebody to be on, like, look on the, like, trying to help her keep her on the right track and not be out here looking like a crazy lady. But It is what it is. Yeah, want her free, and this is where we are. But all these other people in her life that are taking advantage of her situation, y'all not doing her no favors either. And sir, you haven't really done her any favors in this situation as well. When you go immediately, as soon as the well runs dry from that child support, what's the first thing you do? Release a damn book. And now, because of all the backlash, you want to come out and try to act like a fucking model citizen? Fuck you. That's what I got to say on that. But I got to call out both sides. So then they said, well, and then I think also in that long ass post that Brittany put out in regards of her being stuck in Mexico, I think the reason why she ran over to Mexico because she said she wanted to escape all the mess, this media circus surrounding this damn book. So you created this bonfire, you lit the match, causing her to flee to Mexico. Shout out to all the fine ass Mexicans. I love me some Mexican men. But anyway, so he said, we haven't talked specifically, but I know that she's talked to our sons, which is good. Well, I wouldn't talk to your ass either, especially when you betray my trust and you out there trying to profit off my pain. You can go fuck yourself. That's what I would have said. Fetterman explained how writing his book actually enabled their latest reconciliation initiatives. He said, I know that a lot of people think that this book hurts the situation, but we've done everything else. We've tried every single thing. And when you're dealing with a situation like this, I have to be the bad guy. If I have to be the bad guy and everybody has to hate me, then so be it. I'll do that for my kids to be able to have a relationship with their mother. So you're trying to say that if you didn't write the book, they would have never had a relationship with their mother. When Brittany has said many a times, her main priority is her sons. She's wanted nothing more than to have a relationship with her sons. But because of certain circumstances that was in the past, especially pertaining to this guardianship, or I should say conservatorship, that's the same goddamn thing. Why do people say guardianship, conservatorship? Same shit, different toilet. When it pertains to that, she had restrictions in regards of what she could do with her kids. But then at the end of the day, we don't really know the extent of what was going on or what transpired because both are saying things, but it's like I'm still trying to understand what's really going on. So we don't really know what the real truth is because it's his side and it's her side. The kids haven't said anything, but it's you constantly speaking out. But now you're trying to say, yeah, if it wasn't for me writing this book, then Brittany wouldn't have a relationship with her sons. I'm calling bullshit on that. Now, Fetterman was married to Spears from 2004 to 2007, expressed his hope for a better relationship between his ex-wife and their kids, saying, excuse me, I'm really hoping that through all of this, through all the turmoil, that there's light at the end of the tunnel. I see it, but it's going to be a difficult road and it's going to take time. Spears had a different outlook on Fetterman's memoir, calling his portrayal of her as a mother false, saying, trust me, those white lies in that book, they're going straight to the bank, and I'm the only one who genuinely gets hurt here. This is what she wrote on October 15th. So yeah, it's like she's the one that gets hurt. But I thought when she was saying that I'm going to take this, that is going to be taken to the bank, I thought she was going to file a lawsuit. So it always seems like at the end of the day, when she's constantly hurt by people in her life, she continues to take the high road. My petty ass, I'm like, well, clearly I got more money than Kevin, and he can't even hurt me in the levels of cointadas in court. So I'm gonna take his ass and I'm gonna sue him for all these lies. I also don't think that biopic's getting made. So John and Chu could sit up here and try to look down at the floor and stutter whenever they ask him about it. I don't think this biopic is happening. It's just too much of a mess that's going on in this situation. And Brittany, whatever, because there was something in the video. I don't know how old it was, but she came out in some weird ass accent talking about that, like with Madonna, I'm still alive, so why can't I play me? Because, girl, you can't act. We don't want to see you play you. I would rather an actress come in. Girl, we saw Crossroads. So, no, you cannot act. And that's no shade. I would rather an actual girl come in and play the cat, do the thing, whatever, than you play you. Because can you actually get on and follow rules? Like you just be going on these little tangents. I don't know where your mentality is in regards to if I ask you to do something direction wise, and I say action and cut, can you really be coherent enough to perform? Especially when you say you refuse to perform as a musician because of the trauma that you had to deal with your father treating you like a goddamn workhorse and killing your passion and your love for being a performer. So yeah, I don't know if I could trust you when you sit up in here and go and write a book when you said that she wished her children to be unalived, punched Sean Preston, and also said she used booger sugar while breastfeeding. So you saying all this stuff and you saying that with all this tea that you done spilled about their mother, alleged tea, that this brought the boys to wanting to be in a relationship with their mother. At one point, we saw one of them. Can't remember which one. It might have been Jaden. Because I don't think Sean Preston really been out here wanting to be cool with his mother. But we've seen one of the sons visiting Brittany, playing the piano or spending time with his mom, and we've seen the pictures and all that other stuff. I mean, I don't know if that he's training these children to grift on their mother, try to find ways to squeeze more juice out of the lemon, and they over there all of a sudden now because the well's running dry, now they want to be buddy buddy with their mother because they want something, or if they genuinely want to formulate a relationship with their mother. So yeah, mental health, it is definitely something that's not a joke. I'm hoping that Brittany does, with many crazy things that she does, and we've seen it, that she's definitely coherent enough, getting the help that she needs, and if throughout all this craziness, she's able to formulate a bond with her sons and work and get it together in regards to their relationship. I hope it works out for them. I would never want a child to not be in good standing with their parents. I always want that for anybody to be able to be in good standing with their parents. But and I feel for Brittany in a lot of ways because this is a girl that's just been hurt by people who generally don't like her. Like I think her parents never cared about her. Her sister's a piece of shit. Her ex-husband is trash. So she's never really, I don't know if she's really had anybody in her life who genuinely cares about her. Maybe the closest, and even though their relationship didn't work out, the closest that she's had to a real genuine, like someone in her life that truly cared about her might have been Justin Timberlake. Because remember hearing that story of how, and shout out to Popcorn Planet, because he had a conversation with Sam Lutfi. Damn, I still remember. I got to watch that other part of the thing. He did a 3-parter with him. So Sam was like that when Brittany was going through the things that she went through. Justin reached out, was like, if you need anything, if you need to get away from all the paparazzi and everything, we have a place out in Tennessee. You can come hang out there. No questions asked. We'll send out a private plane, come get you. You can come stay on my property out in Tennessee and get away from it all. Even Justin's mother was someone who, and I know we say all the things we say about Justin, but at least he was a good one in this part. His mother was even more of a mother to her than Lynn's shady ass. So there's that. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Kevin, K-Fed, K-Fat, whatever it was, all the other things we was calling him in regards to K-Flop. We still don't see it for you out here in these streets. You still a piece of shit. You still trash. You still, a professional baby daddy. Never held down a real job. I mean, you did your little Channing Tatum 1-2 step, but outside of that, you hit a good cash cow by knocking up Brittany 2 times. So why keep working? And now that the well has run dry, you made your little coins, but now I do feel like at this day and age, you still being an opportunist. And I still don't trust you as far as I could throw you. So no, you don't get brownie points for sending me, oh, she's trying to maintain a relationship with her sons. But you're the one that came out here and started all this mess to send her in this moment of just a downward spiral and just dealing with all these crazy things because you just want to grift and make yourself a little money because you ain't getting no more child support. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Okay, okay. It was like, where we going? Where we going? Okay. Wait, did I read the one that said I like American life, but what turned me off about the era is how punk. Oh yeah, I did read that one. You said the Velvet Rope and Ray of Light. Oh, you were telling me what he was saying. Yeah, because I'm like, well, y'all be abbreviating some. I be having brain farts. Love Perfusion was used for that was a mess. Bedtime Stories was also I told you that was my first Madonna album. I actually bought a physical album that I bought. CD. That's where she got the video because the director of the commercial did the video. To be between Erotica and Ray of Light, you're gonna get overlooked. I think his book should have been called "You Think We Care," okay? Because nobody did apparently. There was, and they said he's 100 million in debt. I'm like, how did your bills get that high, or your debts get that high? Child, you better start an OnlyFans. They said there was a viral TikTok stating she died in 2007 and used a bunch of clips of her in 1999 and early 2000s. Make me sad. Britney's public perception is that she's completely, she looks a mess now. She looks like one of those, barefoot and pregnant housewives from like the Midwest or the South. Somebody who definitely depends on, the food stamps. Got bad medical insurance. She went out to Mexico. America is not sending their best up. They said my friend's brother is in custody battle with his ex, trying to turn his kids against him. The son already doesn't want to go to his house to talk to him, so his mom is trying to bring. And you know what? There's a lot of that goes with that. And I would not put anything past. That's the worst. And you know what? Fuck you bitches and some of you men that do that. That y'all will sit because you mad at the person you decide to lay alone and spread it wide with, that you want to weaponize your hatred for that man and brainwash your kids. Because it's like, I want nothing more than to be with my children. But you over here spreading lies like your daddy no good and all this other stuff, and he don't want nothing to do with you. He a bum, he hates you, and all this other stuff. And you have these kids grow up with these beliefs and this resentment when it's fake, when it's falsified, and you out here spreading lies because you mad. And you want to weaponize your children against your kid. I mean, against your ex. That's some evil ass mess. And Carmen don't forget an address. It showed up on time for John Fetterman. That's why his ass felony in the hospital. So it's disgusting. I hate when people do that. Will we get a Kevin Wendy situation where Kevin will try to get money through his kids? Are you talking about like Lil Kev? I don't think he even get, or I guess it would have to be in the whatever it is that, like, okay, if God forbid anything happened to her, is she going to leave all her assets, what's left of it, that these people, these conservatorship people ain't taking advantage of her? Will there be somewhere where is she going to leave everything to him? Only time will tell. Kevin been trying to find any little angle he can to get his hands on Wendy money, so I don't put nothing past his ass. I doubt JT cared about Britney if he acted oblivious to her in 2007 during an opera interview after aborting their baby and moving on to tour with that flopping. Not ex-Tina child. Well, I didn't say he was a saint, but that's according to Sam. That's what he said. 100 million money is wasted on the stupid. Exactly. That's why I said financial literacy is important, because how the hell did you end up $100 million in debt? And I'm sure he's in debt with this book deal, because if you're going to get an advance on a book deal, you have to sell an amount to be able to recoup all of that other stuff in the book company. So the book is flopping. They really thought that people was going to be Team Kevin. Nobody really liked Kevin Federline, even back when she was married to him. Remember, Rosie O'Donnell had confetti popping on the set of The View when she announced, and this is around the time, I believe, when Barack Obama became president. And she was like, yeah, Barack Obama became president, whatever the case was. The bigger news is Britney is divorcing K-Fed. And had them pop the confetti, similar to how she used to do with the Rosie O'Donnell show. And that's kind of like what I liked about The View. They incorporated some of the stuff from the Rosie O'Donnell show into that show. No, Swedish fish. Would you actually put the Swedish fish on the pizza? Some people don't like anchovies. I like anchovies, but they're a little too salty though. Even though I know you're not talking about anchovies, you're talking about Swedish fish, the candy. I love Brittany, but she looks like a trailer park. Yeah, exactly. She definitely looks like something out the trailer park, like a girl that would have been on Jerry Springer 20 years ago. Thought about having pizza, but no, I had leftovers. I had me some ribs and mashed potatoes before I came on. Cause I had no, I'm trying to eat healthy and clean. So I told you eating healthy is expensive. But one of these days I feel like, you know what, I might wanna, but then I'm gonna end up with the itis. I wanna get me like something from Pizza Hut. I got a Pizza Hut right around the corner. It's funny, whenever I move places, I always have like a Pizza Hut around the corner up the block for me. When I lived in Harlem, there was a pizza, no, it wasn't even Pizza Hut, it was Domino's. A Domino's pizza like right up the block. So me and my roommates, we'd be like, we'd walk up and we go get us some Domino's. We call it in. Wait, what's going on with Messenger? Ray J sues Kim Kardashian for betraying sex tape secret. Child. And this boy don't get off my line with this bullshit. Where's the full article? Because, let me see. Let me see if I can find her. Not y'all showing fat ass GJ Khaled. He pledged Jamaican relief support with Vibes Cartel. Oh, so you can support Jamaica, but you can't support Palestine? Motherfucker, you Palestinian. Okay. All right. You know, if you actually went over there and offered up your body, um, what would have happened was them people wouldn't able to be eating for a week. Sidebar. Shout out to Cardi B. She just had the baby. So that TD just came out 27 minutes ago. So I'm putting all this in now. She had the boy. Now, girl, plug it up and go on fucking tour. Like, stop it with the goddamn kids. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I think she had the baby a while ago. Because they literally have a video of her an hour ago. They said she was spotted hitting the gym, raising the question, did she give birth? So she had the baby already. She had it a while ago, but she kept it secret. But if you back in the gym working out and that stomach looking smaller than usual, now they're like, okay, so she had the baby. God damn, now we got, I'm trying to find the story. But oh, I found it. Took long enough. It said Ray J is firing back at Kim Kardashian and Kris Jenner with a lawsuit of his own after they sued him for defamation. He says they were all in on the infamous sex tape and it wasn't leaked against Kim's will. Well, I thought in this old tea, we've been knew this. We've been knew that they was all in on it. Pimp Mama Kris saw an opportunity because she know her daughter's a whore and they need to find out a way to financially benefit from the situation, but you was an equal participant too. We swag brand new Ray J. Like, come on now. Now he get on my goddamn nerves. So, in a new legal doc obtained by TMZ, Ray J reveals that what he says actually went down with the sex tape. He claims he and Kim consensually shot a sex tape in 2003 and then in 2006 and discussed releasing it. And he said Kim insisted Kris be in charge of the release and commercial exploitation of the film. That is nasty. First of all, I would be ashamed as a parent being like, oh yeah, I'm gonna pimp out my own child and we're gonna parlay this into a career. Oh, you're gonna be the Armenian Jenna Jameson. Now, in the lawsuit filed by attorney Howard King, Ray J claims Kim and Kris have spent 2 decades peddling the false story that the sex tape was leaked against their will. Ray J says Kim and Kris leaked. Said Kris are furious. He no longer wants to play along with their tall tale. Child, this tea is old. This happened in 2006, right? So it's like 20 years ago. Why are we still on this? Kim has been able to financially benefit off of being like, the whore Calabasas, and you out here circling the chitlin circuit, singing One Wish off key, while you look like you pregnant with triplets. Like, I just don't understand, like, how you mad at her because she was smart about how she did her stuff, and you weren't able to parlay your career into something similar to a Raheem Shabazz or something. My gay corn connoisseurs know who Raheem Shabazz is. I'm not saying that Ray J got to jump into the gay corn circles, but then again, you might actually have a legitimate career if you would have jumped into the gay corn circles, because nobody cares about the male stars over on the heterosexual side. On the homosexual side, you'd be able to have a bit of a career. I would have said that about Brashear Gray, but he out here hunching these chitlin circuit performers and getting in some drama with these people when he's doing these little half-ass videos with Jacoby and them and Ray Potts. Now, they said Kim and Chris attorney Alex Spiro tells TMZ after realizing he is losing the case and losing his way, this disjointed, rambling distraction is not intimidating anyone. Ray J will lose this frivolous case too. I think he might. Does he still have that Raycon situation? Because I know Christian Harloff has Raycon as a sponsor for his show. And when I heard Raycon, I'm like, wait, isn't that the Beats by Dre S type company that Ray J has, where he does like the headphones? I wonder if he's still part of that, or did you sell it? Like, I ain't care enough to read the rest of that. Like, what's the name with Mint Mobile? Yeah, they talking about B of A minus ID. Your settings were recently adjusted. If you did not initiate this call now, that sounds like junk in my phone. So let me delete that, because what you're not going to do is scam me out of some bullshit. But anyway, let me get back into the show because I'm getting distracted. Um, Wait, didn't I see this earlier? Oh yeah, there was one on the House floor. Ocasio-Cortez blasted a clause in the Senate funding package. Well, child, I already posted that whole video. I had to pull all that together when I did the show. So you miss a moment, you miss a lot. But I had all my I's dotted and T's crossed with the political stuff. I hope I was able to inform you on all the stuff, because I was like, let me make sure I got all these ducks in a row. Like you said, I'm making spaghetti right now. I haven't had spaghetti in a minute. I'm kind of in the mood for like some spaghetti and meat sauce, and then maybe put some ground beef up in it. I made shell pasta last week with me. Well, speaking of which, I got to go food shopping. I haven't gone grocery shopping in a minute, but I'm not going to be able to, because this whole weekend I'm going to be working. Like, I got tomorrow I'm going out. Tomorrow I'm working. It's a Knicks game. Hopefully they'll do better than yesterday. But it's like this is their first home game they lost, so I wasn't that mad. And Orlando Magic, they're a tough team. What irritated me, they was a little too aggressive with the defense. They need to, and then they were just being like people knocking at each other, people falling, tripping all over each other, falling on the floor. I'm like, what the hell is going on? And so we had that, and then yeah. So tomorrow is another Knicks game. Glad they got to take a day off, because they did 2 back-to-back games, so they was exhausted by yesterday. And then they got a game tomorrow, and then Saturday we have. Oh wait, tomorrow we also have the UFC weigh-in. That's gonna be like the little press conference thing. And then on Saturday we have UFC. But that's gonna be a long, long night, because I got to be at work at 4:30, and who knows when that's gonna end. That may end like 2 in the morning, which I'm not that mad about, because that's overtime for me. You gotta live for them overtime checks. When that overtime hit, oh bitch, let me tell you, the coins be coining. So I'm actually not mad. A lot of people, I don't like ranking UFC. I do. It's like, well, number one, I'm a UFC fan. Dana White and his Trump supporting ass be damned. But before I even understood what all that was, I was a UFC fan. So I'm looking forward to the UFC. Paramount played big bucks for the UFC fights and everything. And I know they just recently were going to raise the price in January to $1. I know a lot of people's mad about they raising the price again, but this is not so bad, because by them raising it $1, you're actually getting like everything. You're getting UFC plus the pay-per-views. Like, you don't have to pay like a premium where it's like $100 to watch the pay-per-views. You actually get all of the stuff included. So I'm not mad at Paramount Plus being raised $1. Speaking of which, I did hear that David Ellison said that it's not a priority for them to get Paramount Plus, which that was music in my ear, because I don't want them to get it. I'm like, can y'all focus on actually making Paramount Plus a viable like a worthy streaming service to watch, instead of me having to sit through whatever it is. Like, can you prove that y'all actually know what y'all doing over there and give us some good shows or movies or whatever the case to watch? Besides, all of a sudden you trying to buy this thing and then you trying to buy Warner Brothers. Like, figure out what y'all gonna do with Paramount Plus before y'all try to buy something else. I guess is what I'm trying to say. Not y'all up in here all this damn food talk. I hear Wendy's restaurant. My mother told me that the other day that Wendy's gonna be closed. I was like, I'm not that mad about it because I'm like, who eats Wendy's? I usually do Burger King. Wendy's is okay. I don't really be doing Wendy's like that, so not all that upset about Wendy's. And not you saying that they look run down. I think they have a Wendy's over, they put one over on, like in Queens on Hillside Avenue, 179th Street. It's a smaller one. It's nice in there actually because it's brand new and they hooked it up. And I do like the little machines where you can order it or whatever. But yeah, I'm not a big Wendy's person. We all know she wanted to be Paris. Okay, Dupree, Dupree, Dupree. Maybe when we talking about she wanted to be Paris, what we talking about? That's the real reason she did it, because she worked for Paris for like a year or two. All right, y'all. So now let's get back into the rest of the show so we can wrap this up. Let's talk about Daddy Yankee. So Daddy Yankee recently did an interview with Roxy Diaz. That's a name I ain't think that's a blast from the past because I haven't heard that name in a month of Sundays. Remember when she was on 106 in Park? But apparently, anyway, so he was asked by ABC News. Yeah, 'cause I was like, wait a minute, Roxy Diaz is over there on she works at ABC News. Let me find out you went from 106 in Park to legitimate news stuff. So yeah, she sat down for an interview with him and was asked if he would be performing his 2004 hit Gasolina, the song that broke him out, made him a superstar. And Barrio Fino, I definitely love that album. That's when I first started getting caught up in the whole reggaeton sound. And since 2004, I have been an avid listener of reggaeton music. With him, Don Omar, and so many of the other icons of that era. And he basically was asked if he's going to be performing at Bad Bunny's 2026 Apple Music Super Bowl halftime show. And here is what he had to say. So, of course, I got the clip. We're going to go to the clip, courtesy of Instagram, and then we'll come back and talk. Please hold.
If he were to ask you to perform Gasolina with him at Super Bowl, would you?
Oh, no, not right now. Not right now. No, right now, because I'm on a different mission right now. But even though I respect what he's doing right now, don't get me wrong, Benito is an ally, and I love him. He's from Puerto Rico, and actually we were talking yesterday. I told him, I wish you the best. Go there and do your best, and we're proud of you. But it's different. I'm in a different mission right now. It's different. So I gotta represent what I'm doing right now 100%. So if he asked me to perform Sonríele, that's different. You know what I'm saying? Okay, I'm go there, I'm gonna, let's do Sonríele for the rest of the world, and I'm gonna send a message. That's what I'm saying. I would love to do it, but, I respect his creative decision. I respect everything that he's doing right now. And it's very important for Spanish-speaking community, for the Latinos. The first time that somebody's gonna sing in Spanish, and that's beautiful. You know what I'm saying? And he's from Puerto Rico. And like I told him, we're proud of what you're doing. And I think the biggest touchdown on his career will be when he accepts Jesus in his life. That's going to be his biggest touchdown, 100%.
Okay, so for those of you who are not aware, why he was basically, because I was like, first of all, did Bad Bunny ask him? He probably didn't want to ask, because I think like what Bad Bunny would want to do is bring out a lot of the pioneers and stuff of the reggaeton movement and pretty much give them a moment or whatever the case is. So who knows? Maybe we'll have J Balvin, a bunch of them pop up there. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time that J Balvin appears on a Super Bowl halftime. He performed with Jennifer Lopez and Shakira, like Bad Bunny did. So we'll see what he's going to do at that time. But yeah, but for those who are not aware, Daddy Yankee is on a different path. He's found Jesus, as he has stated. Well, he didn't say it there, but yeah, he's on this path of like, he no longer does like a lot of the music that he did back in the day, even though his music wasn't like profanity ridden. he was one of the cleaner rappers, to be honest. But he's not he's now on a path of doing like more of like spreading the thing of God and spirituality. I had somebody jump in my comments one time when I was talking about, okay, that with them that photo shoot he did, I think for Billboard. I was like, oh, look at Daddy Yankee out here looking like a snack. And he was like, oh, I don't support men that go out here and cheat on their wives and all that. I said, look, I don't be paying attention to these people's personal life like that unless it spills over into something that I was like, okay, this is something we need to talk about, like some deplorable mess. But I remember at one point he was going through with his ex-wife because he was saying that her and her sister were stealing his money and all this other stuff, and now he's on this whole nother path. And who knows, maybe there is some truth with the cheatation. But I don't know. I ain't been paying attention enough to even know if that's the tea. But he previously they said he but I was just like he collaborated with Bad Bunny and many a times, but yeah, he's devoting his life to Jesus. And the fact that they're both Puerto Rican, I think is great. And um the biggest touchdown of his career, he said if he accepts Jesus in his life, I don't know. For some reason, when he said that last line, that kind of made me feel a little icky because I'm just like, well, I want you, like, okay, just because you are where you are in your life, then all of a sudden, you know, them people, when they find Jesus, you know what they be doing? Oh, now I want to start pushing my stuff on them. And it's like, but how you know where Benito stands in regards of his relationship with God or his association with God or Jesus? He's not following in the organized religious path that a lot of these people like to take when it comes to these type of situations. So I don't know. I'm kind of looking at your little side-eyed rump Raymond, because that's his government name. So I'm actually looking forward to seeing what Bad Bunny will do. I know people still out here mad and doing petitions, stay mad because they're not changing their mind on Bad Bunny performing. He is the performer. So whether you like it or not, he is performing in a couple of months. What are we in? November? In 3 months, give or take. He'll be up on that stage, making history, singing all his songs in his native tongue. Haters be damned. But, and I heard, but Daddy Yankee's new song. It's all right. It's not my cup of tea. Yeah, he's kind of doing the whole reggaeton situation, but now he's like more in Jesus stuff. But here's what some of the comments said in regard to that video. Kevin would take a Rojas is so shady. Here's why Kevin is what his name is. He said, bro, Jesus would want you to perform. Another person said biggest touchdown would be when he accepts Jesus in his life. Love this. Don't go there because y'all don't necessarily know where his stance is. It's like when y'all Christians come up in, and y'all already know how I feel about these fake ass Christians. Because this woman did a recent experiment and people obviously missed the message. This woman did an experiment where she called a bunch of food churches to see if they could help with like baby formula. And because it was a 2-month-old baby that I guess she was just like with the SNAP benefits, everything, she didn't have baby formula or whatever. And they said, I believe if I'm not mistaken, only 6 out of the 30 churches that she called was willing to help. Of course, people missed the message. And the message being that a lot of these churches got their hand out, got the little collection plate out. Always want everybody, they grifting. They wanted y'all to give all your money to these companies, to these churches to keep their lights on, to keep their shit afloat while they sitting up here driving down the street in their Rolls Royce or their Lamborghini. And then you look at the world in which they in, and the people still out here struggling. Don't even get me started on that pastor that was getting mad at that woman because she didn't give $2,000 damn dollars, and she only came with some of it, and he decided to embarrass her in front of the church. And this bitch go and say, "Oh, I didn't feel embarrassed by it." Y'all so cucked and so caught up in the cult of these organized religion churches. Y'all don't be seeing the forest for the trees, and the fact that these people ain't nothing but a bunch of goddamn grifters. This is why I moved myself away and disassociated myself from organized religion a long time ago, and now I'm more of a spirit. I follow a more spiritual path because these religious people, this ain't nothing but a damn cult. Y'all take advantage of people, and the people believe that they're for them. Because I don't understand, like when it comes down, when people are on hardship, you should be able to have food pantries or things available to help these people that give so much to the church, that they come to try to find that sense of purpose, that sense of solace, that sense of acceptance and belonging. Why don't y'all have the things to be able to help these people out? So this is why I side eye this whole thing with, maybe I'm glad that, you know what, Raymond, you, Mr. Ayala, you was able to find, you know, whatever you needed to find to connect, because you had lost a sense of who you were as Daddy Yankee. But when y'all start to do this other stuff, well, I'll be more, you know, it'd be a real much more of a touchdown if you accept Jesus and y'all, don't do that. Don't do that, because then I got to start to side eye you and a whole bunch of stuff. So, and you know how some of these people get. The minute you mention God and Jesus, you can be up in there robbing them blind, but the minute you say God and Jesus, all is forgiven. Like it's given, what's that word? It's given, he who walks behind the rose tease. Like it's giving very, children of the corn. But I will say this: shout out to Daddy Yankee, because that man is pushing 50 and he looks like he is 25. I'll even go as far as say 30. The man don't age. I tell you, there'd be a lot of these Latinos be aging in reverse. So shout out to him. I don't even think it's plastic surgery. I just think that he just take good care of himself. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding Daddy Yankee? And would you want to see him perform at the Super Bowl? And what do you think about his stance in regards to like religion, church, and all that good stuff? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Thanks. Oh, you talking about Paris Hilton? Okay. He said, "What mission?" Geez, he spoke a whole lot and said nothing. It's like, yeah, what is your mission, especially with this new era of music you jumping into? Born Agains are some of the most tiresome group of people at me. They can focus on their own relationship with God and keep others' relationship with God. Yeah, because that's why I was like, if you want to focus on your relationship with God, then that's great. If that's your mission and that's what you want to work on, then you work on you. But then when you go and talk about, well, the biggest touchdown would be to accept Jesus, and go, oh, don't do that. That really that grinds my gears when people do that, because it's like you trying to say like, well, your path is better than my path, or it just feels like you thumbing your nose down at people when you come at it from that angle. When I said he pushing 50, he's at 49, and Benito is 31. Shout out to all the men of a certain age that look younger than their actual age. That child, now, somebody who need to, now let's talk about a flat screen that needs to hang it up. Let's talk about MAGA Minaj. So apparently she done lost what's left of her ever loving damn mind, because she decided to go in on the immigrants and the trans people, and now the biblical community is going in the letting half, which I'm like, it's about damn time y'all woke up, because I've been telling you about her ass. But when I talk, I'm a hater. I don't know what I'm talking about. I just pull things out of my behind. You got me confused with the mother punks. I don't be pulling stuff out my ass. I actually come with receipts. So, after initially defending Donald Trump on social media last week, rapper MAGA Minaj has seemingly gone full MAGA. The rapper, known for hits like Super Bass, Bees in the Trap, and Anaconda, as well as for her many public feuds with every female rapper or every rapper with a damn coochie, drew the ire of fans in early November when she shared a screenshot of a lie social post from Trump about Christians in Nigeria, which we did talk about on this show. After defending that action, which we already said this had nothing to do with actual Nigeria and Christians, this all boils down to Trump wants to get their hands on their mineral and their oil over there in Nigeria. This ain't got shit to do with no damn Christians. They want something else. I told you, these colonizers out here colonizing on black people's stuff, black and brown people's stuff. Hence why they going in Yemen and Iran and all these other places, because they want what they got over there. Now, after defending that action, MAGA Minaj has now shared a post from the White House, this time celebrating some of Trump's achievements in his second term. The White House shared a TikTok set of Minaj's va-va voom trumpeting some of the president's actions, including attacks on immigrants and trans people. Excuse me. And in turn, Minaj posted the video on her own TikTok. The list includes a president who prioritizes Americans, No men and women's sports. Border is closed. Our cities are safer than ever. Criminal illegals are being deported. Gas prices are low. World peace. Well, I don't know what planet this lady live on or what multiverse she's been sitting in. But no men and women's sports, that's very transphobic. You supposed to be, I thought she loved the gays. I thought she loved the libidical community. She got a lot of look, I worked the Pink Friday tour, the last one she did. And let me tell you, there was a lot of sissies, there was a lot of punks, there was a lot of non-binaries, there was a lot of trans in that audience. And I want to see y'all come up with an excuse on what she really meant in this situation. And this is why I always say, y'all got to stop putting so much energy into these straight people, these allies, when it comes to the community, because they ain't really for us. There may be a handful, quite a few, but for the most part, and that's why I be saying about when y'all be inviting these bitches, and not just her, but men too, when y'all be inviting them to these pride events, when y'all be inviting them to perform on these stages, y'all give all the money to the allies, and they be the same ones that be talking shit about us behind our back, but then got their hand out because y'all giving them $11,000, $20,000, $40,000 to perform on your little janky ass stage, and don't really pump nothing into the community. The border's not closed, by the way. So I don't know what she's talking about. What cities are safer than ever? Have you not been paying attention to how ICE has been invading a lot of places, particularly blue states? And the mass protests that has been going on, and how you got these police and everything out here pepper spraying peaceful protesters, beating them. I remember I saw what was one incident that was in, I think, LA, where your ass live. Child, I ain't even gonna tell you this tea I know about Kenneth Petty. I'm gonna take that shit to my grave. There's only very few people on this that I've told this secret to about Kenneth Petty and how he and I are connected. I'm not even gonna go there. I don't know why I'm even bringing it up, but I'm taking that shit to my grave. I gagged when I heard my mother told me this tea. My own mother told me this. But anyway, so yeah, and it's about criminal illegals being deported. That's a lie, because criminal illegals are not being deported. They're actually grabbing people, and there's plenty of videos of this where there's plenty of innocent immigrants, people who are showing their ID. I just saw that there was a recent video of some guys that were working doing construction outside. I think they were like paving this, like doing like paving out the cement and stuff. And you had ICE that was on him, grabbing the guy, putting him under arrest. He's showing him ID that he belongs there. They grabbing him, put him in the car, sending him God knows where. There are people that are showing up to what is it? There are people that are showing up to their immigration appointments. That was the word I was looking for. Which is why I wish they would just do it via satellite, because they're showing up, they're getting extensions by judges to be able to stay in the country. ICE is grabbing them, arresting them, taking them God knows where. There was a guy that basically, his wife got grabbed. He went down to following her. Her phone was pinging, whatever it was following, trying to get his wife out of wherever ICE took her. They transferred her somewhere else. The thing cut off. Somebody, go online and look it up to find out where she is. There was a picture I saw of him literally sitting on the ground weeping because he doesn't know where his wife is. This is what people are going through. There was a family, a husband, a wife, and the baby that was in the car. Window was rolled down. That's why I said, child. But then they breaking people windows anyway. Vehicle drives by. They pepper spray the guy in the face while he's driving. Hits the baby in the back seat. So they literally trying to pour water in the baby's face. The husband, the wife, all something, like trying to get the like. Have you ever been pepper sprayed? That shit burn. So this is what's going on in this country. But this bitch got the nerve to sit up on her little perch situation, sit up and talk about criminal illegals being deported. What shows are you watching? You need to get off the goddamn Fox News. And talk about the gas prices are low. Where? Because the crime minds want to know. And if we talk about world peace and Trump, those two words do not go together in a sentence. So now, Trump's second administration, they said, has also been notable for an increase in immigration and customs enforcement, raids, and detainments. On November 1st, Minaj shared a screenshot on a live social post where Trump said that Christianity is facing an existential threat in Nigeria and that he was making Nigeria a country of particular concern. Well, because they have something he wants, which is, the oil and the minerals. And here's another thing, too. You don't care about no goddamn Christians. First of all, that man is a fake-ass Christian. How you a Christian? You hold up a Bible upside down. That man don't worship nothing but himself. That's all he cares about. We saw a man literally stroke out in the White House and he just stood there like a deer in headlights looking ahead because now the attention's being taken away from him. So what are you talking about, Willis? Saying reading this made me feel a deep sense of gratitude. We live in a country where we can freely worship God. Thank you for the president and his team for taking this seriously. Well, yeah, we should be living in a country where people can freely worship whatever religion, whether you are a Christian, whether you are a Catholic, whether you are Jewish, whether you are Muslim, whether you are Jehovah's Witness, whether you even worship fucking Xenu, like the Scientologists. We should all be allowed to worship whatever the fuck we want to worship without judgment. But we always have the Christians that want to come in, or Mormon, Pentecostal, whatever you want to call it. But we always got the Christians that want to come in and try to act like they're the dominant race. Stop trying to always indoctrinate and put your shit on other people. Worship what we want to worship. As long as it don't inflict with what I got going on, I don't give a fuck. You want to worship a goddamn tree. So now after all of this, Mike Waltz, U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, posted on Twitter that she should come to the UN and that he'd love to speak with MAGA Minaj more in depth about what our administration is doing. Well, if they need somebody to, I guess, brainwash y'all with some foolishness, then I guess they can give her something to do because quiet as it's kept, ain't nobody asking for no new music outside the barbs. So maybe this is a way for her to get some kind of relevance. So now, after all of this, people went on the social media and decided to get in that behind. And that's a whole lot of ass. So Minaj, being an undocumented immigrant herself with a POC and queer fan base, is shamelessly reposting xenophobic and transphobic white supremacist propaganda. She really going out sad. This is what one user wrote on Twitter. Another person, how you an immigrant supporting this man? She weird as ASF. Another person put, Nicki Minaj being a transphobe was not on my 2025 bucket list, but I'm actually not surprised. I'm surprised either. So this is why I say when people show you who they are, believe them the first time. And she showed y'all who she is quite a few times. So at one of y'all, one day, one of these days, y'all gonna get it. But some of y'all got that derangement syndrome, but she ain't the only one. Because Nikki ain't the only one out here that we got on this list of people that we need that have disappointed us. Shout out to Pride because they put a list together. We ain't gonna go through all of what their situations is, but I'm gonna just read off the list of people who they pretty much said. What's the headline? From 11 divas who disappointed LGBTQ plus fans. These divas have sparked recent controversies with their queer fan bases. So they got MAGA Minaj, then they got Sydney Sweeney. We already talked about her ass earlier, so we don't need to pontificate anymore on what we already have. Carrie Underwears, her crazy Christian ass. Deborah Messing, and that's mess in all caps. With her with the whole Zohran Mamdani situation, where she went and said a whole bunch of Islamophobic and xenophobic stuff, and then decided to clear all that up because she got some award over there in Israel, because I think that's where the bitch lives now. First of all, y'all can keep her ugly ass over there. And the fans was going in on her like, bitch, we ain't forget what you said. Because she won some award and tried to throw in the gays. Oh, the gays, I've been for them. Fuck you. We don't want you over here with us. You could take your little gay panderization and shove it up your ass. First of all, the show shouldn't have been called Will and Grace. It should have been called Jack and Karen, because they were the real stars of the show. And no shade to what's the actor's name that played Will? No shade to him, because I like him. But just because he unfortunately got to be guilty by association. We care more about Jack and Karen, and Rosario was way more entertaining than that broad. Grace was never the one with the funny lines. She was just there. Then he had Cheryl Hines, who was married to RFK Jr., and she was mad because, they only want to talk about my husband, and I got a book out. And that's what she was saying on the view. Bitch, we don't care about you. Your association with RFK Jr. And the brain rot is why people want to talk to you. We don't care about you. And you have to realize the only reason why you're getting this attention is because of your husband and the craziness. Then they said Nicole Scherzinger, because you know she a damn Jesus freak. And people think that she's a MAGA too. Amber Rose, oh yeah, that bitch is a sellout. Fuck her. Then they had Azealia Banks, oh, she been washed. Kristen Chenoweth, oh, we still haven't forgiven her because of the whole Charlie Kirk situation. Emma Hernan, I don't know who that is. Oh, she from Selling Sunset. I don't know that broad, nor do I care. And shout out to Chriselle because she's leaving Selling Sunset. Speaking of which, after 9 seasons, Gloria Gaynor old ass. She ain't gonna survive this. And yeah, I think that's it. So yeah, those are the list of people that they had on that list. And I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story in regards to what Nikki had to say? Are you surprised the fact that yeah, she's going down this downward spiral? You know, it was, you know, just it was just I guess she ran out of female rappers to beef with, so now she's got to jump on the MAGA bandwagon, and people are calling her out for it. How long y'all gonna? I just want to know how long the bar's gonna continue to excuse his behavior before they wake the fuck up, particularly the sissies and punks that be out here supporting her. So let me know what you guys think of this story, respectfully, because if you say something shady, I will cuss your ass out and I'm gonna block you. Um, leave your thoughts in the comments down below. Nothing wrong with getting a little sidetracked. MAGA Minaj is becoming the J.K. Rowling of rap. Okay, we don't particularly care for J.K. Rowling, but funny enough, it seems like people don't care about the whole J.K. Rowling controversy because Tom Felton made his debut yesterday for the Harry Potter on Broadway, The Cursed Child, and the minute he came out, Potter, you know, his signature line that he always does, and then he stood there literally for it seemed like forever while he got this roarous standing ovation. People were screaming and happy to see him on stage. And he had to hold that pose for like a long time. And I'm like, okay, y'all, shut the fuck up because he got to say his line. But it seems like people don't care about the whole J.K. Rowling stuff. So I don't know. And we'll see. Well, again, Broadway, is Broadway different? We'll just have to see when the we'll just have to see when the actual Harry Potter series comes out if people care. But when does that come out? 2027? Yeah, we'll just have to see then if people care, if the ratings will reflect that. But I don't think they will. I just think for the nostalgia factor of it all, people love Harry Potter. Madonna looks like the trans boxer who knocked the crap. She looks much better than she did back in the day. Money well spent on the surgery. She does not look like no wicked witch. You tried it. No need to cheat on the old hags if you don't get in a relationship with them. He said, not the secret tea. Even as a baby gay going to WeHo for the first time, I couldn't stand all the gays bringing their straight girlfriends and making excuses for all the complaining. Yeah, I saw the video of a guy having a seizure in a car. Yeah, there was that too. I saw that. And ICE, they like hit him with that too. Well, fuck it. I'm gonna just say it. Apparently, I found out Kenneth Petty and I are related. He's my cousin. And that's the secret. My mother told me that I was like, she don't be in celebrity news and gossip. She don't even watch this show because I curse. But she told me, she was like, I don't know, I was having a conversation or whatever, and she was talking about because I have a lot of cousins named Kenneth, only because I have my uncle, my grandmother's brother. My great grandmother had like 16 children, and she was talking about my uncle Dino, a bunch of other stuff, and then all of a sudden brought up Kenneth Petty, and apparently we are related. I was like, bitch, I gagged over that. I was like, what? That's why I said I'm gonna go to my grave with that story. But apparently, I just told y'all, Madonna adopted a healthy African boy and ruined him. First of all, he's from Malawi, not Zimbabwe. That's so drag. Is the album still coming out in March? Well, she was talking about the other day. I think I saw a tweet where she was talking about the album was still coming out. I don't know if it's coming out in March, but um, she was talking something or another about that. Like, oh, y'all don't realize the album is whatever, whatever. I said, okay, girl. There's a viral tweet about how Noah Schnapp's future career will be depicting Will Byers on Broadway. Oh yeah, I forgot. Stranger Things on Broadway. He did say that his sexuality will play out more in this upcoming season of Stranger Things. Probably because Devil Wears Prada is coming out in May. So if Hunter has a new song on it, then it might be the second single. Well, yeah, because I ain't waiting to no damn May. That's like Kenneth Petty is my cousin. He said, "What? You just dropped that casually? What, child?" I gagged when I heard that tea. I was like, And you said that this technically means you're related to. Hello, that's what I said. I'm related apparently to Nicki Minaj. And you said you're related to MAGA Minaj by in-law and Papa Bear as well. Look, I'm gonna be like Mariah. I don't know them. If Nicki dumps him, maybe you can interview him. Can you imagine? I was like, and I told my mother, I said, who told you that? She said, my cousin, Aga, told her that situation. Look at me spilling all the tea. Anyway, we need to lighten up the mood because I'm like, I shouldn't even brought that up on this damn show. But anyway, so it is what it is. But yeah. But I'm gonna find out more information. I'm gonna know, well, who is his like I need to find out more information in the whole connection situation because I wanna have all the what's the word? All the information because some people are like, you lying, you lying. First of all, I don't there's no need for me to sit up here and make shit up and lie because I want to be associated. You already know, like when I talk tea about celebrities, I say what I need to say. When I'm done, I shut everything down and go about my day. I don't sit up here and live and die by celebritydom. So there's no reason why somebody's gonna tell me, like my mother gonna give me information and I gotta make it up. Especially him of all people. I'm like, damn, I couldn't be related to Idris Elba. I mean, my family, first of all, I do have family. My great grandfather was from England before he moved to Spain. That man was a traveler child. So I'm like, there could be a reason I could be like, yeah, Idris Elba's my cousin, but no. Fortunately, I get the man with the criminal record. Which is not that hard of a stretch because, child, you'd be surprised how many of my cousins on my mother's side have had a taste of being behind bars. I don't know. I got I come from a family of criminals. Thank God my mother kept me away from a lot of my father, her side of the family. I told you I was more or less with my father's side. But anyway, let's get into some lighter news ish. I mean, it's not good news, but it's lighter than what we just talked about. So apparently, if y'all watch Drag Race España, the Javis, who y'all know, Javier Calvo and Javier Ambrosi, that's how Supreme say it. Apparently, they have broken up. They are no longer together after 13 years. And from what I heard, why would y'all break up? Because word on the street was y'all had an open relationship. So y'all could have still made it work, but I guess maybe, when we could have the open relationship, we could do the business stuff, but the sexual aspect is like, okay, I'm over it. We need to kind of move on from each other. So together, the duo co-created HBO Max's Veneno, which I actually liked that show when it was on, appeared as regular judges on Drag Race España for 5 seasons, 1 All-Stars edition, and guest spots alongside RuPaul Charles and Michelle Visage on that horrible-ass Global All-Stars. And they're currently working on a feature film starring Penelope Cruz and Glenn Close. And I did see the pictures of them walking with her down the street. So Ambrosi was 41 and Calvo, who's 34. And I'm thinking Javier Calvo, isn't that the cute tall one? They always wearing them cute little outfits and stuff when he's on the show. Have ended their romantic relationship. El País reports, adding that the couple is committed to maintaining all of their shared professional commitments, as well as current and future creative projects in the works. One of those projects, La Bola Negra, which is the Black Ball, is a high-profile film starring Hollywood juggernauts like Penelope Cruz and Glenn Close, along with rising stars such as, hold on, um, Guitarrica de la Fuente. I think it's how you say that name. That's a long-ass damn name. Child, that's about as confused. That's much of a tongue twist as me saying Tonatiruh. Who was in Kiss of the Spider Woman, who sidebar, that's also available on digital. Like you can watch it at home. You can rent it at home actually. Julio Torres, Carlos Gonzalez, and Miguel Bernardeu. Speaking of which, does Good speak Spanish, or does she not have to speak Spanish in this film? The movie was co-written, co-directed, and co-produced in its entirety by Ambrosi and Calvo as creative partners, and a wrap party for the project has just been thrown for the cast and crew, as seen in the Instagram carousel. And I think I do have that because I want to show you all the pictures of, hold on, of Glenn Close arm in arm with them. So yeah, there's that picture. And then you see them again, and then we'll just leave it on this one as they're walking down the street, sucking on my feet. Oh no, she better don't. Oh no, she better don't. So now they said that to go back on this story, Los Javis has yet to comment on the split. On social media, Calvo has mostly reshared posts from the rap party, and Ambrosi's Instagram page appears to have been deactivated for the moment. The same report by El País noted that Calvo was alone at the La Revuelta meeting this Monday, which brought together pop stars Rosalia and Pedro Almodovar. Ambrosi, who's attended all kinds of events alongside Calvo for more than a decade, was notably absent from this legendary reunion between Spanish superstars in the entertainment industry. Sources indicate that from now on, it will be increasingly common to see them separately. And this is, what they said in the article. So, with all that being said, this has got me wondering. I'm like, because I haven't watched the season of Drag Race España yet. Like I've been so caught up in so many other things. I've been so far behind. Like I've been catching up on Dragula, but I only watched the first episode of Drag Race UK, so I got to catch up on that. And I haven't watched this season of Drag Race España, so I have no idea what's going on. And now that I know that they broken up, now my nosy behind gonna be up in there, like really watching the episodes real close to see if there's any kind of like the body language. I mean, I know they're good with the editing to try to diffuse whatever. And who knows? This might have been, it might have been a while since, between filming that this whole splitation went on. Or I was going to see if, like, um, hold on. Oh, I saw that post that you sent me, Felix. I'll get to that. Because I was trying to see if my friend, because I just saw Jovan sent me a situation. I thought he would have responded to the post I would have did about. Oh no, he didn't say anything about the power couple Javier Ambrosi and Javier Calvo because that's one of my friends that lives out in Spain and he knows a lot of the girls that were appearing on Drag Race España and I think they've encountered the Javis. That's I think how I found out they had an open relationship. So I was gonna wait and see like okay maybe he knew some tea. But all I saw was when I checked the messages just now, it was like a shocked emoji. So he had no idea this was happening. And I was like, yeah, with all the years of them having an open relationship, who expected them to break up? But it's probably beyond all of that. But here's the thing I just hope that even if they're not romantically involved, I'm like, what's going to happen with the future of their companies? They're going to be able to still work on their businesses together because they built this business side of what they have together. I just want to know if they're going to willing to keep that going or they're going to go their separate ways because creatively it seems like they work great together. And I don't think they're going to get rid of them on Drag Race España. I like them on the show. So I think they'll probably stick around. We'll just have to see next season when that comes around because they got the current season and that's already in the can. So we'll just have to see what happens to the future of their relationship as more stories about this progress. So I'm gonna keep you guys abreast of this story as it develops. But shout out to my Spaniards. Those are my people too. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Are you sad to hear Los Javis have gone their separate ways? It's a sad day in Spanish media. So let me know what you guys think. Spanish homosexual media, I should say. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Pedro was the director in Spain. I remember, and I just saw that artist. I mean, that article you gave me that you sent me about Andy Cohen saying why Madonna won't come on Watch What Happens Live. I'm gonna have to save that because I'm gonna do a Sunday show because Sunday I'm gonna have to do a show on Sunday because Monday I have to work what am I doing? WWE. That's something I think what's his name? John Cena's final match. He's retiring. So I have that, and then I have another show that I'm doing on Tuesday. So I have to do so I have to give a Sunday show because I won't be able to do a show until Wednesday. I saw something about J. Jolie posting about something on Dragula. Oh yeah, because she was oh yeah, I don't know what happened at the end of the show because they've been doing this thing where when you've been exterminated, it's similar to Drag Race, where they had like the secret lip sync performance, and the person that manages to beat everybody in the lip sync is to come back on the show. Remember, like how Silky Nutmeg Ganache was beating everybody? So they're doing that. And I don't know if she's been winning a lot of them so far, so she might be coming back on the show. But I fell asleep on the whole runway walk thing that they did. I fell asleep halfway on the show, so I got to rewatch and find out because I don't know what it is that she posted about on Dragula. Funny enough, a lot of people did. They said that I thought they were brothers. I don't watch Drag Race. No, they were fucking. As I told y'all, like out of the many shows that I like, there's very few of the international shows that I watch. I'm gonna watch Canada's Drag Race this season. Is it supposed to be coming on soon? I'm thinking about watching Canada's Drag Race, even though I don't particularly care for it. They kind of annoy me, but I'm gonna watch this season because it seems interesting. I like España, I like France, and UK. All the other ones, I mean, I actually started to finally get into the Down Under one because Michelle's doing it, and she's actually I think does a better job with it than Rue did. So I'm gonna definitely check that out. All right, y'all. So it looks like we are at the end of today's show. I was not expecting to do a 5-hour show, but it was a lot of topics we had to get into, a lot of comments, a lot of good stuff. So yeah, um, we made it through the wilderness. Somehow we made it through. Ooh, ooh. We're at the end of the show. I want to thank you all for tuning in to this messy episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. If you have not already, please, finally, for that final begation of the situation, hit the like button, smash the notification bell, hit the subscribe if you haven't already. Definitely helps with the algorithm. And I truly appreciate it. It costs you absolutely nothing to do those things. It just helps me out with the show. It ain't like I'm asking you for money. I do get paid from Google from doing these shows. So oh yeah. Oh, you said my Paula Abdul was a judge for the season premiere of UK. Oh yeah, well, the first episode she wasn't the judge. Maybe she is in maybe the episodes I didn't watch yet, but I've definitely got to catch up. Maybe I'll probably throw in a couple of episodes tonight, but I got to get up early in the morning tomorrow. So, oh, you talking about Canada's Drag Race? Oh, okay. So yeah, love you all for watching. Thank you all for tuning in to the latest episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. Love all your pretty little faces. And yes, I'll see you on Sunday. I'm definitely gonna have to do a show on Sunday because, like I said, if I don't, then there's literally gonna be like 5 days that y'all not gonna get a whole show. So I'm gonna have to do one this weekend because gonna be busy. So yeah, I'm definitely giving y'all a show this weekend. So yeah, love you all for watching. Thank you all for your continued support. And until next time, ciao, darlings.